Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
I'm in a New York state of mind, and no, it's not because the Knicks won in 5, it's because we made the trip upstate to Watkins Glen International. Fast-flowing and fearsome, 6 hours lies ahead in the third of our VCO Grand Slams for 2026. Hi folks, welcome along to RaceSpot TV to the iRacing Esports Network, what's bound to be an action-packed iRacing special event. Our Junior Kanky Party alongside our Paul Smith in the RaceSpot commentary booth, and Paul, this is, well, a sprint of a race in the real world, and in the sim, that's no different. And we've seen how traffic can make this race great or not so great, depending on which side of the coin you fall on.
We've seen incidents, we've seen controversy, and we've seen some spectacular racing as well. But yeah, absolutely, this track, this venue, what a place to come to for an out-and-out sprint here this weekend. And after the fun of Thruxton back in May, it's good to get June off to a good start.
Absolutely, what a great TCR event, but very different sort of endurance race on cards for us to open up the month of June. The Firecracker 400 serves as our second special event this month, really showing the diversity in this calendar before the next of our 24-hour races takes us into the Ardennes and into the Spa 24. Plenty more to come later this year as we begin to mix up the disciplines a little bit more. But Paul, let's talk a bit more about this race in particular and maybe dive into what the drivers are expecting. We're just seeing qualifying get underway and maybe the most crucial 2 laps of the event to keep yourself out of trouble for the 6-hour start with dynamic weather and the potential for rain, but not so sure if it's going to come.
Yeah, there's potential of inclemental weather coming, although at the moment the forecast does seem to be dry for the time being. But you do want to get yourself as close to the front as possible in this race because, as you mentioned, working your way through traffic, especially through that S section as well, and heading down through the heel into that awkward turn 9 can be really tricky out there. So if you could get yourself that early advantage and get yourself towards the front for the start of the race, you should be in good steading for the rest of this one.
Hopefully we're not talking about drive-through limits, but track limits at Watkins can be a concern, especially up at that bus stop chicane. Every 35 incidents and 20 after that, we'll see the drive-through penalties. BOP, one of the great changes recently was the ability to start adding power instead of just subtracting, but at least for the time being, most cars just getting the power reduction in the GTD class. One notable exception, the Porsche 911 GT3R gets a 0.5% power increase. But Paul, you and I were talking about choices of cars, and as ever in a top split, the teams have found themselves with a couple of preferred favourites.
Yeah, in the GTPs, we've got 3 BMWs, 2 Caddies, and then 10 Ferraris, whereas in GT3, 9 Ferraris and 23 BMWs. So that that balanced performance. Teams are all just congregating to just 2 cars in that GT3 field. It's a little bit disappointing. I would love to see a good mix of cars there, but obviously teams are thinking along the same lines there.
Well, I'll avoid getting into my opinions on lack of diversity in the car choices. One thing that I always enjoy about IMSA Esports coming up at the end of this year, and of course winners in the GTP and GT3 class will earn a spot in the championship by winning the broadcast split. We'll see even representation across the manufacturers. We said qualifying is important. Let's see how much focus the drivers have put into their qualifying setups. Put the car on the ragged edge and really try and get the most out of it. 29 thousandths of a second split. Ate Kalpinen, former winner in the LMP2 class of this race, from David Adam, then 300ths. Yes, you heard me, back to Augustin Bernier. Very, very close in GTP and LMP2. Currently, Blue Mercure have a comfortable advantage in LMP2, and then just half a tenth between Daniel Lafuente and Daniel Pastor in the GT3s. On board, though, with third place, James Baume, as they throw the car into the bus stop chicane.
That bus stop chicane is going to cause so many issues and catch so many people out, because if you're trying to make a move into that chicane and you're not far enough alongside, the inevitable contact happens through there. It's just the nature of that bus stop chicane. Is it perfect? Is it good? In my opinion, no. I can't stand it. But it's the nature of the track because of the carousel not having much runoff area. You need to get the cars just slowed down that little bit. But we've got movement in GTP field. Owen Carroll to the top of the standings momentarily, because David Adam now up there at the front.
And look at those margins again, Paul. 12 thousandths of a second. Owen Carroll picked from that pole spot. Agree with you on the bus stop, although I think part of that is the line that the sim racers run, so much more aggressive than what you'd be willing to run in the real world. Philip Eng said on a media call earlier this week, the BMW M driver, that this is maybe the most physical and scary track that they visit in the entire calendar. Don't have those physical sensations in the sim. No improvement, though, from James Baume in position. He will start in 5th. Sven Haase has just jumped to the jump atop of the GT3 field. 12 thousandths between him, Daniel Pastor, then 9 thousandths back to Johan Harth. All 3 of our pole sitters are no more than a 10th clear of the rest of the field, and with 2 minutes left in the session, just John Aylen for Sim RC to cross the line and set a time in the GTP class. Couple of times to come in GT3, but Paul, I think for the most part, our pole sitters, front of the field, all set.
Yeah, pretty much all there. We've got a couple of GT3s out there. Sorry, GTDs, should we say, for this event. Well, I mean, there's the first thing. How do you call them? Is it GT3 or GTD? GT3 on our graphics, so I'm going to go with that.
Well, it also says Hypercar, and technically it's the GTP class, much like it's technically the GTD class, but you are right. It's not incorrect to call them GT3 cars. Is a bit weird, of course, having the Ferrari 499P added into the mix of the GTP class. Love seeing some convergence, and we'll talk about that in the 6 hours at some point. I have no doubt, as crazy as the start is going to be, we will settle ourselves down into podcast mode. Now, this is the second and final attempt that Frank is going to get. One other driver has got a time to set, that's mono competition, but that means 32 GTD cars. Paul, that's a lot of traffic for our prototype to work through.
Yeah, and it's not going to be so much the first time that they come through with the GTPs. It's going to be when you get that first mix of all 3 classes. That's when it really starts getting a bit chaotic and hectic. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. There goes Frank across the line. And does that improve the time? Yes, it does. So, moving up the field then for them, but not far enough to be challenging for pole position there.
We missed this race back in 2020 when it was dropped from the iRacing special event calendar, but since then, an event that has been dominated by Team Redline, now the Verstappen Sim Racing team. However, for the first time in quite a while, we don't see any entries from them in 2026, and an opportunity for the rest of the field to pounce. Spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship on the line, and David Adam for Blue Mercury Esports puts in the pole time, just 12 thousandths clear of Owen Carroll for the Mahler Racing Team. Augustin Bernier makes it 2 of the Blue Mercury cars inside of the front 4, with Peter Zuber the best of the Grid and Go contingent. I say contingent because they've got 2 cars that split row 3, Jari Lehtinen and Isaac Phelps, putting in qualifying efforts that are 1,000th of a second apart. Danny Lorenzo, Ate Kaupen and BMW M Team BS Plus competition taking the fight to the sea of Ferraris. And then Robin Schwanker and Sven Noller for Solpec Precision and HS Racing Donker. That's your top 10. Back to Fiercely Forward, another one of the BMWs. And John Aylen for Sim RC, one of the Cadillacs. Now 1 second away to find Movano Aurora, Grid and Go's final GTP entry, and the Movano Rosso, which did not get a representative qualifying lap time on the board. Blue Mercury Esports, only 900ths of a second quicker than Delatraz Automotive by PC Design on the front row, and defending race winners start on the outside, trying to push the pace down to the 90. Effect Simulations, gridandgo.com, 3rd and 4th positions, with Blue Mercury's second LMP2 car, alongside of Sheza Esports in 6th. Josh Ladd in the white and purple for Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim has got Tom Katsadonis for company on row 4, with Solpec Precision Racing and Altitude Frame Esports the rest of the top 10. Nexus, Torque Lab and Metamorphosis 11th and 12th positions. And again, relatively small prototype fields, just Effect Simulations at the tail end of the 13 Spec Dalaras. The monster GTD field. It's Grid and Go locking out the front row with a pair of Ferraris, Sven Haase and Nicolas Matteo. Johan Hart in the Nova Leggio Racing white and orange has got Daniel Lafuente in the white and red BS Plus competition. Falcon Sim Racing and then BS Plus Turner's white and yellow split the front 3 rows, just under 1/10 of a second, covering then the second of the Nova Leggio Racing cars. Has Vasilios Belitsiotis for company, the number 35 Blue Mercure in 8th spot. The Sol Coando orange and purple, Julian Sonnen in 9th, BMW for them, alongside of Falcon Sim Racing, Nikolai Pedersen to complete the top 10 with STR Sim Racing. Grid and Go, 11th and 12th positions, and getting into the meats of the field, 2/10 back to David Toth for Sheza Esports. The first of the big green Maniti Racing cars is 14th, the second back in 15th with STR Sim Racing alongside in 16th. Team Bennett 17th, Fiercely Forward in 18th, and to bookend your top 20, ATR Argentos and EMM Esports. Lots of work for Luca Neudek to do. RPM Racing, WSR Esports split row 11 with the Maniti Racing 378 23rd. Negative Delta by Sim Gear alongside in 24th. Solpec Precision Racing and Maniti Racing Black 25th and 26th. 27th for Lekian Motorsport Titan and 07 Racing are 28th. To roll through the top 30, Sim RC and Chippendale Racing Team, and still yet to find a time outside of a 1 second bracket from pole. Finally get there with Blue Mercury's final entry and mono competition, the only car with no time on the board. Our field rolls up to the top of the track, through the bus stop chicane, relatively blustery conditions, and there is a threat of rainfall, albeit not for the first couple of hours.
You want a breath now, Arjuna, after that? Yes, at the moment, weather forecast is completely dry for those first couple of hours. We're currently, 12:33 in sim time, and it's showing as sunny intervals between now and 2 p.m. in sim. So for the next hour and a half, we are certainly going to be dry, but that could always change. But you're absolutely right there. Blustery is the word to use here. We've got a southerly wind, which means that will be a tailwind going into turn number 1 for the drivers, as well as from the toe down to the boot as well, meaning a headwind heading in towards the bus stop chicane. That means that the drivers, with the downforce, especially in those GTPs and LMP2s, will have a bit more confidence going onto the brakes into the bus stop. Not that you use the brakes that much into the bus stop chicane, so can be tricky though. Crossing that wind though, it can make those cars a little bit twitchy, a little bit sensitive to the aero. Plus, of course, as we've been mentioning, traffic. If you're in that aero wash, you're going to be struggling with bits of understeer as well. But Arjuna, we're getting back onto the old course, and we've got big gaps between each of the different classes, so we could be in for a bit of carnage.
Well, you say carnage, I say traffic sooner rather than later. And one thing that you said that was key in my mind, a lack of braking relative to some of the other tracks on special event calendars. This is a medium to high speed track with only a couple of heavy applications of the brakes, and therefore maybe only a couple of passing opportunities. Here we go, the third of our VCO Grand Slams for 2026. The 6 hours of the Glen is green, and already Blue Mercury Esports have swarmed Owen Carroll in the BS Plus competition. A powered Marla racing car. Carnage down through the 90 as Robin Schwadke and Thomas Schmo tangle up and send themselves straight down the hill, but climb up through the S's. More carnage for LMP2 cars at the tail end of the field as they drop down into the opening corner. Tidy though for the front couple as they all single file themselves out, and GTD have already done so, but they're going to trip over Thomas Shimon in that Cheza Esports car that's crab walking its way down to the line. Grid and go 1 and 2, BS Plus competition shuffled back on the starting GTD as well.
I can tell you, Altitude 3M Esports didn't even make it to the start line, to the green flag. They were involved in that incident through the final turn. Solpec Precision Racing and Zessa Esports as well. They were involved in that initial incident in LMP2. But everybody else carrying on here. Car 12 as well, is the forward pink on pit road. Solpec Precision Racing from GTD on pit road as well.
Bit of separation building in that LMP2 class as a result of everything. The split class starts that I saw mentioned in the iRacing dev blog, hoping to see that sooner rather than later. I think that sentiment shared by much of the drivers and probably by the viewers as well, especially given the carnage already that we have seen. So the 60 starters, a big field here for the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO, already sees 3 cars, one from each class, down in pit lane, but at the front of the field and already starting to punch the point. David Adam, Augustin Bernier, Blue Mercure 1 and 2. Owen Carroll, that is the Marla racing car, even though livery hasn't quite shown up for us just yet. That's tucked back in third, but then Grid and Go 4th, 5th and 6th. The next of the BS Plus competition cars is down there in 7th. Here comes the LMP2s. Blue Mercure leading in this class as well, Paul.
Yeah, Blue Mercure, I mean, we were saying about how they had really picked up and got going from the get-go as a team. Really shown their pace, picked up some tremendous drivers as well this year. Unfortunately, partly due to other teams going by the wayside. But Blue Mercure can be very happy with how things are looking out there today. As you mentioned, leading 2 of our classes right now. But LP2 is going to be a bit tougher, I feel, for that Blue Mercure car, because their teammate in 4th place already dropping back from this leader. So he wants to try and work his way through to make it a Blue Mercure 1-2 in each of those prototype classes. But over the grass, over the bus stop there, I thought that was issues as well, Arjuna.
Yep, I just looked up for a second and got very, very scared. Other thing in LMP2 is Delatraz Automotive. They are the team to beat in the LMP2 class, so don't ever discount them. Even when they're 30 seconds down the road into the last hour of the race, they've got the speed to catch up. Bottom of the screen, new feature, we're scrolling through some of the names that we'll see through the course of the 6 hours. Now, that contact early into the penultimate corner, did that break the rear suspension? Because that went around very easy.
To be honest, I thought they just lost it themselves. Because through that, you think, yes, you've got that whole pace lap to get warmed up and things like that, but your tyres are still going to be cold and you're pushing on, and yeah, the car just breaks away. Solpec Precision Racing with nowhere to go in all of that, and there's no worse feeling than thinking, right, lads, let's just get settled into the 6 hour. Oh, it's ended already.
Well, it could be cold tyres, but there was definite contact in the corner before, so that's where my mind was maybe wondering, and that is weird. So that's LMP2. Remember, we had GTP trouble as well. Solpec Precision is again, and well, they're just the meat in the sandwich, and bang, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a heavy contact, blew the engine as well, so I think that's their day done already in all of that. I think it was SimRC actually had their own issue, hitting the grass as well, going down into turn 1, so they had their own separate issue at the start of the race. Car 12 just jumping out of the way, fiercely forward, already down a lap here after, I think they actually chose to start from pit road.
Yeah. Not necessarily the worst call. May have been technical issues as well, but regardless, at least they are still in factory condition for the most part, as the LMP2s keep close to each other. You mentioned that Blue Mercury Sports picked up some drivers, obviously, with teams unfortunately coming to a close. With Altitude Freeme Sports over the grass and then just tight on the inside. You'll see that a couple of times today, I have no doubt. Rips the rear bodywork off the car as well. But the other team that's picked up a couple of drivers, Nova Legia Racing, Paul. First time I've seen them, and Johan Hoff, Kevin Ellis Jr. sat in third right now. That's a long time pairing back to their days in the Apex Racing team, and now paired up once again. Oh, I'm worried.
Does that now mean that Nova Legia Racing is going to fold at the end of this year? Because so far, those two drivers are the most unlucky drivers. You had them at Apex Racing team, who announced that they were finishing their esports side of things. They both go to Drago Racing, and what happened with Drago? They then have stopped esports in sim racing. So you've got to feel for those two. You're just getting settled into a new team at Drago, which we all know, one of the very best teams in sim racing in the last couple of years, and suddenly from an outsider's perspective, whether it was different from the inside, but from an outsider's perspective, that came out of nowhere. Did that?
Well, yeah, kind of, but like you say, somewhat from the inside. It wasn't entirely unpredictable. What was unpredictable was, I guess, how quickly things came to an end. There were discussions that they were part of the team trying to keep things going, but like you said, for things to come to a crashing halt, it's not ideal. Most unlucky drivers over the last couple of years in many regards, but I think it also goes to show that these drivers are always looking for places that will give them opportunities to find new competition, which was an exciting part of the last couple of years. On board with Danny Lorenzo, who is the best place of the BMW M Hybrids, only 4 seconds off of the leading car right now, and we are probably going to hit traffic at the end of this lap, Paul. So first time by, these GTPs are going to have to deal with the GTDs.
Yeah, they are getting very close to that traffic, so yeah, that will be happening anytime. Just to give you a little comparison, GTP leader, last lap was a 33.1, last lap for the GTD leader was 1:43.9, so you're talking the best part of 11 seconds difference around, let's face it, not the longest of tracks either, is Watkins Glen. Okay, this version is, 5.5 kilometres, but it's so high speed, you're carrying so much speed through so many of these corners, that the lap time is really, the delta there is quite impressive, really. But it's going to be up this back straight that the leaders will now see the back of GTD and go, right, breathe in, it's time to make some moves.
I take Halpinen wants to get past quickly, and so breathes past Danny Lorenzo up to the chicane. Very top of the track now as you begin to drop down in elevation momentarily, entering into the boot part of the track. Back part of the field, yet to hit the first bit of traffic, but you can see slowly but surely we'll pick our way through. High-speed track does potentially mean plenty of opportunity to lift and coast, roll the momentum through corners, save some fuel, especially in this first stint. Let's keep that in mind. Can you extend that a little bit further and gain some track position on the other side? Look at the margin, though, that David Adam has built up over Augustin Bernier. Great shot from above, in through the awkward corner that rejoins the layout that NASCAR runs, the oval layout, if you will. Up the inside, before you get to the penultimate corner. That is not a place to go side by side. So committed in the GTDs. And then be careful through this final corner, because all cars want to wash out to the wall. Prototypes come back over to the inside, and look at the speed at which they blow by on the drop down to the 90.
I will say turn 9, that run back onto the NASCAR layout, worst corner on the track. You never get that right. Oh, a GTD traffic chopping off the nose there of the Movano car. They'll be not too happy about that. Was the Movano car? Well, anyway, it's a grid and go car now that's absolutely on the tail. Yeah, Isaac Phelps absolutely pushing. But look at that swarm of cars down the back straight there.
Well, I tell you what, there was a Movano car in the grass at the tail end of the field. That's again the Marla car, Paul, that hasn't quite got the livery loaded. So Owen Carroll in a black and red Ferrari, and of note, that car powered by BS Competition. They've got a BMW in the field as well, so they've done some setup development work on either side of that manufacturer equation. And of course, in their partnership with BMW M, entered as the official works team, and Danny Lorenzo, Dominic Hoffman, their usual teammate Phil Denez, too busy racing Italian GT this weekend in the real world, so we'll forgive him, and forgive him for racing in a Lamborghini instead of a BMW as well. Through the terrible turn 9, as we're going to now call it for the rest of the day. Always awkward, always more awkward, and you got traffic as well. And up to that penultimate corner, EMM Esports, Luca Nidek has to take avoiding action.
Luckily, at that penultimate corner, there's plenty of runoff, because here, last corner, you've got safer barrier is meeting you. So, if you're going to have issues where you're having to take avoiding action, penultimate corner, that's the place to do it. But just look at these cars working their way through. And the problem is, for your overall race leader, they're waking up the rest of the field to the fact that the GTPs are coming through. So, it can be a disadvantage being at the very front, that suddenly you're having to work through this huge queue of traffic after only 10, 11 minutes.
Either side of Johan Harth will go. I can tell you the Frenchman won't have enjoyed that experience as we drop ourselves down. Excuse me, that's Ricardo Rico in the second of the Nova cars. Doesn't matter, he will not have enjoyed that either. Shove up the inside out of the bus stop. That was aggressive, equally aggressive, up the hill. And now with the red BS Plus car in front of them that holds to the left side of the track, it's very aggressive as Jari Lehtinen and Nate Kaupinen head down to turn 8. You can run the long way around the corner here and power down. Lehtinen gets the door slammed shut on him though, as they now will go to the inside. This is what you expect in the first cycle through of traffic. Aggressive stuff, but Paul, so far, they made it work.
Nate Kaupinen is on a mission there, isn't he? I mean, he beautifully used the GTD traffic to hold up that grid and go cars ever so slightly. But now, look at the grid and go cars just getting a little bit of a run there out of the final corner, decides against it, lifts off early into the 90, and all the while, the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car sitting on, watching and waiting patiently here.
The number, by the way, wrong part of the car. We'll excuse them for that. Coanda, their GT3 BMW, down in pit lane, and they had already lost about 5 spots from where they had started. So I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. Likely some contact. There sits Julian Sonnen. Lots of their drivers qualified into the next stage of the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying ladder, the regional series. Coverage of that coming to the iRacing Esports Network soon. Voices in the booth, very excited about that, given the long wait since the last time we got to commentate on Porsche Esports Super Cup action. While GTP has been the focus, LMP2 still only split by 0.3, Blue Mercury and Delatraz Automotive. GT3 Traffic, though, has opened things up for Sven Haase to now break the toe of Nicholas Matteo, Paul. So those GTD cars going to start to separate out if they don't get together soon.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you're the leader right now, if you're Sven Haase, you're delighted by that news that you're just breaking the draft, breaking the slipstream there, because once you can break that slipstream, you can inevitably be able to just pull away ever so slightly to get away at the front there, and it always seems to be that whenever you lose the draft as that second car, that's it. You never seem to really catch up to the car in front. So yeah, it's going to be interesting now with GTD. Can anybody do that for them? Can Nicholas Matteo move forward? Of course, Nicholas Matteo, former Drago Racing driver as himself. So yeah, we'll see how we go in that GTD. But they've got a little bit of respite now, Arjuna, because the LMP2s, they're just coming down into the 90 now. The back of your GTDs are through the S's.
So a little bit of breathing room as we tick over 15 minutes complete. Still looking at the forecasts just to keep an eye on if we do get any signs of rain. Forecast for next week's Sailing 6 Hour of the Glen does show a bit of threat of rain. And I distinctly remember a year ago today, actually, being in pit lane when it was quite weird. You had the juxtaposition of the sprinkles of rain and then the warmth of the humidity and sun still coming through in what was a very, very weird race for those that remember. Kind of set off the chain of events that led to Road America and the edict from race control that this is enough and get your act together. Fortunately, what we've seen today has been pretty good. Kawanda, the most recent retirement, of course, joining Sheza Esports and Altitude Free M Esports and LMP2. Well, having said that, Zachary Lewis might have just brought that number 16 back out onto track.
He's literally just leaving pit road right now as your GTDs are coming around to put another lap on him. So, yeah. I mean, fair credit, Zachary Lewis. See, that for me is what you should be doing in an endurance race like this. Okay, it's a 6-hour race. You're not going to win it from there. Absolutely not. But it's the power of endurance racing. You should try and get to the end of the race, and that's where I think that we lose out a little bit with some of the sim racing teams where they've got that mentality of, oh, we're not going to win, right, we'll just give up them. And I've called it out time and time again in the past. You don't learn anything, you don't learn that tenacity by just going, oh, I'll give up. I'm not going to win, so I'm giving up. That's no. You need to go through the hard times to build that character, to build the fortitude to be able to deal with difficult situations. So if you have a difficult situation in the future, you've got that in the bank, you've got that experience, and you can think, well, it didn't work out this way last time, I'll do something else. Might not work that time, but again, you build on that. You look at the speech that Niki Lauda gave years ago now at Sports Awards, and he said, this is for all of the losers out there, because you do not learn by just winning all of the time. And I think too many sim racers, they just fall into that mentality of, we can't win, so we'll give up. Fully agree.
I'm trying to think of what more I can add to what you've said, Paul. And
it's very, I'm taking this, it's very little times that Arjuna is speechless at something that I've come out with.
I mean, it's just, I'm trying to, because in other splits, this is of course the top split where, like you said, we've got a lot of the sim racing pros who spend all their time, and as soon as that chance of winning goes out the window. But there's probably that same sort of thing that happens in the lower splits as well, and so same story. If you get an incident, if the car's still drivable after the repairs, then I always like to try and head back out there. Now, I do remember some of my Daytona 24 experiences on iRacing. I've never actually seen the morning in that race, because we usually get involved in so many incidents that we just get to a point where it's like the car is not fun to drive anymore, which, you know, that's a different story. You give it your best go for 14 hours and then find out that it just wasn't on the cards for you.
I'll give you an example. But basically, The only ever time that I've been in the top split special event race was the second ever Nürburgring 24 hours here on iRacing, and we were in the touring car class back when it was the Kia Optima, and we had a couple of incidents during that race. Okay, it's a different race to this one, I know, but bear with me on this one. And we had to take like 8, 10 minute, 12 minute repairs a couple of times in that race. Yet at the end of the race, we finished on the podium.
That is also the nature of the Nordschleife.
It is the nature of the Nordschleife. Yes, I do get that. Not every event is exactly the same, but it gives you that mentality of we decided to carry on and keep on pushing on, and we got a result out of it. I've never ever been in top split ever since then.
Hey, and I tell you what, we're going to keep our eye on Zachary Lewis and probably bring him up a couple of times today, so doesn't hurt your case as well. Gap in GTP, top 3. Now slowly edging away. It's 2 seconds that covers the gap between 3rd and 4th, and Isaac Phelps separated from his teammate Alex Nogay, and like you said slightly earlier, Ate Kauppinen taking his first stint as a personal affront that he started so far down the field and wants to get himself up into the podium. I just saw a comment on the YouTube chat, and I don't disagree with you, Jonas, for the most part. You haven't heard what I usually call the class names. There's a little bit of fighting down in towards the boot. GTP stands for going to pass. LMP2 stands for let me pass, sometimes nicely. And GTD, going to die. So fully agree with you that traffic's dangerous around the outside. Can you use traffic to take advantage? That's the hope for Metamorphosis on the fight with WSR Esports and Tom Captadonis. We are 3 wide. Captadonis on the inside, and that white and black WSR car, and bold from Metamorphosis to send it a long way around.
And holding it into turn number 9. Contact! Effect simulation into the back of WSR! And it was that combination of GTD, LMP2 coming together, and the WSR car is the worst one off out of all of that. You could almost see that coming. But it was Lucas Antunes who got into the back of the WSR car. I'm not saying that they're entirely at fault, by the way, but it all seemed to concertina up, didn't it?
Tom's usually a pretty well-raced driver. From my experiences with him in the Prodigy Racing League, took several bites at the apple before he was able to win his Prodigy pass. See if the replay can show us a bit more. That was a close one as the LMP2s cheek one way then the other. I mean, he's just trying to be as kind as he can and not run into the back of the driver in front, and it's just the concertina. Race control post-race, of course, we'll take a look, because that's one of the changes with iRacing special events. There can be changes to the post-race results, as much as that would help Tom in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you almost, as a driver, you sort of think, well, what's the point? Because it's we've been affected by that in the long run anyway. So, but it's nice when post-event you get those decisions go in your favour, and you can move on to the next one. What was it? On to Cincinnati, as Bill Belichick once famously said.
I just like that at least there is now some consequence, right? We used to always sit here, Paul, and say, no race control, blah, 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 blah. That's gone out the window. And as much as it might not have a big impact if you have an incident at the start of the race, still just a nice reminder. And I'll break out another classic quote. It is Chamber of Commerce weather right now in the virtual Watkins Glen. And what that does mean is the track temperature relatively cool right now. I am, in some ways, slightly surprised that it is maybe not warmer. It is 34 degrees Celsius or so, about 93 degrees Fahrenheit. We've seen races in the past here on iRacing where track temperature has reached almost double that for context. So it is really not that bad. Although the wind probably up here at the bus stop, if it moves around, ends up being a crosswind instead of the headwind you talked about earlier, Paul. That might be a bit more of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the forecast, and it is meant, the wind direction is meant to change from southerly to southeasterly. So it will start then going a little bit more across the track will that wind going into the bus stop, but there'll still be enough of a headwind for you to not really feel the effects of that. But David Toft, right now, what can he do from that 12th place that he's in? Well, he's got to his first target in front of him, of course, is that 577 in the SDR sim racing car. BMW versus BMW. One of the many BMWs, should I say, out there. But guess what? There's a couple of Ferraris behind them as well.
And if I'm not wrong, David got his first opportunity, or at least a recent opportunity, to go from sim to real. Part of the, I believe it's Formula 4 Regional Academy program. Got to jump into a Renault Clio, experience what those are like bouncing over big curves. Takes that back over into the sim world, this Hungarian esports outfit. Sheza, obviously, for those that don't know, are a university in the region as well. And David got to go speak at a couple of talks with Norby Kish, part of the esports team, yes, but if you don't know that name, multiple time FIA European Truck Racing Champion, and pretty handy on the sim as well, multiple time DNLS champion.
We've got yellow flags at the S's. Car 6 has been involved in all of that. That's the Maniti Racing green car, Tim Matska. So something's happened to him down at the S's, and let's find out. So, oh dear, that's miscommunication right there. And
And you know who that is, Paul? That is Ate Kauppinen, who I think just slightly misjudged maybe which side of the track Tim Matska was going on. A miscommunication on both sides. And it's only the GTD car that comes off worse in that case.
Well, has Ate got a little bit of damage to the front of that car? Can't see any there on the 32. So seems to have got away with that, whereas the Maniti car, went face first into an Armco barrier, and normally there's only one winner in that argument.
So feature request to iRacing indicators, because that might have actually been one of the cases for them, because the natural line for the GT3 is what Tim was doing. I'm not blaming Ate Kauppinen here. I'm just saying Tim Matska's doing everything right, running his racing line, as you're told, side by side between teammates, and it's for the lead. David Adams being called by Augustin Bernier. Where's Owen Carroll? Mahler Racing car sits a little bit further back. Now, Mahler Racing did win this race when it was an LMP2 car in the top class. That was when they were powered by the Williams F1 Team Gaming, now driven by BS Plus Competition in their pursuit. Going to jink to the outside of Grid and Go as they sweep out through the long right-hander, drop down into the boot. Last thing these teammates want to do, stumble over one another as they work past the leader in GTD. A little bit close there as Sven Haase plays with the lead that he's got in hand.
You mentioned about indicators would be a great feature, only as long as you all agree as to what the meaning of the indicator is. Have something like they have at the Nürburgring, where it is a defined, if you indicate this direction, that means X. You need that to be arranged beforehand. Otherwise, you then end up with more confusion.
Fights about indicator etiquette, I'm sure, would be quite fun as well. Talk about headlights. Let's start talking about indicators. Past the GTDs once again, and the leading GTPs now stumble over the first bits of LMP2s, and this is where you called it out, Paul. Traffic's at its most dangerous when all three classes are overlapping. The LMP2 cars, a little bit down on power from what they used to run a couple of years ago, and now you can turn that back up on iRacing, and I know lots of people are happy about that, but that aside, what it means is they aren't so good actually coming out of the corners. They're relatively even on acceleration with a GT car. What happens is through the medium and high speed corners, they make up plenty of time. The GTPs are just rocket ships in a lot of places, but they're heavy. They're not always the most nimble.
And when you think about the level of aerodynamic grip these GTPs have as well, I mean, I remember when we first went to the GTPs, and our colleague and good friend Peter Mackay, good afternoon Peter if you are watching, he got talking to a driver, and they said, yeah, it's about the same as a GTE car in terms of aerodynamic grip. That's when they first started with these cars.
What makes them interesting is the combination of the chassis. When it comes to the LMDHs, it's a spec chassis from the Oricas, the Multimatics. Some bodywork then put on top of that, yes, but the spine underneath it relatively unchanged. And then it's a lot of software wizardry, which has gotten a lot better through the years, as software tends to be. Off the Silicon Valley motto, break fast, or move fast to break things. Can't do that in a race car, let's be fair. But move fast indeed, yes you can. Side by side, outside of the top 10, in fact outside of the top 20 is Mono Competition and 07 Racing. 26th and 27th position swaps hands. Behind them is Chippendale Racing, of the team name, although Sasha Onglesey will have wanted a little bit more. I'm just looking at the iRatings poll, and in this GT3 class there is nobody lower than 7,800 iRating.
I mean, when you consider that the strength of field for GTD is 91.25, that's just for GTD. GTP is 91.36, so it's only 11. It's only 11 difference between GTP and GTD. The LMP2s, it's only 11.
Well, Federico Godoy, Paul, was pointed in the wrong direction in the SDR Sim Racing 575. Luca Noidex lost the rear wing off the Ferrari 296. In fact, worse than that, lost the rear bodywork as well. Put 2 and 2 together. Trouble at the S's. And we're going to have to wait and see to figure out what happened there. But one more victim already. And unlike Tim Matska, who was able to drive away from the scene of the incident, this one's a bit bigger.
I think trouble at the S's is going to become a theme. Oh, that was silly. That's a huge hit. And I'm sorry, the EMM car, the throttle works both ways. You can lift off ever so slightly. They weren't alongside enough to say, well, the left-hander's still my corner. You can just breathe off the throttle ever so slightly. You're only, what, half an hour into the race? Yes, it's a 6-hour race, so comparatively speaking, it's not a long race, is this, compared to one of our 24-hour races, but still, you need to get to the end.
Yeah, that was clumsy. No two ways about it. And you know what they sometimes talk about in like IndyCar and NASCAR oval racing is if you don't want to lift off the throttle, because in some of those cars you're trying to keep the boost up, as we look off the back of the downforceless Ferrari, crab walking its way down pit lane. But if you're racing on an oval, sometimes don't lift off the throttle, tap the brake instead, right? Slow the speed without killing the engine's RPM or whatever, right? You could do that too here, but like you say, sometimes you need to just tuck back in, which for the time being Auguste Bernier has done, as the top 2 in GTP catch up with the top 2 in LMP2 as well. If it's like this in 5 hours time, heading into the last 30 minutes of the race, boy, we're going to be in for a treat, Paul.
Oh, we certainly are. This is a tremendous race so far early on. And, well, your two leaders, absolutely neck and neck in GTP HYP. And then there's a little bit of a gap back to Owen Carroll. Carroll's not quite had as much luck going through the traffic this time. But then you look back and the gap back to Grid and Go, then it's actually quite a big gap back then between them. So the top 3 have broken away at the front, and then you've got a bit of a peloton then following the Grid and Go cars.
Oh, I like that, but the problem is now I'm starting to think about my bike ride in about 5 hours time, but I'll leave that for after. Someone in chat saying, if you don't go for a gap, ...
No.
You mean the most misunderstood quote in motorsports history? The quote that was used as justification for intentionally wrecking somebody else? Yeah, no, let's not go there. Oh, goodness, that was a half-hearted send out on the entry into the boot, but benefited from having a teammate behind in the faster class and knew that it wasn't going to be a big send. But maybe Johan Royer should have just waited for this opportunity to peel Benjamin Frigerio from off of the apex, and now working up off of the toe of the boot. In towards the heel, send it around the outside. You can do that if you feel confident, and Frigerio does exactly that, but a wiggle. Wiggles up to turn 9, holds the inside and holds the spot.
That was robust. Attempt at a move from the grid and go. That's very aggressive there. Late defensive move. And you're asking for an accident here between the two of them. And here's the thing, these two racing like this, they are slowing each other down, but the effect simulation driver was not happy at all, getting that little bit of a bump through the heel, and went to a bit of robust defence on the exit of turn 9.
Now as the GTPs sail through, love the HS Racing livery on the Ferrari, almost looks like a Dragon Speed, kind of yellow and black. There's been trouble out on track for a couple more, by the way, so what was a decent opening 10 or 15 minutes has started to devolve a little bit more, into the bus stop, and that doesn't quite work when one turns in and RPM Racing lose time, lose part of the rear wing as well. Did they tag the BMW and did that take damage too?
They did just tag that BMW to the runoff there. Yes, they did make that slight bit of contact. So suboptimal, and the Lycan Motorsport Titan just get half turned. Keep it out the wall though, and then carry on. But I said, didn't I, going into the bus stop chicane, if you're not quite alongside enough or anything like that, you're going to end up with drama, end up with contact, and unfortunately that's exactly what we saw there.
So just over halfway through the first hour, quick update of the classes. Blue Mercure 1-2 in GTP with the Mahler Racing team in hot pursuit, and then a bit of a gap back to Grid and Go. 4th, 5th on the road right now. LMP2, it's Blue Mercure and Delatraz Automotive that have sailed away into another class of competition. 7 seconds clear of 3rd spot, the second of the Blue Mercure LMP2 machines, but Effect Simulations and Grid and Go have been having a, well, almost ding-dong battle behind them, and that's kept our interest for the last couple of minutes. Last class, but still looking interesting, GTD. Sven Haase has broken away from his teammate Nicolas Matteo as Grid and Go sit 1-2, but Matteo now being hunted down by Johan Hart and Daniel Lafuente as Nova Leggio Racing and BS Plus Competition look to try sneak their way closer to the leading class and closing in on the first pit stop sequence for all 3 of our classes. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith in the booth, back up to our LMP2 leaders. I think Connor Jupp will be very happy, Paul, to sit here and sip on that fuel.
Yeah, getting that little bit of slipstream, and which means can just get a little bit less use of fuel. Not too happy about the GTP that's just split them up there. Is that a little livery GTP, by the way? I think it is. So obviously got that GTP from the middle aisle. But if you're Connor Jupp right now, you're just getting that fuel saving done. You can lift it, as you mentioned earlier though, Arjuna, you can lift and coast into these corners and carry that speed. Just allow the speed to get you through the corners and save yourself some fuel with that slipstream as well. So yeah, it's a good effort so far, although Connor's just dropped back that little bit because of said GTP car.
Traffic gives and traffic takes. Dane Cameron said earlier in the week that this track is so committed in an LMP2 car, but with the speed reduction, it's not as quick as it could be. And Paul, that's one note that I saw in the iRacing dev notes that really did keep me interested, is now the idea that you can turn up the power on this LMP2 car to match what they still run in certain championships around the world. But because we introduced GTP, which is a little bit slower than the old LMP1 cars, these LMP2s aren't currently running at their full capacity. So glad that iRacing is going to allow us to turn that wick back up.
Yeah, see what these cars can properly do. I mean, in this race right now, fastest lap in GTP is actually Ati Kauppinen. I'm not surprised with the way he's been driving. 32.845. He's been driving like his pants were on fire in that car, in the Blue Mercure car. In fact, I think he's just made a move for 5th place in all of this as well. In your LMP2s, a 37.0 currently is onto pit road right now. First of your LMP GTPs, and Delatraz from 2nd place onto pit road. That's the interesting one for me.
It's on the money for LMP2 about 40 minutes in, but maybe a couple of laps early I would have thought for GTP. But maybe traffic plays a part in that decision. GT3 pack not as broken up as maybe as it will be later on in this race. David Adam and Augustin Bernier dive down into the boot once again. And with a bit more of a gap now back to Owen Carroll. It's opened up quite in the drafting range. So it should be a relatively simple pit lane sequence, I would assume, for everybody. Full tank of fuel and potentially throw the 4 tires on as well. But it does look as though Grid and Go have slightly short field, so maybe looking for some track position in the GTP class. For Delatraz, it's going to be a full 40-second stop, so that's 4 tires and the fuel to go with it as well. And Connor Jupp sent back out onto track to try and hunt down Jentel van Wielen.
Grid and Go came out to an empty track, and they've got quite a bit of space out there. All the traffic seems to be on the same half of the lap right now, so if you can find yourself a bit of clean air and not have to work your way through traffic, that could actually work in your favour. Move for the lead then in GTP. David Adam, Augustin Bernier. Oh, so close there. Oh, incredible stuff.
They're teammates, right, Paul? Because that was about as close as they dare to chop the nose off coming through traffic, sweeping out of the 90 now. If you're team manager, hold stations. We're 40 minutes in. Last thing you want to do, lose the race because you were too busy tangling up with one another as they'll go to the outside through the outer loop.
That's where your team manager needs to be going, hold position, we'll work together, and then last stint, if you've got a big enough gap, gloves off. As the rest of your LMP2 field is now headed onto pit road, and we've got drama down at the chute. I can see a yellow flag out there at the chute. So car 15, that's an LMP2, and I believe it's Metamorphosis.
Yeah, that's the one that made the great move around the outside. The rest of their class in pit lane. Now, they had left pit lane on new tyres, so maybe a cold tyre impact there that has played a part. Will anyone do anything different, though, in this LMP2 class? Tom Katsadonis has gone 1 lap longer. Where are the leaders, though, going to end up cycling through? Where's Connor Jupp relative to Jentel van Wielen? Just wait for that to update on the timing as they all sweep through down the hill into the first corner of the lap. Still waiting for the GTP leaders to come in, so was not wrong. Grid and Go did come in a bit early, but Blue Mercure have joined them now from a little bit further back. Ate Kauppinen's in.
Grid and Go 004 has a mechanical meatball flag, so the black and orange flag from your GTPs onto pit road right now.
So that explains why 3rd of the Grid and Go cars is in. Sweep through, has now updated. 3.5 seconds, Paul, the gap between Blue Mercure and Delatraz Automotive. The overcut has worked out here.
Well, if you think you're doing that, well, here we go. Here's a replay of what happened down into the chute, and it was that Grid and Go car getting involved there, tagged the back of Metamorphosis, and it's 3 classes of car all integrating there.
Can we get another look at that one from up above, if we can at some point, because that's, again, clumsy is the word that I'm going to end up using a bit more than I would like, but it's also part of the aggression levels that we see. Josh Ladd, whoa, sends it on Pedro Valencia, and they make contact off the corner in the LMP2 class, and that was for 4th position, right behind the GTP leaders. And Josh Ladd, former Williams F1 team gaming driver, hot into the fight as Tom Katsadonis from LMP2 is finally in, and the full field is picked from the class.
Josh Ladd was only 38.5 seconds on pit road compared to everyone else's 41.5. So Ladd, obviously a little bit less fuel. Here we go. Here's another look, Arjuna.
So, I mean, I think it's clear Dean in that Metamorphosis car is basically blameless. Paul?
The GTP car did make contact with another car as well behind, which then sends it into the Metamorphosis car.
Exactly. What's your take on that one?
I think Slammer 2 weeks. Let's get him into the cell.
Oh, based on what we saw last week in the UFC, we need now RaceBot TV Fighting Championship to settle all these debates potentially in the future.
Oh please, let's be honest. All of these drivers, they're all very keyboard warrior happy, and will get very aggressive on the keyboard. As soon as you get them into the same room, whenever I've witnessed it in these LAN events, all of a sudden it's no. It's all well and good giving it out on the keyboard. When somebody comes face to face with you, suddenly they get all very shy.
Exactly, that's why we need to do it all in person moving forward. Sean Campbell's just messaged me. He's part of Grid and Go. Remember Jake Dennehan, Isaac Phelps pitting and short filling slightly earlier. They are hoping it does not rain. So that is good for us to be aware of. But their strategy is going to be dependent on the rain not falling, and a strategy that was trending in the right direction last year before strategy did not end up changing. Part of the reason I brought up RaceBot Fighting Championship, Paul, was the rallycross stuff that we commentate on that I missed last week did end up sounding like the RaceBot Fighting Championship.
Well, I mean, I did say, it could end up like a bare knuckle fist fight in the car park of the Rose and Crown. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't. By the way, I don't condone that. If you want violence, watch something that's scripted to wrestling. Your choice of wrestling is up to you. Let's not get tribal about it. UFC, boxing, things like that, it's not my cup of tea, really. So they can keep it. But yeah, I like my fighting hard, but I like it fair in sim racing and in racing in real world. And sometimes you see stuff here where you question the driver's action out there and can be a little bit too aggressive, but there you go.
Let's go back to the GT3 pack where it can get aggressive, but for the most part, these cars have been developed so much by the manufacturers. They are such aero-dependent machines, so much grip to offer as well, and lots to enjoy. LMP2 leader swamped by his teammates in the GTP class as they sweep through. More takers down to pit lane, by the way, in GTP, fiercely forward in their BMW. Remember, just one of a handful in the field. Movano Aurora qualified down in 13th spot, but now run inside of the top 10. But I would expect, Paul, our leaders to come in probably the next couple of laps. No more than 34 laps would be my expectation for this opening stint of this race.
I'm just looking at the fuel for GTPs, and that BMW does have a 1% smaller fuel tank. So I'm not saying that will have that much of an effect in terms of what they're doing, as we're seeing those pictures of finding out the safer barrier isn't the safest barrier in the world, but still able to carry on in all of that. But yeah, 1% difference in the fuel cell size for that BMW compared to the Caddy and Ferrari that's out there.
And when we talk about fuel in the real world, I remember talking about this with Sean Heckman, one of the hosts of Dinner with Racers, as here comes the leading pair in, pit limiter on nice and early. And that's another nice change, the fact that the pit limiter is actually effective now and the drivers are using it as intended. Marla Racing Team, though, Owen Carroll will go one lap longer. But what Sean Heckman was telling me, strategist for a whole handful of teams, including Conquest Racing right now, but the Ferrari has a slightly bigger fuel tank. So to accommodate for that, they have a slightly shorter hose, but has a lot more flow through it. If the driver doesn't hit their marks on pit lane precisely, the fuel hose isn't long enough to adjust, and the driver is going to have to back up in the box or move around. Can't do that. These are the little things that make the difference, though. Pit lane can be so huge, and these drivers getting full service, because in IMSA competition, tires and fuel done at the same time. These drivers have no tire limits, and so, Paul, it's going to be the full service every time in pit lane if it works.
See, this is where I wish we had the limitation on tyre sets. So I could understand why, and I understand the reasons why we don't have that at the moment, but I would love to see that going forward. So you can see then the different strategies at play in terms of when to use a new set of boots and when to double stint tyres and things like that, to give us that bit more variety in stint lengths. But also I miss tyres being separate to fuel. Just again, mixed up those strategies as to what you did, as finally Marla Racing Team extra lap longer. Owen Carroll. So is Owen, my question here is Owen just caring about hitting a fuel number here because he dropped back that little bit from the front two and has only got a lap extra, which still is a good achievement to go on a lap extra?
You know, it's a three-man team. Jaden Munoz, Texan, is quick, we know that. And while Bradley Lenards is relatively new to the BS Plus team, he is impressed from the handful of appearances that I have seen from him. So that's a quick trio. Why do I highlight that it is a trio? Because, well, most of the rest of the teams are double driver lineups. David Adams just got Maxime Briant as a teammate. Now, again, that's a fearsome combination. Augustin Bernier and Daniel Luchko be behind the wheel of the 31. But expect driver changes after the next stint, potentially, for Owen Carroll. And interestingly, not a full tank of fuel for Carroll. He's going to blend out directly in front of Adam and Bernier. Now, his tires aren't going to be totally up to temperature. It's not going to take long for them to get into their full operating window, but as they continue to climb, you're climbing all the way into the bus stop chicane as you chuck it in there with full commitment, cold tires, and Owen Carroll now will pray that the traffic in front of them can operate as a pick, but you can see he doesn't have the grip, he doesn't have the confidence, and set sail around the outside. Blue Mercure back to what will end up being the net lead of the race, but they are 8 seconds back from Jake Dennehan as Blue Mercure 1-2. Grit and Go come through as well.
Yeah, Grit and Go. Oh no! No, the two Blue Mercure cars into the wall! Incredible scenes! Oh, dearie me. Wow, I think somebody's going to be getting a terse email here.
Well, it's self-inflicted. There's no other way to describe it. The replay will show it all, but trying to clear traffic. Blue Mercure getting a bit too aggressive, and carnage. Both of their cars in a flatbed to pit lane, and suddenly Jake Dennehan with a 10-second advantage in hand to Owen Carroll might be smiling through his teeth because the strategy call from Grit and Go has worked perfectly. Ignore Scheser off the road. That is not important. What happens is as Augustin Bernier sits behind, David Adam tries to cut across the nose of the Falcon Sim Racing BMW, and from there it's a one-way trip into the wall and bouncing back onto track. Fortunately, no one else getting tangled up.
The Falcon car did get tangled up in all of that. It got collected by the other GT3 that was there. I mean, where did they think that GT3 car was going to go in all of that? I really don't know. It can't just disappear, and you can't just cut across the nose of a slower class of car like that, or else you end up with that situation. Here we go, here's the Falcon car. They're doing nothing wrong. Get tagged from behind as well by the other BMW. Yeah, that's poor. I'm sorry, that is poor.
It's not even close. Not even
and that
close.
That was a Grid and Go car that was spun around as well in all of that.
So Lettinen actually loses that about 7 seconds. Nikolai Peterson was behind the wheel of the Falcon number 1. He's lost the rear bumper. Not much fault of his own. You can see just shot through. And then unfortunately might just be a spin and loss of time for Grid & Go's 002. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen?
You're not even an hour. That's it. You're not even an hour into the race and you're pulling moves like that. I could maybe expect, sorry, I'm going off on one now, but I could maybe expect that type of move being made in the last half an hour of a race when you're charging down and you've got to run on the leaders and you're thinking, well, come on, we can win this one. But not when you're not even an hour into the race. I'm sorry, that was just, it's unnecessary.
And I'll go back to my usual points on sim racing, traffic management, in that we do not give enough margins typically. And that was one similar situation. Right, let's try and pick up the pieces. I think Owen Carroll, just trying to look at lap times, was that traffic or was that damage on his car? He's still trying to get the tyres probably up to temperature, but regardless, Jake Dennehan, 13 odd seconds now clear in the race lead. So, slightly different strategy. Remember, Isaac Phelps, the other car that pitted early, he's down in 7th spot, 30 seconds down the road. So the strategy hasn't worked out for him. But Sean Campbell, Jake Dennehan, sitting pretty right now. And the way that the strategy will work out if this race goes green, I think I see what Sean Campbell and Dennehan have cooked up here.
What do you think? They started 14th. They've gained 13 places right here in this early going. That incident happening, giving them that kind of lead of 12, 13 seconds, that puts them in a very strong position. And you're absolutely right, though. They've short-fueled it here. We've still no rain on the forecast coming through. We've had another hour of forecast come through from when we last discussed it, and it's still sunny intervals right now. No change in the relative humidity. Well, actually, no, the humidity is actually dropping slightly. So, in theory, that should mean that we're not getting any rain.
So, about an hour complete in what is, remember, a third VCO Grand Slam of the year, a qualifier for the IMSA Esports Global Championship in this broadcast split, and GTD pit stops have begun in full swing. Of course, Grid & Go, class leaders, no fuel saving for Sven Haase, so he's going to be first in, and crucially, before we get to the top of the hour. Novalegio still leading. Nicholas Matteo dropping in behind. That's crucial for Matteo, Paul. He's able to get a bit of the fuel saving from those around.
Yeah, he'll be enjoying that, won't he? He'll be liking the fact that he can get a bit of fuel saving on board. And you did point out absolutely correctly that your race leader of GTD getting that fuel stop in first drops them down to 21st in class, no, 20th in class, sorry, should I say. But they've had that fuel stop, although for me, that was a very long pit stop. Was it not? Or was it 41 seconds? I think my timing was having a little bit of an issue. 41 seconds, that's fine, that's normal.
Yeah, got me scared for a second too, but I was looking at the time increase for Blue Mercury Sports, 5 minutes and counting. Don't think there's any chance of seeing them back out there, unfortunately. Now, pit entry here is awkward. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart splitting the driving responsibilities in the number 98, but I don't expect to see the driver change just yet. Falcon Sim Racing and James Bow may go long, so extend onto the 34th lap of the stint as everyone else hits their marks on pit lane.
As somebody who's commentated on James Burmay's career in sim racing for a while now, I'm hardly surprised that he's still out there running. He's got the lightest of touches of a right foot I've ever known. He has such an ability to save fuel, but still be incredibly quick as well. It is an incredible knack that he has, and I need to speak to him and ask him for his secrets, because I need to work on that myself.
A coaching session, please. That would be quite nice. Wait for fuel to be topped up, and off and away we go. Daniel Lafuente just in front of Nicholas Matteo. It's about a second less time in the box itself for La Fuente, so less fuel needed to be loaded into the car. Still behind Johan Hart. Where's Sven Haase? Is he going to drop himself into the mix? There he is. He won't even be leading. Instead, it will be the Frenchman that cycles through to the net lead. There's plenty of others that have extended onto lap 34, though, beyond the Falcon Sim Racing team. In fact, make it 8 other teams. So, lots able to make it to the top of the hour. We'll see if they're going to continue with that trend of fuel saving, if it will work out, or if these drivers are going to set such a tempo, they're going to break away. Haase onto the back of Johan Hart instantly, and a bit of contact. He's going to get himself out of the groove. He tried to make the move, and Sven Haase's put himself out of the groove.
Well, Sven knows that his tyres are up to temperature and pressure, so he knows that he needs to try and take advantage of that, like we saw with the GTPs a little bit earlier on. The problem is, you're coming up against Johan Hart, who is one of the most experienced sim racers here in this race today. He's a former IRX world champion, so if anybody knows how to go physical in racing, it is Johan. And right there, we saw Johan chop the nose off and go, nope, you're not alongside me, get in line.
There was never really a door there.
There's a move.
There was a door open there as up through turn 9. Half left it open. Once, twice, and thrice. Hip, shoulder, and shove. The move made, and I think now, Johan Hart, if I'm Ellis Jr. in his ear, it's okay, calm down, bud. We'll get him later.
It was a little bit more robust than was needed there, Sven, if you're asking me. But obviously, give and take happening out there on track. There is the Falcon car coming out of pit road. Will drop behind these drivers, but not by much here.
Look at the blend, by the way. It's dangerous on pit entry. It's dangerous on pit exit as well if you drop in behind. Or in front, excuse me. Behind's a little less precarious. Problem is, draft not always your friend, and see how much time and avoid losing as you continue to go up through the gears. What a great racetrack this really is. An old school track, no room for error. And when I was talking with Suelio Almeida last year, who was racing here in the TCR class and in Pilot Challenge Pool, you know what he told me? This place feels like a street circuit.
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at how close the barriers are out there on track. You know, this isn't an FIA Grade 1 venue, that is for sure, mainly because you haven't got 17 miles of asphalt runoff here. It's grass, it's barriers close in, you've got that undulation here as well that makes it feel like a real roller coaster. It's great. I love venues like this though, because they've got that history behind them. Of course, the former host of the Formula 1 World Championship used to finish off the season here back in the 60s and have a big party down at Watkins Glen town itself. So yeah, it's got so much history just oozing through it. And then of course you've got to look at IMSA as well and all the events that they've had here as well.
Looking forward to next weekend, being back at Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen. I'll be on site on pit lane. Ryan Marine will be joining me there as well. We'll get the team complete. John Hindorf leading the IMSA radio team from the Global Broadcast Center, on board with Johan Neshev in the negative delta by Sim Gear. Now trying to avoid a negative delta. Let's go positive delta. Great exit, saw the traffic, cut underneath and puts the power down. Will it be a move for 20th spot as mono competition? Driver change has been made in that BMW M4. And nice and easy slots in on the drop down into turn 1. Now, Paul, there has been an issue and effect simulations. Remember, we saw Benjamin Frigerio earlier. Just took the flatbed back to pit lane. And from what I can tell, that's an unscheduled trip back to pit lane.
I'm not seeing a meatball flag. I'm not seeing that black and orange flag, so maybe, oh dear. That something's not quite right with that car. Maybe or with the equipment for Frigerio.
Yeah. Can we get an onboard for the last 20 seconds of that?
That sounded like it was flat on the it was flat on the limiter, on the engine limiter then when it was parked up.
So maybe the pedals had, because the wheels had also locked hard to the left. So definitely something wrong. I love this camera, by the way. It's not quite the cockpit. Is that a monitor going? Because he's lifted off the throttle. It's almost as though he's being coached through where to go. And then, And
that's
there you go.
Failure. Definite hardware failure there.
So my suspicion is something went wrong. He pulled off, tried to unplug something and replug it back in, which sometimes works, but sometimes, as the Windows overlords smile but sometimes frown upon you, things do not go so well. So I think that's likely what happened there. Back up to GT3. 2 seconds away now is Sven Haase, as Johan Harth over his shoulder looks at Daniel Lafuente hunting him down.
I have a story about hardware equipment failing on a teammate of mine. In fact, it was at this venue as well. Look at how close they get there to the back of that GTP car. But this is second, third and fourth in GT3 right now. But yeah, my teammate racing around here down the pit straight was having to detach his wheel rim from the wheel base and then reattach it every lap because the contacts, something was wrong with the contacts on the wheelbase, and so it wasn't registering gear changes. So every lap he would have to take the wheel off, put it back on, down the pit straight.
That's not fun. That's not fun. I'm trying to... There has been a story, and I'm trying to remember if this was sim or real, where it must have been in the sim, but a driver basically was the shift paddles weren't working, and so they had the dash in the middle of the car. They were using that to shift, and that does not sound fun. That is just mental mind games that you're going to have to play, trying to figure out what's going on. The great thing about sim setups, though, is you can tailor them. So, maybe for an esports driver, it's not the worst thing in the world to have a backup set of shift buttons somewhere accessible. I'm just saying, Paul, iRacing now allows you to map buttons where you're pressing them twice. Maybe if you've got one of those fancy wheels with 70,000 buttons, just map some of those to backup shift options. I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas.
Or if you've got a separate sequential shifter that's on the rig somewhere that you can fall back on if, as you say, if you've mapped multiple things, then maybe you can fall back on that. It's not ideal having to go sort of touring car style shifting in a prototype or in a open wheel car, but needs must in a situation like that. Daniel Lafuente biding his time here in third place behind Johan Harth, and Sven Haase has pulled out that 1.5 second gap now, so he's just breaking that slipstream again at the front.
And I've avoided ranting about it for an hour, but Paul, I don't think I can any longer. You look at this field of GT3s, there's a Ferrari leading, BMW behind, and that's about all the diversity that we have in our wonderful GT pack.
Got a Ferrari in fourth.
True, no, but you know what I mean. It's just the BMWs and the Ferraris, and from what I've seen, that the BOP that iRacing has put together is the cars are within a couple of tenths of a second, which, that is what BOP is meant to do. Anybody who thinks BOP is meant to make cars identical, that's a rather scary moment there, at least watching this onboard camera, meant to make the cars identical, that ruins the point, actually, of these cars racing. They're meant to make speeds in different ways, and those speeds are then rewarded at different tracks. But you want to keep the cars close enough together. Sim racers, especially at the top level, seem to think if a car is 0.2 of a second off, that they've got no chance. I'm just telling you right now that if your car was 0.2 of a second off in IMSA in the real world, you would be very, very happy. Because there are many races where there are cars with a much bigger performance discrepancy than that. You're not aware of it, because people don't talk about it, it doesn't get complained about enough, but it exists. and they find ways around that. Now, in the sim, I know it's slightly different, Paul. We don't have safety cars to bunch the field back up together. But for everyone who's looking at the Lamborghini Temerario in Europe and all the reports of disaster, doom and gloom and blah, 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 other side of the coin, in the US, it's been doing pretty decently since it debuted a couple of races ago. And so, BOP, SHMEOP, just go and drive your car fast.
I mean, it's like we were mentioning about how there was only one Coanda car in this race, which was well and truly retired from this race now. But it was a BMW, and I'm so not used to seeing a Coanda car in a BMW paint. And different cars make their speed in different ways. So if you had a Porsche, for example, that's usually generally thought of as a good sort of acceleration out of corners, with the engine being towards the back of the car and as smoking away as that engine. So I think that they're well and truly retired now. Is the 31, but you've got the BMWs and the Mercedes that are front-engine cars, so they're going to perform differently through medium to high-speed corners to, say, the Ferrari and all of that. They do their time in different areas and different ways. I think because this is such a high-speed track, everyone has just gone for which has got that top speed with the handling through the medium to high-speed corners, and just gone with that. And I think it loses a little bit of its it does make it feel like a spec race to a degree, when you've got that lack of diversity of cars out there.
Still seeing a good fight here. Danny Lorenzo, Ate Kauppinen, Ferrari, BMW M Hybrid. I mean, last lap separated by 0.02 of a second. Their fastest lap's covered by a little bit more of a gap, but the best of the BMW M Hybrids sprinting in through the boot. Now, the windshield wiper not working because there's any actual moisture on track, just for the record. But the outgoing BMW M Hybrid V8, iRacing announced that the nose job version of the car, the Evo, coming soon. Big sniffer and small sniffer is the other way I've called it.
I tell you what, the nose job was doing some work at Circuit de la Sarthe just a week ago, wasn't it? So BMW, one of those teams, always looking at evolutions, always looking at ways of gaining speed, because of course this was one of the old original sort of GTP cars that was announced, really, wasn't it? It was one of the early ones. And so, it's very much a case of evolution, not revolution.
Look how close. Cover the inside on the run up to the chicane. Got to be brave. And never quite working out the long way around, especially with 4 hours and 47 minutes to go. Maybe Danny's been listening to us in the booth, preaching patience. Will we see a Häkkinen and Schumacher moment? Not quite, because Blue Mercure holds on. And through all of that, the GT3 takes advantage. Johan Neschef loses out. All the work that he had done to grab 20th spot away. Traffic rips it away in the blink of an eye. And Sim RC gets so lucky there.
Sim RC gets bullied out the way there. There's flashing headlights from multiple GTD cars. So, drivers getting a little bit antsy out there, not liking some of the moves that are being made, and quite frankly, some of the people in the commentary booth are not happy with some of the moves that have been made as well. But look at this now; they're still absolutely together, these two. Great to watch. Maybe not so much if you're a team manager and you're seeing how close they are getting to some lap traffic. Speaking of lap traffic, LMP2 in front of them right now. Not as easy, just about a 5-second delta between GTP and GTD here. As dive to the inside, take advantage of that traffic. Thank you very much.
That was something. It's not often that we see Danny Lorenzo get so impatient, for lack of a better word, but I think he realized that if he waited any longer, the Ferrari has got enough acceleration and top-end speed that It's increasingly difficult to make moves. Got to take your opportunity through traffic. And as these drivers close in on the LMP2 leaders, Paul, let's highlight them because at one point split by around 2.5-3 seconds. Connor Jups brought the gap back down to Jensel Van Thielen. Blue Mercure and Delatrouse Automotive split by a second once again.
And don't forget, 1 lap difference in strategy there.
Whoa, sorry! Danny Lorenzo has just turfed Pedro Valencia out through the toe of the boots. And well, fortunately, that wasn't the race-leading Blue Mercure LMP2.
Have these Blue Mercure cars got a bullseye on them right now? Have they got a target on their cars? Because, okay, it was 2 teammates who wiped out each other earlier on. But, that's not great. I'm sorry, you're going for a gap that's always closing there, and I do like Danny Lorenzo, but that's always closing, is that?
GT3 is so lucky as well. He saw both of the prototypes coming, gave 2 cars widths to the apex, and just about avoided that bit of contact. And again, so lucky that didn't end up being worse. Now that we've cycled through pit stops and are going to get ready actually for the LMP2s to be down sooner rather than later, quick update, and let's start in GT3, where it's still grid and go. Sven Haase leading from Nova Leggio and Johan Haaf. BS Plus sit in third, with then grid and go and the second of the Nova Leggio cars respectively behind them. Falcon Sim Racing just in front of BS Plus Turner, who are being chased down by Blue Mercure, SDR Sim Racing and grid and go to complete the top 10. In the second class, LMP2, it's Blue Mercure leading from Delatrouse Automotive by PC Design, Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. 4 spots gained for Josh Ladd to sit in the podium positions with grid and go, and Blue Mercure the rest of the top 5. And in GTP, it's been a chaotic last 30 minutes or so, but grid and go, after a short pit and an early pit stop as well, have gained track position, 17 seconds clear of the Mahler Racing team, with the grid and go 002 rounding out the podium spots. BMW M Team BS Plus competition and Blue Mercure's sole surviving GTP round out the top 5. Arjuna Kankipati and Paul Smith alongside of one another in the booth. There's another look at yet another car, unfortunately, that's been departed from the race. 60 starters, Paul, now left with 51 running.
Yes, 51 running there, and in the last car on track that's still rotating is Zachary Lewis in that Altitude 3ME sports car, so they are still carrying on out there, even though they are 6 laps down on the next car, which is a GTD EMM car. So the EMM car, interested to see, they did get repairs done to the back of their car after we saw them involved in that incident earlier on, removing the rear of their car. They're back out on track, but again, they're down on the order as well. But yeah, incident filled. I think it's safe to say BMW and Ferrari sniffing what's coming out of the BMW tailpipe right there, getting that close. I don't think you have a cabin filter, do you, on these cars? You take a little bit too much weight.
It's a good question, actually, and maybe that's engineered into the way that it draws air into the car.
Dennehan's in.
Yep. So going to be a full service, I would assume, for the Irishman, who's just crossed over the 10,000 I rating mark, 10,004 on the other side. Owen Carroll, 9,999 I ratings. And please, sir, can I have one more at the end of this race to be the even 10K? That would be quite a nice picture to put onto social media. While Dennehan sits in pit lane, I see conversation in the YouTube chat about the BOP and a little bit of the rant that I had. IMSA Esports does indeed lock drivers into one car, and there's only a certain number of each as well, so the teams kind of have to fight in the qualifying phase to earn the car that they want. And there is BOP, but obviously you can still have some influence on which car you end up in. Now, out of pit lane, where does Denahan drop. Clean air once again, Paul.
Yeah, the 001, it came in with clean air. And when I say clean air, I mean they basically had half the track for themselves. This time they've got a bit of traffic ahead of them. Clears one car, but then there's a group of 3 cars ahead that they're going to have to work their way through right now. So, did find themselves with a little bit of traffic this time compared to being out in complete fresh air. So, yeah, Denahan, it'd be intriguing to see what their lap times do, because as you say, and quite rightly point out, it was a full service for that Grid and Go 001 car.
No surprise, back on even playing field in terms of the fuel in the pit lane, but on track now, a bit of a sidestep shuffle. It's going to be at least another 10 minutes or so before we'll see Owen Carroll in. He was one of the last to head down pit lane. The only driver after him was Movano Rosso, who are all the way down in 9th position with an hour and 20 minutes to go. Hour and 20 minutes done, 4 hours and 40 minutes left to go. Only fight right now in the GTP classes between the Movano teammates. Thomas Delcourt in front of Loic Rabier. And even though Movano not at the tippy end of the field, no surprise to see them once again in a top split iRacing competition, and I have no doubt they'll be back later this year for another crack at the IMSA Esports Championship, Paul, in partnership with CrowdStrike Racing, who, the reason I bring that up, just won the 24 Hours of Le Mans with our good buddy, Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah, I mean, what a period Lauren Heinrich is having right now in his career. I remember commentating on him back in the sort of late 2010s in sim racing. So to see how he's been able to progress through back into full metal racing. He did come from full metal racing, by the way. You know, it's not like he came from absolutely nothing in esports to full metal racing. He did have that experience there, which has helped. But we've seen how that pathway is becoming more and more prevalent throughout the world of racing, of people who are involved in the sim getting into and getting drives into not just any racing, but top level racing as well at that. So I know the latest one involved with Porsche is of course Josh Rogers, involved in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. I'm not saying that that's top level, by the way. That's very much a sort of club level series here in the UK, but it's the start of that run, the bottom rung of the ladder, working the way up through the series potentially. So some have been more successful than others, but certainly when I think back, the very sort of early pioneers were people like Jan Maldenborough, weren't they, who came through the Gran Turismo series.
Well, and everyone knows Jan because he went on, of course, to have a decent amount of success, but also then the publicity that came with it afterwards. But let's not forget the likes of Lucas Ordóñez, who is another one of the names that people might recognize as a past winner. But there's many others. Nick McMillan, probably not watching, but shout out Nick. Met him through some of the Racing Prodigy stuff. He also got the chance to go and race a Nissan in what is now, of course, GT World Challenge. But after, you know, that year comes to an end and you've got to go out and find the hundreds of thousands of dollars to go racing professionally, the next year it's difficult. So for Josh Rogers in particular, at some point that's going to be the question for him, is does he, like a James Baldwin, have to go out, find that money and maybe deal with what is the most difficult part of motorsports, which is the part off the track. Another name that, Paul, maybe you may not be so aware of is LMP2s. I said they were due for pit stops. Johan Royer and Pedro Valencia, respectively, make their way into the box. Probably next lap by for our race leader, Jentel van Vielen. But Nakib Aslan, who won Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Malaysia, he's now racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. He's part of their Porsche talent pool in Asia, which, you know, it's another one of these drivers that, you know, they get their opportunity, and you and I in particular have seen Porsche recognize and embrace the value of sim racing, which has been really, really good to see. Down through into the boot for the fight behind Johan Harth. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you just have to look at this year's Porsche Esports Super Cup that's coming through. Look at the prize. Instead of it being a big money prize, we've still got a money prize there involved, but it also gives you the opportunity to then qualify for a drive in a series with Porsche. So that's an opportunity that's out there for drivers through the Porsche Esports Super Cup. That's really interesting to see how that's going to progress forward, because if you've seen any of the qualifying, the global qualifying that's been going on for the Porsche Esports Super Cup, that's been incredibly competitive, and that's before we've even reached the regional stage of qualifying, which is coming up in the next few weeks. So certainly it's been hyper competitive, but look at Porsche themselves. They expect a certain amount of sim work from their full-time drivers that come through the Porsche Junior program and into the full-time works driver positions as well.
Absolutely, it's part of the junior shootout as well now, and the two juniors they selected both showed lots of promise in the IMSA Esports final round of last year's championship when they joined us as a wild card. Pit lane visit for Blue Mercure leading from LMP2. Now, where will they drop relative to Connor Jupp in that Delatraz Automotive by PC Designs, who pitted about a lap ago or 2 laps ago? Regardless, tyres are going to be up to temperature, and so as Jentel Van Thielen exits pit lane just in front of SimRC and the Bumblebee, it's another couple of seconds. The overcut's working well for Blue Mercure at the front.
I think it's just that initial warm-up phase of the tyres is really costing you on the outlaps. That's why you want to go as long as possible, really, to make this one all work out there for these drivers. So, yeah, I do think that the overcut is working out nicer, because if you're doing an extra lap or two, you've got hot tyres, a low fuel load as well, you're going to be getting a really good lap time out of that car. Daniel Lorenko is on pit road taking a tour back on the flatbed.
And that looked pretty instant. And it's at the top of the S's.
Oh.
Paul, I'll leave this one with you.
I'm going to say it again, that's Paul driving from the GTP. I'm sorry. Why? Again, we've got 4.5 hours of the race remaining. Why are you going for the middle of the track?
Some will say that the GT3 car maybe moves slightly to the left, but yeah, it's just clumsy. More clumsiness, and the best running of the BMWs now unfortunately finds itself out of contention. It's as simple as that.
I will say that GTD drivers aren't entirely, in every instant, completely absolved of any fault. I'm putting that out there. I'm not picking on GTP drivers, just saying that out there. But in the incidents that we have seen, generally speaking, it's been the impatience of the GTP driver.
And I go back to what Swelio said, right? If you feel like this is a street circuit behind the wheel of the car in the real world, you feel the danger, right? The risk of going off. Look at that wall on the outside of turn 8. That does not look fun to hit. You're going to be aware of all of that when you're making some of these moves. And, that obviously changes the risk-reward level in the sim versus what we'll expect to see next week. But this being such a high-commitment, high-speed track probably does maybe best exemplify the thin line that these drivers are fighting against, Paul, right? Which is the sprint nature of this race versus the terminal consequences of an incident.
I think if you do that move at, say, Circuit of the Americas, you're just taking to the runoff. You're taking that instant point and just taking to the runoff and getting out of dodge. You know, that's what you're doing there with that sort of incident if you're the GTP driver. But here, you don't have that option here. As you say, walls are close. We've got grass on either side of the track. There's no asphalt runoff, apart from a couple of key spots down at the 90, down into the heel as well, and at the penultimate corner you've got a bit of asphalt runoff in those spots that you can take to. But other than those three spots, it is proper old school racetrack here, and yeah, I think you can get away with that sort of move on a more open, wide open expanses of asphalt.
Yep. Didn't you say this was a Lidl liveried car at one point?
Lidl, yes.
Lidl, sorry, yes.
Well, that's what I would say anyway, Lidl, but I'm a Yorkshireman, so you always take my pronunciations with a pinch of salt.
Well, regardless, looks almost Dragon Speed-esque. Play with the limits of the track on the edge of the outer loop before you drop down into the boots. This is where the elevation change really does play its part. Just look at the climb up. Now it's slightly off camber as you power down, come over the crest, and then you'll drop down momentarily before once more climbing up into the next part of the track. Hills, valleys, not far away from Corning, New York, which is where take out your mobile device, whether it's a phone or an iPad. That glass on top of it comes out of a factory just down the road from Watkins Glen International. Carved through the final couple of corners. I mean, I don't think he was ever lower than third gear in the time we were riding on board with him.
Yeah, you don't need to be. Look at this, backing off, lifting off the throttle there, bit of fuel save going on. Yep, third gear again, got a good bit of pull from this this car, and nicely done through the S's then, uphill. Sad story about the S's, of course, that's where we sadly lost Francois Savert back in 1973, the man who was basically being trained by Jackie Stewart, so Jackie Stewart, to be the one to take over from when Jackie would retire. And of course Jackie decided that, right, I'm not racing out of respect for Francois. I said that it's a historic track. Unfortunately, not all of it is pleasant history.
Yep. No, it's a track where initially we started racing on the public roads, and the reason we left the public roads was for similarly tragic reasons as well. So such a great racing venue, and there is, I don't know if we'll be able to get a camera shot of it. I'm pretty sure you can from some of the static cameras that we have, but there is the Sir Jackie Stewart grandstand that sits just here on the right side of the track coming in towards the penultimate corner. Love to see those little bits of the history still sprinkled in for those that will get to visit. Get your umbrellas out next week, by the way, for the record. It does look as though rain is predicted. Pit stops predicted as well. 27 laps, a bit early maybe for Jari Lehtinen, but followed in by Ate Kauppinen 30 laps in. That's a little bit more normal of a fuel run.
It certainly is. Getting that pit stop cycle underway. I will say, just finally on Francois Savert, my dad, back in the 70s, went to a Ford Motorsport event down at Silverstone, and managed to get a photo of Francois, an autograph signing. It's a stunning photo of him. I keep on meaning to ask him to get it scanned and put it out on social media, but it was literally a week or two before the events of Watkins Glen 1973.
Oh, that's a nice thing to have as a motorsport memory. Just looking now at pit lane. Are we going to see the BS Plus competition BMW back on track at any point? We'll have to wait and see. Off and away. Full service for Ate Kauppinen is going to drop him to the very tail end of the running GTPs, which now is just down to 10 poles. So remember, we started with 15 And attrition has played a heavy part. 2 Blue Mercure retirements, 1 Grid and Go retirement, 1 Solpec retirement, before I think technically we got even 5 laps into this race.
Yeah, we certainly did get that from our field in GTP. I mean, you just have a look at it. Yeah, Solpec, they've got 4 laps in. There you go. Their lap count was 4 laps into the race before they retired from this one. So it's had a bit of attrition to this race. When I compare that to one of our most recent endurance events in May of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, that which is traditionally a high attrition event, I don't think it had this much retirement in the early goings, but of course, nice long track for the whole field to spread out there, whereas this one, tightly compact, and drivers having to negotiate different classes of cars very early on.
What I will say, though, is for the Nürburgring 24, iRacing have already said that, they're making steps to increase the available number of cars on a track at any one time, which at some point will mean hopefully we'll get 170 cars on track. And I tell you what, commentating on that race will be just as difficult as driving in it. It will be very, very hard to follow all the different things going on around the 170 odd corners. Owen Carroll 27 laps into the stint as well, so they're not doing full fuel runs at the front of the field. It's probably closer to about a 31 lap stint for a full tank like we saw from Mate Kauppinen, but clearly this Ferrari crew, the Mahler Racing team, figured something out.
Yeah, they've got something in the back pocket there as to what they can do. As I did hear an engine just blow then in pit road, so somebody's car has decided that whilst it was getting repairs, it was time to exit stage left. And yeah, it was the BS competition car. So yeah, I don't think we're seeing that car back out now, Arjuna. I think they'll give up on that repair. Owen Carroll still getting service, waiting for him to come off a pit road. Of course, the second pit stall, away he can go. Mind the safety car, straight off of the pit limiter. Be careful on your cold tyres. Watch the blend line on the left-hand side of your car on pit exit, and back up and running. But that car will not be up to speed compared to the others that were behind until after the bus stop chicane, because the speed that you carry through the 90 at the start of the lap compared to those coming off a pit road, you carry that all the way up to here.
The other thing is tyres will take another lap or so before they're properly up to temperature and pressure window, and that's with this new Michelin compound and vision pattern that they brought for 2026. When these GTPs debuted back in 2023 in the real world, boy, was it a struggle for not just the first 2, but a couple more laps after that to get the temperature into the tyres. And this is what many would describe as a high-energy track for the tyres as well. It will be a hard compound of Michelin tyres next week in the real world, as opposed to the soft and mediums that have been used for the rest of the 2026 IMSA season so far. First appearance of this new compound, and some of the teams at Le Mans have had a chance to trial that out already. Might help the likes of the BMW team at WRT. Here comes Movano rolling down. Thomas Delcourt follows the fiercely forward BMW into the box, and up on the jacks they go instantly, and car disappearing indicates the driver change is getting underway. Nervy moment there between sister cars. Faster teammate hesitated to get to the inside of the GT3, and now over the top of the crest. It's left them vulnerable. The 008, the sole surviving SDR sim racing car, the 577, sat in 10th place, not close enough to look up the inside into the chicane.
We said it was change of drivers. Alex Johnson and Andre Barilaro are the 2 drivers who've jumped into the Fusela Forward Red and Movano Aurora car. Also Antonio Rega into the Sim RC car, so change of drivers for Sim RC as well. So when we say full service, we literally mean full service: tyres, fuel and driver. Best
part about being on pit lane though is being there when the GTPs in particular pull away on their electric power and then fire up the internal combustion engines. Hopefully one day we get the Aston Martin Valkyrie on iRacing at some point, because even though that doesn't pull away under electric power, you're not complaining when the V12 fires up and it screams away, singing out in its high rev note. David Toth started down in 13th, has not really worked up too many positions. There's a bit of a squeeze there from Owen Carroll, still behind the wheel of the Mahler Racing Team BMW. But in GTD, the number 23 World Sim Racing car, that started down in 22nd. It's up 10 places. But the biggest mover actually comes a bit further down, Mono Competition. They're up 13 places so far, taking advantage of what has been some chaos in GTD as well, albeit with just 2 retirements. We are seeing some endurance racing spirit digging deep from the likes of RPM Racing and EMM Esports as well. So always love to see that. Very different GT3s on display as well, Paul. Mid-engine Ferrari, nimble, engineered kind of like a prototype. I'm
seeing yellow flags for the 002. That's in GTP. And that's going to be, that's grid and go, isn't it?
And that's also some driver news as well, because Matt Farrow behind the wheel of that. The Williams F1 Team Gaming prototype drivers being let go at the end of last year. Matt Farrow part of the lineup here. No. Oh, does he come across that? Is that Enzo Tabani, who I was just talking about being up 10 positions? I think it was.
He's had issues. Oh, he's trying to record. To be honest, that BMW has very little that it can do in that situation. The GTP, you only see that until the last minute, to be fair. When you saw that on that cockpit view, people might say, oh, well, you can see smoke and dust. Well, not necessarily. We're expecting that image and that situation in front, whereas when you're driving that car live, you're concentrating on your apexes there, and suddenly you're met with a BMW GT3 car.
And that's where spotters come in crucial. And in IMSA competition, drivers do actually have spotters. You might not think of it too often, but especially at some of these tracks where knowing where the danger is can be so important. It's a valuable tool, and it includes in some of the support series as well. Speaking of support series and the likes of Benjamin Friggerio's teammate Matteo Frigerio. Well, Benjamin had the technical issue. Matteo's, can you call it a technical issue if you bounced over the curbs?
I mean, it's a technical issue involving the part between the wheel and pedals, yes.
Oh, I love it. Pebcac. Problem exists between keyboard and user, my favourite term from my old days in software engineering. Up the inside, Patrick Wolf slots through.
You don't have to teach people how to use IT equipment. I do. That's my job, so yeah. How do you think I feel?
You live the Pebcac day in and day out. Look, Rabier in pit lane. That's a 32 lap stint for him. So they are fuel-saving Movano Rosso. So when other teams are under-fueling the cars and maybe trying to set up for a splash and dash at the end, remember, there are some teams that are doing things different. It's 7 seconds between Denahan and Owen Carroll. There's an 11 lap delta between them, though, in terms of strategy. So big difference there. In LMP2, it's 7 seconds now between Jentel Van Thielen and Connor Jupp. So not sure where things have gone wrong for Delatraz, but this stint of the race, Blue Mercure have extended the lead.
Certainly have, and Connor Jupp, I'm looking at his average lap times. So I've got a view where I can see the average 5 laps. Average 5 laps for Blue Mercure is a 37.841. 38.245 for Connor Jupp. So he's losing the best. Well, he's basically losing half a second there per lap.
Indicative of damage, I would say, Paul.
Certainly something, yes. It would point towards damage, but not like serious damage. Just a slight, say, a little bit of a knock of a front corner of the car or something like that, just to affect the aero enough to slow you down.
Just looking very closely. Looks okay by all accounts as it rolls across the line to finish that's the 63rd lap of the race for them now. GTD, it's still less than 2 seconds between Sven Haase and Johan Haar, so no breakaway there. I wonder what fuel-saving games are going on, Paul. We'll find out in 15 minutes, but remember, there were a couple of teams that extended to the top of the hour, but Sven Haase was in very, very early on, so it might not be long before he's due another pit stop.
Always a good idea if you unmute your microphone.
Professionals.
Denahan is, 17? He's on lap 17 of his stint right now for Grin and Go. Of course, they're on that alternate strategy, aren't they? With that short fuel stop at the start of that first stint. Lap 10 for Grin and Go's 003. So the third place car a little bit longer into their stint. Owen Carroll on lap 6 of their stint as well. But Movano Rosso, they're 49 seconds behind the Grid and Go race leader right now, having just made their pit stop a lap and a half ago. So
yes,
but they've also had an extra trip down the lane as well of Movano Rosso.
And they've just done a short pit stop this time by. So while Aurora have done the full service for Barilaro Hamilton, as sometimes he's known on the Racespot TV airwaves, Marcus Hamilton, that's what his Smurf is called, just for the record. That's an interesting call. So Movano have done 2 different strategies there. Keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, as 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. Just looking through at the gaps in prototype, looking relatively large, with the exception of Grid and Go and Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. I think this battle about to be resumed, although with quite a bit of time having passed since the last time Johan Royer and Josh Ladd were getting a little bit physical with one another.
Physical is fine, knocking each other out of the way and giving each other 7 bells is another thing. So I do like when drivers are firm but fair, and we're waiting to see some of that here. We've seen some good racing. I know quite a few people will be thinking that, well, no, we've seen some absolutely atrocious stuff. Yes, we have seen that, but we've seen some really good racing as well here. Let's not forget that. Some great moves around the outside of the carousel being one of those where we've seen that, or using traffic to be able to get those moves done. I'm looking at the forecast, by the way, because we've got another 45 minutes from the last time looking at the forecast, and it's a southerly wind, so we've gone back to a southerly wind from southeast, and the humidity is predicted to be 69% humidity.
Nice. Very nice. For the record, 69 is a much funnier number than 67. I don't know what the joke is that these kids nowadays, 6'7".
It literally means nothing. That's what the joke is.
But I threw it in. I was very proud of myself during the Sebring 12 hours a couple of months ago. John Heindorf comes down to me at the pit exit, waiting for Porsche Penske Motorsports to come in, and he asked me, what order they're coming in, and I make a joke about 6'7" and the kids going wild, but anyway, neither here nor there. A couple of people in chat enjoying the commentary, and thank you, first of all. Glad you're joining us here for the 2026 iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO, the third of our VCO Grand Slams. It's our Junior Kanki Party, Paul Smith. They've just gotten away with one there, RPM Racing.
Change of underpants needed for the 110 right now, and it'll be a bit of a clean-up of the seat as well afterwards. Jukka Mikkola going along similar style to Hanno Mikkola, of course, former World Rally Champion. Yeah, I don't think that would have been the choice of line through the penultimate corner, though, if you ask me. But well held, sir. Little tip of the hat. Not that you can see that.
Hey, tip of the hat as well to Mitchell de Jong, who's racing this week. Of course, we've seen Mitchell in basically all the iRacing World Championships that you can compete in. Was he the inaugural Rallycross World Champion? Is my memory correct there, Paul, on iRacing?
Oh my goodness! Now you're
I'm testing you.
Yeah, let me go into the history books and I'll get back to you on that.
See, the problem is my history books, also known as Sim Racing Wiki, no longer exist. So I can't check that. But regardless, Mitchell, lovely guy. Used to, of course, be part of the Porsche Factory esports team, and now back in California. But he's racing at Crandon in both the Hypercar and Supercar categories. We've got another iRacing Rallycross driver, Tommy Holman, that's there as well. But I saw on Tanner Faust's Instagram story a bit of a props to Mitchell for the effort he was putting out. Love seeing Mitchell back in a Rallycross car. An X Games medalist back in the day as well. He's back where he deserves to be. I'm sure plenty of the people cheering on Mitchell, especially in the last handful of years, probably would watch a fight like this, though, with close intrigue. A fight between the likes of Johan Harth and Daniel Lafuente.
It's great stuff, isn't it, these two? They've been so close pretty much all the way through this race right now, Johan Harth. He is losing a little bit of time still, though, to Sven Hasse right now, so it's, 2.5 seconds between Grid & Go Esports and the Novalegio racing car. Daniel Lafuente keeping close tabs on Johan. These guys, now we're looking at the pit strategy of these guys. So Grid & Go, they're finishing lap 31 of their stint, and these guys are on lap 30 of their stint. So they're all pretty much running the same strategy here in GTD right now. So these guys pushing on, but Lafuente, I think he's just biding his time, being patient and seeing what's going on.
Just listening, sorry. Little bit of fuel saving. It's often the name of the game in these sort of races, although again, track temperature, a little bit more cloud cover here in upstate New York than we've seen in some of the previous iRacing 6 hours of the Glens. A balmy 33 degrees Celsius instead of the 60 degrees Celsius that I remember having about 6 years ago. I'd been 7 years ago now. 6 years ago was 2020, the year that we unfortunately skipped out on the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. And a race dominated since then by Verstappen Sim Racing in 2021. They won all 3 classes, including GTLM, when it was still bandied around on the iRacing platform. Very different complexion of the race, Paul, though, that we've got here. No Verstappen Sim Racing / Team Redline. Only the one Coanda Esports entry, and now with the Blue Mercure team somewhat self-imploding today, Grid & Go in control in GTP, and GTD really the class where it's left wide open.
Yeah, this is the one where we are getting the most sort of close racing and exciting stuff happening out there. So it's basically pushing on. They're trying their best to see what comes out of this, but patience is a virtue when it comes to a long race like this. But you look at it, you've got Johan Harth and Daniel Lafuente close together. Nicolas Matteo is not that far back either. Neither is Ricardo Rico. Ricardo Rico, that's a name I haven't seen for quite a while, actually. Good to see Ricardo in this race. And James Vermey in 6th place is a good 4 seconds off the back of them. So rather close for the podium sitters right now.
Yes. I mean, this race is not done. And Connor Jupp, the pace has been brought back up slightly in LMP2, so 4 hours to go. Paul, you're going to be stepping aside as we do a bit of a commentator change in the booth in a couple of minutes, but you'll be back for the last 2 hours of the race. And we know that Watkins always does deliver. We saw a little bit of the impatience at the start of the race with traffic management, but that same impatience, it leads to the classic finishes if we're set up for it at the very end.
Certainly does. I'm looking forward to jumping on a bit later on with this race. It's certainly been intriguing, if not chaotic, to start off with, but it should be good. And Arjuna, I'm sure you and O'Leary will be able to fill my size 10s very aptly.
Well, for someone who often says that we should repay Sebring, he doesn't, but he can't listen to me right now, so I'm just saying that so he also can't respond. But it's a relatively smooth surface here at Watkins Glen in comparison, so I have no doubt we'll joke a little bit about that as well. Just in front of Roman Pascucci is the Grid and Go Ferrari. Again, we've only really got Ferraris and BMWs in the field. And no surprise that the first taker to pit lane was the first taker to pit lane in the opening sequence of the race. Our leader, Sven Haase, back down into the box. And will it be a driver change as well, with the first double stint now officially out of the way?
It's worth pointing out, 33 lap stint there for Sven. So keep that in your notebooks if you are watching at home. Johan Harth, Daniel Fuente that we've been looking at most recently, they're now on to lap 33 of their stint. So I think we're going to be seeing the GTDs onto pit road very soon.
A couple more laps, that's the hope. If you get to the top of the hour, you are comfortable. The thing that always makes your strategy calls more difficult in the GT classes is you don't know how quickly the prototypes are going to go, how many times they'll end up lapping you. That might end up determining if you need an extra lap at the end of the race. Sven Haase stays in the car, so it's going to be 3 hours for him, and then 3 hours for his teammate Jarno Koch to close out this 2026 6 hours of the Glen. And Grid and Go currently looking like they may be on course to locking up another spot in the IMSA Esports Global Championship kicking off later this year. Already the schedule has been announced. We know the 5 dates. Beyond that, more details to be shared in the next couple of weeks and months as we build up to the start of another championship season. This championship started all the way back in 2022, which means quite remarkably, I'm going to have to count on my fingers to confirm this, but this is year 5, Paul. It
is, yes. I mean, what a partnership it's been between IMSA and iRacing and VCO as well, involved in all of that. I mean, VCO has been an incredible organisation to come on board into sim racing and to really put on events and support events like this special event as well. It's just been such an incredible series, has the IMSA Esports series, and it's one that I always like to just sit back. It's not one that I work on, so I get to sit back and watch it and listen to the dulcet tones of yourself there, Arjuna.
Well, we've kept you busy, I think, maybe one round for race control, but...
Shh, don't tell people I worked in race control once.
we didn't make you do the difficult decisions, right? We left other people to those hard tasks of the live race control.
They kept me away from track limits because they know what my thoughts are on track limits.
Which, it's a good thing we're not talking about them here at Watkins Glen anymore, that is for sure. Really enjoyed this first couple of hours, but as we get ready for our change in the booth, I tell you what, let's go on board and drink in the sights and sounds of Watkins Glen International. Can't quite do that in GT because we are expecting pit stops sooner rather than later. So instead, let's jump on board with Johan Royer in the Grid and Go 005. Now let's see a couple of laps here at Watkins Glen International at speed in an LMP2 car. low-power LMP2 spec. That's what we're told. Plenty of momentum and speed rolling through Watkins Glen International. Change in the broadcast booth. Arjuna Kankipati still here, joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary for the next couple of hours of this race. 2 hours done, less than 4 to go. And Ewan, well, they couldn't help but trip over each other at the start of the race in many cases. And so 60 starters down to 48 cars out there and running. There's still plenty of excitement as our GT3 pit window is in full swing.
Yeah, at the end of another hour. Yeah, I have to say I'm not particularly surprised that we're missing a fifth of the field after only a third of the race. I was surprised, however, how good the first run through traffic was. I got the sense, actually, that once they'd done that for the first time, the overall leaders, they kind of thought that, we've done it now, and we're out in the clear, but that's not the case very much.
I apologise for cutting you off, because welcome to the broadcast booth. Marla Racing Team have just been involved in what I assume is a monumental wreck. It happened coming through the final couple of corners, and another contender for the win here has fallen by the wayside. They are on the outside, navigating through, and then that looks like a technical issue, and maybe contact with one of the Nova Leggio cars as well.
I don't know. I think that is just clipping the grass and overcorrecting and spinning headfirst into the wall. We'll have a better idea if we see on board, or maybe from here, to be honest.
Right.
Clips the grass, oversteer, overcorrects, bang. And that's a head-on impact there with the, I think it's a Nova Leggio car with nowhere to go through the final turn. And that, as you say, is one of the main contenders, really, for this race victory, out of contention. And look at the gap that it gives Jake Dennehan now as well. More than 30 seconds over the rest of the field.
It was Nova Leggio. It was the second of their cars, Nicholas Rubilar, at the controls at the time of the incident, having jumped in to replace Ricardo Rico. The drama. Big drama as well. Let's focus in now on GT3. It's still Nova Leggio in second. Remember now, Kevin Ellis Jr. jumping in to replace Johan Harth. I mean, what can you do if you're Nicholas Rubilar? And confirmed, I think, by the way, that that's not a hardware failure, Ewan. You are right. It was the grass on the left-hand side that sent the tail end of the Ferrari around through the long right-hander.
I mean, there's just no room for error around here. You spoke about the track limits a few moments ago, but the added side effect of that, the fact that there's not really any track limit discussion here anymore, there's also no room for error. There's also grass lining this racetrack pretty much all over. There's also walls very, very close to this racetrack pretty much all over, and nowhere closer than at that final corner where Owen Carroll has just gone head first into that wall there. That's a really hard hit. He's got a meatball, no need to say that, I suppose. He's going to be there for some time, and there's only 8 GTPs left in front of the rest of the LMP2s. It's an extraordinary attrition rate early on here. It
goes back to finish first. First you must finish, and I think that is something that we often forget in the sim racing world. GT3 now cycled through. Thibaut Prévost in the best place of the Blue Mercury GTD machines, in front of Cody Deeth, the Falcon Sim Racing BMW M4. Of course, that Falcon team ran by the Door Esports group, and as ever, putting together another solid special event showing. We're about 5 seconds adrift from the battle for the podium spots, though. Nova Leggio, BS Plus, and Grid and Go locked in a three-way fight. Now 5 seconds back from Sven Haase, who, in the latest pit stop sequence, yes, he's pitting a couple of laps earlier, but crucially using that to good advantage. And now, well and truly established in control of proceedings. On board with Cody Deeth. You can see the dirt that's been picked up through the final quarter from you and all the drivers that have been putting the left sides off the track.
Yeah, just showing there, Cody Deeth, that you don't actually have to be properly on the grass to get a little bit loose towards the final corner there. Just felt the BMW getting away, and when it's a BMW that you feel getting away from you into the final corner, then you really are in trouble. It's one of the most stable of the GT3s, but it has just seen that final corner get a little bit more mucky, a little bit more dirty. It's not one of those circuits, Watkins Glen, that has gravel on the outside of it, so we don't normally see the sort of loads of stones over the racetrack as you do somewhere else. because gravel's been brought on, but we are seeing dirt in a couple of places. You just see it slightly on the braking zone there at the bus stop, although it's nowhere near as obvious as it is into that very difficult final turn.
Into pit lane for Pedro Valencia, second in LMP2, still waiting for the leader, Jentel van Thielen, to make his next trip in. So Delatraz Automotive have already done a driver change now, so Corentin Miller, who takes over. The defending race winners now have some work to do as Blue Mercure have a couple of lap advantage on fuel and seemingly a gap on track as well. We will be 3 wide, not quite in the grass, but forcing the issue there. Mate Kauppinen lunges up the inside. He's been on a bit of a tear today. Jinks up the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. as well in the number 98 Nova Leggio Racing BMW. And then the LMP2 cars battling Grid and Go and Scuderia Volpa with Jesse Telkula and Aleš Remenik. There's so much going on as all three classes overlap with one another, and Daniel Pastor in that Grid and Go 007 watches that LMP2 fight. Drag race down to turn 1. Telkula on the inside, but sweep that momentum around the outside if you can. That's what Remenik wanted to do. Doesn't quite work out. They'll be in the draft as they begin to climb up the hill.
Yeah, well, just stuck in. You wonder whether he's almost too close, because look at that, he's got almost nowhere to go. Now he does, as it opens up over the top of the hill there through turn 3. But he's going to have to tuck back in again now. He's on the outside, almost showing like, I don't really want to go through side by side here, so you can get back into line, please. And they do run single file through the bus stop chicane, thankfully. As you mentioned, there's so much going on here, but I do feel like we're getting close to a point where there's so many cars falling by the wayside here that the field and the track is going to be comfortable with a number. It always happens in endurance races, especially here when it's so busy at the start. There's always a number of cars that it's comfortable with, it seems to be comfortable with, and it feels like we're reaching that number quite soon. I mean, we have lost nearly a quarter of the field. It's got to be at some point soon where these rate of incidents just slow down a little bit.
I think we have actually probably reached that point, to be honest. The field, 48 on track, not that far removed from what we'll see starting next week's Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen. In for Blue Mercure, and in jumps Tristan Cabrera to replace Jentel van Thielen. Meanwhile, Jake Dennehan, is it going to be Sean Campbell in to the 001? Not quite. It's going to be Dennehan staying in, and I was chatting with Sean Campbell about an hour or so ago, and he was saying that Jake just didn't quite hook up the qualifying lap, and maybe that's one of the reasons that they went so aggressive with the first pit stop of the race, pitting early and short fueling, give them some clean track position, and now find themselves in a great spot, Ewan.
Yeah, they really do. Showing that, and I'm really pleased that we're seeing a race in an iRacing special event where actually patience and survival has become a huge factor in winning the race, because in recent years that's becoming less and less of a factor, it seems to me. But here in this race, here in this Watkins Glen 6 Hour, this year, it has been a huge factor in who's still at the front. Now, they've obviously not done the job yet. They're down to 4th here, and it is going to be a little bit of a discussion point as to where this strategy is actually going to fall by the end of the day. There's so many, I mean, there's barely 2 teams who are left in the GTP race who are pitting on the same lap because of the different strategies. Patrick Wolff and Jake Dennehan, for example, are almost as far apart as they possibly could be in as far as their strategy is concerned. So that does have to figure itself out, but they're in a mightily strong position. And this next stint, I would imagine, will be Jake Dennehan's last. If they want to split this in half, then the next stop will probably be the best time to do that and get Sean Campbell into the end.
Agreed. There are a couple of 3 driver lineups through the field, but for the most part, I think of those still running, it is 2 driver lineups. Mate Kauppinen will hand over to Alexander Spetz at some point. Marcus Hamilton, Loic Rabier have been bouncing back and forth as well. I'm really just hoping that maybe we do end up seeing a bit of the endurance racing spirit from some of those that are sat in pit lane. For the lead, this is for the lead as well, at least for the time being. Tom Katsudonis will drive down to pit lane in a couple of laps' time. Drives up the inside of Tristan Cabrera, loaded up with fuel. And the lighter car rockets off through the outer loop.
Yeah, I treasure that change for the lead there, because I'm not sure we're going to see too many more in LMP2 unless there's drama for Blue Mercure. They've dominated this race. I'm I'm not sure out of strategical things like this, they've actually, failed to lead any of the laps so far from what I've seen. They've got out to a second or so lead, not massively, but a second or so very early on, and they seem to have just consolidated that from there. Their most likely challengers are probably Delatrace Automotive, who are next in line, rather than the WSR Esports car that's just passed them, because Tom Katsadonis does, as you say, have to make another pit stop. By the way, in the Spirit Endurance point, there is already one team who are running a long way down, Altitude Freedom Esports, but hoping that they're only, 10 laps down. So, we'd like to see somebody a little bit more. Although, having said that, 4 of them who are down on pit lane, as far as my timing is concerned, still have meatballs to serve, so they actually can't come out again yet.
My laugh, by the way, is because we legitimately said 2 hours or so ago that when Altitude Freedom Esports headed back out onto track, well, at some point we're going to mention them again. And there you go. You brought them back up. Again, endurance racing spirit. Love to see it. Hoping Nicholas Rubelar maybe heads back out there. But we'll see. We will wait and see. Plenty of IMSA action, by the way, coming up. Of course, next week is the Sail in 6 Hour at the Glen, which includes not just the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, but Michelin Pilot Challenge, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Mustang Challenge North America, and the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. But tomorrow, there is more IMSA racing, Airbnb Endurance Challenge. The reason I bring that up is you'll be familiar with all 3 of the voices on the broadcast team. In many ways is an iRacing broadcast crew that is going to be talking you through tomorrow's 2-hour endurance race for the LMP3 cars, coming from a hot, humid, and hopefully slightly damp Virginia International Raceway, hoping the forecast leans in the correct direction to bring us that little bit of spice. Cabrera doing a great job at the front of the field, even though he's got a lot more fuel than Tom Katsadonis does. Sticking close, staying in the draft, and I think we'll see Katsadonis exit stage right this time by, and we'll see just how difficult it can be sometimes to coordinate a pit entry. In the real world, it's pretty simple. Stay to the right side of that yellow line at all times. Tom Katsadonis instead cuts a wide arc, tries to carry speed on entry, slow it down on the middle of the corner, and bring himself down to pit lane speed by the time he hits the cones.
I was going to say there, the fact that Justin Cabrera has been able to stay so close there, despite the fuel difference, the weight difference, therefore, it might actually play into a bit of a disadvantage, because it does mean he has to think a little bit about what he's going to do as far as skipping past Katsadonis is concerned when he pulls down to the right-hand side. I can't really tell which way of doing it is better, to be honest. Whether the way we do it here is better than the real world or the other way around. I think it probably works for each. The real world way works for the real world, and the iRacing way works for the iRacers. I think it's probably the way that it works, but yeah, Cabrera will have just had to think about that a little bit, so as not to clatter into the back of Katsadonis there, but he would have had, hopefully, had a team telling him that the pit stop was likely that time round, and he hopefully would have been aware that that was going on, and, well, clearly he was, because he skipped by to the left-hand side there, and is able to retain his 5-second lead.
Kevin Ellis Jr. still just in front of Rainer Tauvar, and Paul Smith made a great comment, which Kevin Ellis Jr., Johan Hart have been some of the unluckiest drivers in terms of joining teams and then seeing those teams shudder. Back together as teammates for the first time in quite a while, which bodes well for them. It's an ominous sign for their competition that they're sitting second, albeit now 6 seconds adrift from class-leading Sven Haase, who has stint by stint just edged away at the front of the queue. Other thing that Kevin's been doing in some of the downtime he's had with some of his between joining some of the teams, he's joined us on RaceSpot TV a couple of times, Ewan, and I gotta say, great driver, lots of great analysis to bring to the broadcast as well. Yeah,
as these ex-drivers do. I don't say ex.
You just called him an right click.
He is a driver. What do we call them? Not even semi-retired, just sort of drivers looking for something else to do. I don't know.
Drivers with extra skill sets. There you go.
Drivers with extra skill sets. I don't know.
That sounds ominous. That sounds Liam Neeson-esque, kind of.
I don't know. Whatever you'd call Kevin Ellis Jr. Drivers who've got time on their hands. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, as they tend to be, actually, very, very good at sort of analysing a race and knowing what it's like to be there, because as much as we watch, we watch a lot of iRacing, whatever, we watch a lot of racing. We don't often drive a lot, and so, we need them to sort of remember what that was like, and especially at this top level as well, which I've certainly never been anywhere near. I'm
struggling to keep it together. Ex-pro racer Kevin Ellis Jr. He's going to come and join us.
He's not on a proper team anymore. He's just having a laugh with his mate here.
He's going to come join us in the booth in about 2 hours' time. It's a good thing Ewan's going to be far removed at that point, and Kevin and Paul Smith will have a catch-up once he jumps out of the car following his double stint, expecting Johan Hart to jump back in then to the end of the race. We'll wait and see if there is to be any drama at the very end. You know, Watkins Glen always can deliver. Windshield wiper works, but Rainer Talvar, there's 0% chance of rain right now. 1% chance of rain in 90 minutes' time. Is he just using it in the future?
I mean, he's maybe hoping that will help rain come, I suppose. I don't know.
Is that the version of a rain dance?
Yeah, the windscreen wipers version of a rain dance, I suppose. I don't know. It's very hard to tell, really, who's going to be hoping for rain and who isn't at this stage. And generally, obviously, when it's dry like this, everybody tells you never use your windscreen wiper. You'll just make your screen very dirty. But they've just been in the pit lane, to be fair. Will have had a tear off, and they look fairly clear. But yeah, that might have just been one of those things. I've got no idea. I don't know if it does it automatically anymore. I suppose it doesn't. Does it really with the rain? The wipers don't go on their own anymore.
No, I think you have to do it. Maybe there's an auto setting, but this is beyond me. I am now just a person that talks about race cars rather than someone who has any actual knowledge about how they drive at this point. There was an incident out on track for the wonderfully named and wonderfully liveried Chippendale racing team. Not quite sure how much time Jeremy Rollo has lost, but 4 or 5 seconds. Oh no, it's just some classic miscommunication. And Paul Smith said it several times, but I say it as well. The throttle pedal works in both directions.
Dear oh dear. That was a classic case there, as you say, of miscommunication. He was expecting the 28 just to move to the left-hand side, and so didn't lift off at all. And yeah, that's caused a sad incident, really, more than anything, for the GT3 there on the left-hand side, coming down in towards the toe of the boot. Very avoidable, I think, is the word for that. But we've seen a few of those so far today. Prototype versus GT incidents that have been, rather avoidable.
The most avoidable of all was one right here with the leading Blue Mercure GTPs. One tried to clear a GT3 car and jink up the inside, but a bit too optimistic, slammed into the wall and slammed into the teammate, and instantly lead changed hands.
Sorry, just on that, can I go down memory lane a little bit and ask, when in an iRacing special event, let's say the big five, if you like, of the VCO events that we have had in the previous years or whatever, when was the last time two teammates in such a high-profile way took each other out like that? I'm struggling to rack my brain. Answers on a postcard.
No, I am thinking about this now. And I had just said moments before that incident that if you're the team manager, surely you tell them to bring down the cross teams, but not inter-team. I think that's probably part of it as well. So, yeah, especially in a special event, as there's not really much that will spring to mind. So, they'll be debriefing post-event. You have no doubt about that. I'm sure the drivers probably allowed a bit of time to go and decompress. Don't need to debrief with all that adrenaline coursing through your veins. And we'll see. We'll see if the team bounces back in. Well, the next of our endurance special events is not far away. The iRacing Spa 24 will be coming up sooner rather than later. The next of these IMSA style special events comes up not far after that with the Road America 6 hours. Very excited about that.
Yeah, it does feel good to have a 6 hour at Road America nowadays rather than Indianapolis in the real world. I think it probably suits it better, just a little bit. And it's good to have that in iRacing as well. Part of the sort of endurance racing summer that we've been experiencing really here on iRacing started back, I would say, probably with the Nürburgring 24 back in May, if we can count that as summer. I know that's not geographically correct, but you get the idea. And it stretches all the way to about there, sort of late summer. We have some of those later events, some of those more unusual events, I suppose, that have not been on the calendar quite every year. We've seen in recent years 8 hour at Suzuka and things like that, and at Fuji a long race in GT3s as well in the very late summer, sort of early autumn, as well as now that race at Road America as well. So looking forward to that one as this new era of 5 IMSA endurance races continues on these days.
And coming up, I think shortly after the Road America special event, is one that I think you and I were on the commentary for last year. That was an absolute belter, maybe one of the best fights we've commentated on, period, which was the Portimao 1000.
Jake Dennehan was involved in that as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was Jake Dennehan, Sean Campbell against Diogo Pinto, Gustavo Ariel in the HPD, the open wheel, open topped, I should say, prototype car. Again, one of the best fights that we've seen, mainly because it was cars that they did not run that frequently, and so allowed them to race side by side. Lots of that as well before things unfortunately ended kind of how you'd predict with close wheel-to-wheel racing. But we'll enjoy how the racing was before the inevitable incident. Quick update as we watch the fight outside the top 10 between Falcon Sim Racing and Maniti Racing. It's now up to 6.5 seconds between Sven Haase and Kevin Ellis Jr. So this GT3 field just all running to a tempo right now.
We see this so often, don't we, in GT3, or whatever it's called, in your race. Often running together because the margins are just so small. As you mentioned in this race, normally it's about the BOP bringing the manufacturers close together, but actually Ferrari and BMW pretty much the only choices towards the fronts of the field here, which means that those margins are pretty much nil anyway. So yeah, it just means they run very, very close together. And don't forget Watkins Glen, it's not a draft track like the likes of, you know, some of the Monzas of this world or whatever, but it does have some fairly long straights that you can just save a little bit of fuel in, and that does discourage overtaking sometimes and encourage the lifting off a little bit towards the bus stop chicane, for example, and that often clumps people together as well. So we're going to see this tempo for a while, I feel, until they know they're comfortable, until they know maybe they're in the final hour. But they do have to do something about grid and go. Talking now about the guys who are really sort of second, now just in a 2-driver group, by the way, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rainer Talvar. They do have to do something about that gap, because as much as Haase has been able to gain 6 seconds in 2 hours and a half, it's going to be hard to bring that back again. So they're going to have to start thinking about doing that very, very soon. There's only 3.5 hours to go, and that sounds like a long time, but it's going to go away very quickly.
I wonder how much more fuel the leader's going to need to take there relative to some of the others that are being a bit more tentative. Cody Deeth is, maybe 10 seconds off the lead, but already has a 3-lap advantage that will only continue to grow. In from the lead comes Paddy Wolf. Great to see him back up front, by the way. Paired up with Sven Noller in the HS Racing Donker number 29. Marcus Hamilton is in 2. That was a 27-lap stint, so definitely not a full tank in the Movano Rosso car. And still waiting to now get a benchmark to the gap back to Jake Dennehan. But already we know for a fact that Grid and Go are going to make an extra pit stop. Question is how much extra time will they need as well. Same sort of story in the GTP class as to what we were talking in GT3. And in LMP2, it's been going back and forth. After Connor Jupp lost about 3 seconds to Jentel Van Thielen, Corentin Miller, who has gained back about 1.5 seconds on Tristan Cabrera. 5.5 seconds between our LMP2 leaders.
Yeah, and that is a sort of gap that's been developed right from the very beginning as well for the LMP2s. We've seen remarkably little lead changes in the other two classes. GTP, there's been quite a lot of drama so far. We've already talked about the bits for Blue Mercure and all the other fights have been going on since then as well. Owen Carroll just half an hour ago having that big crash through the final turn. But for the other two classes, the pole sitter and indeed therefore the leader off of the start, as they both held their leads, have rather been comfortable at the front of the field, and so it's created the situation that we're seeing at the moment, and they're not really changing. As I said in relation to the GT3s, it's true for the LMP2s as well. They need to start thinking, those who are not in the lead, think about how they're going to close this gap and start doing it very quickly, because these 6-hour races are this is going to sound strange. These 6-hour races are getting increasingly shorter, i.e. the amount of time that you have to close big gaps like that are getting smaller, and so 6 seconds at this stage is a worrying. Corentin Mouliot has got to think about how he's going to close this gap and start doing that quite quickly.
Almost halfway through the race, like you say, we are ticking by lap. On lap 93 for the GTP leader right now. In comparison, on lap 84 for the GTD leader. So almost 10 laps more for the prototype cars in just about 2.5 hours of racing so far. That chance of rain still on the horizon is a very small chance, but that could be the thing that opens up the door for potentially more than just Paddy Wolf in the GTP fight. Jake Dennehan 10 seconds in front of Fiercely Forward, who still owe us a pit stop, as currently running the best of the BMWs. That will change once they've headed down pit lane. So we've got 2 BMW M hybrids running left in the class, 1 Cadillac V-Series R, and then 5 of the Ferrari 499Ps. At some point, hopefully, we'll see Ferraris racing in the real world stateside. Maybe that will come with the newly announced convergence that will happen in 2030. Adjusted rule set technically to bring GTP and Hypercar a little bit more in line with technical rule sets that now will be shared across the two. I'm excited for that, Ewan. Excited to see what will happen in the future of the prototypes.
Yeah, excited for that, especially in IMSA, where... Am I still correct that we're losing Acura at the end of this year? Is that still
unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, so, it's not existential for the class at the moment, absolutely, but, you do worry if another manufacturer were to go, what would happen? So, yeah, I'm pleased that they're looking forward so far in the future, because only looking into next year, and IMSA have always been very good at this, because they always announce the calendar at Sebring for the very next year, and that allows everybody to plan ahead quite well, and they're doing that again with the technical rule set as well, which will hopefully help going forward as well, get some more manufacturers to IMSA, because it does feel at the moment to me like WEC really hold all the manufacturers, and IMSA still have good racing, and there's no doubt about that, but they don't have as many manufacturers.
Well, what's funny when you say that is there's obviously the two obvious ones in WEC, Ferrari and Toyota. Toyota have never really had much of an interest. They have enough marketing in other forms. NASCAR is just a much more represented sport in the US media than sports cars is. So, that kind of makes sense. Ferrari, they've always said that they need someone else to put up the money, and they, of course, and Risi have said that's kind of a difficult ask when it comes to that car in particular, and this class, given the slightly extra costs over a DPI that the hybrid systems and whatnot include. But then some of the new manufacturers that are coming, the McLarens, the Fords, the Genesis. I know Genesis already racing, but those are all built to the LMDH rule set, which is technically the IMSA quote-unquote spec, intended to be a bit more constrained in their development. They've all gone over to the WEC, so hopefully those are 3 more manufacturers that at some point will head into IMSA, and at that point, the reason why I really want them in IMSA, get them on iRacing. You see how I'm going with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm absolutely up for that. There's no doubt about that. One thing on the Ford, though, you mentioned the reason for the Toyota maybe not coming over because of NASCAR representation in US media, etc. Wouldn't Ford be running into the same problem there, since they're in NASCAR as well?
No, because Ford care a lot about the Mustang and sports cars in general.
Well, fair enough.
Whereas for Toyota, at least previously, look at their GT3 car. It's a Lexus, right? It's not a Toyota. And those are marketed as two separate brands, right? There's one being the slightly more luxurious. It's literally in the name Lexus, if you go and look at the history there. It's luxury export to the US or something along those lines. But yeah, no, I think
it sound terrible. It's a nice name until you explain that.
I know, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I've just ruined the illusion
the prestige.
For you. Yeah. Oh, but anyway, with Ford, we're just hopeful, because the car looks like it's going to be interesting. Oh, Corrington Milleroo, what's happened there? He has shed the rear bodywork off the car, and second place gone in the blink of an eye.
Wow, and that was really coming down, by the way. Cabrera in the last couple of moments must have had a terrible run through this bit of traffic we're just watching at the moment. It is the GT3 leader, I suppose, but here it is, in towards turn one. Oh, and there's going to be an argument about that between Grid and Go and between Dennis Automotive, because Milleroo will argue, well, you were nowhere near far enough alongside me there, and the Grid and Go car will say, yes, I was, and that argument will go on.
Well, I don't think there is really much of an argument there. The car was not alongside enough to justify really forcing the issue. That was not Jake Dennehan, that was Darius Andre in the second of the cars, so fortunately, Dennehan being a bit more careful through traffic, but Andre was only 6 seconds or so back from Paddy Wolf. That's why he was being so aggressive. And my goodness, not just rear bodywork lost, but that right rear totally gone and moving nowhere.
Well, why aren't they towing? Oh, that was a replay. Sorry.
That was a replay, yeah.
Sorry, I thought that was live. Sorry.
Our producer,
okay.
Hugo, throwing you under the bus.
Sorry, I thought that was live. Fine. No, that was on replay. So, yeah, meatball for them, and that's going to be another long repair. That, by the way, is going to give us only 8 LMP2s who are ahead of the GT3s. So, the GT3 leader, will be in 17th place overall. Last year, by the way, they won from 17th place overall. And we're not even halfway through the race yet. They're already 17th overall. Just gives you some perspective.
That is crazy. And go back to what I like to say, GTP stands for going to pass, LMP stands for let me pass, and GTD stands for going to die. Too often that is the tale of traffic, and at least for the most part, safety in numbers. There were 32 GTD cars that started this race, and we've only seen 4 of them retire. There's been, if you include Delatraz as a likely retirement from this race, 4 retirements in LMP2. Only 13 of them started the race, and of the 15 GTPs, now 6 of them watching from the sidelines. Attrition, as ever, plays a crucial part in these races. Cody Deeth, though, latched onto the tail end of Thibaut Prevost and riding this train up to the podium places. Remember, at one point, these drivers were a good 5 seconds adrift of Daniel Pashto, Reina Talvar. In the draft now and closing.
Well, it just shows that you can turn these gaps around. This is what I was mentioning a few moments ago, because it doesn't really matter in LMP2 anymore. That gap's basically doubled for Cabrera, but in GT3, it's very much still in play here. Sven Haase, 6.5 seconds back to part-timer Kevin Ellis Jr. in second, and Reina Talvar in third. That's a joke. And they've got to start thinking about doing this soon. But they can do it, as these guys slightly behind those have done here. The likes of Pashto, Prevost, Deeth, not that far away from getting in a train with the Novo Leggio Racing team now. And maybe a force of 5 will be a bit more formidable, but we'll wait and see on that. As I say, though, it does show that it is possible here. These gaps sometimes look like they're just unchangeable, immovable, but they certainly can be moved.
It's a big drama in LMP2 is now not quite handed the win to Blue Mercure, but they are comfortably now ahead of the rest of the field. 10 seconds, and with a couple of laps in strategy to bank 2. Nearing the halfway mark, BS Plus Turner, Elias Reicha under fire from Roman Bastucci for SDR Sim Racing. Give a shout out, by the way, a little bit further down through the field, outside the top 10. But now, as a result of all of the chaos, mono competition, a plus 20 places, started down in 32nd, running in 12th. That is remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. Paul Lobmeyer, one of the great things about this event, in the way that the classes are distributed, the way that the entries, I should say, are distributed, 32 GT3s, less than that as prototypes as a whole. So lots more teams can get in GT3, and it means we do see a few names that we're not used to seeing, like mono competition, which I'm glad to see here doing so well, moving up 20 places from the very, very back of the field. With Paul Lobmeyer here, but also we were just on them a moment ago, SDR Sim Racing and Roman Pasucci. That is a team we don't see too much of all the time in top splits, and Roman Pasucci as well, but actually showing sometimes these teams who we don't see so often show that when they're in the top split they absolutely can compete with some of the big names.
And that's why I think Spa's going to be good. I'm really looking forward to seeing what that's going to be. If we have 60 cars in that field as well, we'll see some of those smaller teams once again, so a real opportunity to find some of those up-and-coming teams and drivers. Just quickly, by the way, taking a look through the results of previous VCO Grand Slams this year. I think this is the first one I've actually commentated on, given the way scheduling has worked out. Drago Racing and Williams F1 Team Gaming were winners in GTP and GTD at Daytona. At Sebring, it was Verstappen Sim Racing and Grid and Go. So as it stands right now, there's invites to be earned here in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. The winners in GTP and GTD in the broadcast split earn 1. However, no team is allowed to use more than 2. So at this point, Grid and Go can hold on to the win. They will have locked up a spot in GTP alongside a spot in GT3 as well. So we'll build them up nicely to the start of the championship later this year.
So I know I shouldn't ask questions about these kind of things on the broadcast, but I'm going to, since you're the best person to ask. Sorry. When somebody wins who's already got one, does the invite go down to the other places, or does it not get given?
You've got to win to earn the invite.
Okay. Fine. That makes sense, after all. Otherwise, you have people finishing in 5th at Road Atlanta getting an invite or something. So, that does make sense. But it is an added motivation, as if we didn't need one already in these VCO Grand Slam events in the special event calendar. And I do feel like it makes some of these drivers think a little bit about winning these, especially these ones. I mean, I think no matter what you do as far as Daytona is concerned, people are going to want to win it, right? It seems to me that is the big one in iRacing, to be honest, and has been for some time. But especially for some of these smaller ones, and especially I think for the Road America 6 Hour, where ordinarily would people be that motivated? We do a lot of racing at Road America already. And yes, it's a special event, so people get up for it. But is it going to be taken up as much as if the VCO Grand Slam wasn't around? I'm not sure. So I think it is a good thing for, especially those smaller IMSA endurance events.
Just trying to remind myself, because there's been quite a bit going on to start the year off. But when we look back through special events, Watkins Glen in particular has always been one of the most chaotic and frenetic, and that's what made the red line dominance of it for so many years so impressive, winning all 3 classes back in 2021, and then while they didn't win either class in 2022, went back to 3 classes the year on from there, and 23, 24, 25 won at least one of the classes in each of the years. Getting a chance to see someone else at the top of the standings this time by as the HS Racing Donker GTP dives down the inside of a very close pair of BMWs, the Solpec Precision car just in front of Luca Vanch. Ryan van der Grip in the Maniti Racing 378, he's there as well. Like I said, strength in numbers for these GT cars. Now that there's we've seen the prototype numbers reduce so significantly, it's harder for them to get away with bullying each other so much. GTs can still use it as an opportunity, though. Here comes Luca Vanch up the inside.
tried to there, but he didn't have the exit, caught up on the inside as he was through terrible turn 9, as I'm going to continue saying as well. But yeah, just to go back to the previous point, by the way, on the previous year, as I say, Redline, Delatraz Automotive and Drago Racing won the 3 classes. So with that late crash, we're going to get 3 new winners this season, at least 3 winners who didn't win last year. So there's a bit of there's a good thing for you, especially considering Redline's dominance through the years. And as you say, it's been so remarkable because of the chaotic nature of this race. I just think if you were to start one now, it's a crazy place to have such a long endurance race and such a tight circuit. Obviously, really enjoy it now, and obviously it has great history as well down the years. But it is not the best multi-class racing circuit in the world as far as what it's suited as far as to what circuits are suited to multi-class racing, and as far as avoiding incidents are concerned. Every time it is very, very messy every year.
You know, I kind of agree, but I also think that it's an easy track to figure out what to do, actually, for the most part. I think the most difficult part of this track is the S's. Because as you come over the top of the crest, the GT car wants to cut across to the right side, and sometimes, depending on how quickly the GTPs and prototypes are arriving, that can be a difficult decision to make. But for the most part, the GT car is so committed around this track that there's very little that they can do in terms of their line. So it's pretty simple for a prototype, if it's not being uber aggressive, to decide when to hold back and when to try and get the slingshot off the corner. So I agree with you that we've seen a lot of incidents, and therefore it likely wouldn't be considered such a great track for multi-class racing. But by the same token, neither would a place like Lime Rock, and I'm very excited to see what IMSA looks like next year when it goes back to Lime Rock. Sorry, chat message that's just come through from the 287. So let's quickly talk about them as Vukovic gets the run on Michael Kaibach climbing up the hill. They are just behind that 287 ATR Argentos machine on National Flag Day in Argentina, proudly carrying the flags of Argentina, colors of Messi and Maradona, as he puts it. Gonna have to be careful though, because Vukovic is dribbling his way closer and closer to the defense of Agustin Fernandez, and now that defense about to be tested.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not 2 men known for defence, by the way, those 2. As it
breaking
in the
defence there.
I know this is a sim racing show, but how good was Messi the other night? Goodness me. Anyway, yeah, they are going to have to think about defending quite a lot in the next few moments. Again, some of these, as I said earlier, some of these teams that we don't get to see very often in the top split, just great to see them towards the front, and again competing with some of these more familiar names that we see time and time again in these top split races. And just to go back to the point you made about the Spa 24 as well, that is one of the real things here about the Spa 24, the fact that we are going to have so many teams for that one, so many competitive teams. So hopefully it's not a 1-2 teammate bump draft battle all the way through, but you never know. It was quite extraordinary to see last year in its own right.
It was, but yeah, hoping we see a bit more competitive action. Love the gold wheels, by the way, on the side of that ATR machine. Just really accentuates the look. Really kind of does give you the sense of an Argentine jersey down to turn 1. Even though Vukovic has lost some of the bodywork off the back of that BMW, it's not slowing him down as Movano slips up the inside. That was hesitation on all fronts as there's 5. Make it 6 GT3 cars on top of one another. Vunch up the inside. Fernandez is going to lose 1. Will he lose another? Can Michael Kaibach in the Solpec Precision 112 follow through? He'll hip and shoulder his way through, that's for sure. Bullies his way past the defense.
It's a big train here, and so everybody realises that if you see an opportunity, you sort of have to make the most of it. And that was a little bit aggressive, but a good pass, I think, in the end from Michael Kaibach in the Solpec Precision Racing 112 BMW there to get past Agustin Fernandez, whose time, I think, at the front of this group was pretty much over. And Kaibach made sure that he wasn't going to spend any longer behind the 287 than he absolutely had to. He was aggressive into the bus stop, but he made it work. And that just proved your point, by the way, there about the Movano prototype going through at the S's. a really underratedly difficult part of this circuit for lap traffic, and there is an example.
Our good friend of Racebot, Tyler Matson, who will be racing in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. When he came here last year, he told me that the first time he went up through the S's in the previous generation Cup car as well, which has less downforce than this year's car does. But he told me it was an intimidating experience. Well, it is flat in those cars, but it takes you a lap or so to figure out the line and to have the confidence.
I used to watch quite a long time ago. V8 Supercar League was maybe 10 years ago in those generation of cars. Imagine them up the hill here. It was not quite flat out each time, and it was basically a competition to see who could get as close to the wall as possible.
Hopefully not going to see that this time by, as Ryan van der Grip pulls alongside of Agustin Fernandez. Gabriel Ivanov in the negative delta by Simgear. Ferrari not going to take advantage, but a bit of a parachute, the ATR 287 right now. Seems to be a bit struggling, but also maybe trying to hit a fuel number. That could also be it, with 27 laps on the stint for them. 25 for Maniti, and 31 for the negative gear car behind. So expect that to be very light on fuel as Ivanov up the inside at the toe of the boot. It gets off camber as you come over the top of the crest here. If you can swing out wide, you can put the power down and roll through. The tidal line doesn't quite work all the time, but Ivanov still has the opportunity to hold on. The second of the Maniti cars, the 178, it's the last one that ATR is looking over the shoulder at.
Oh, look at that switchback. What a great move down the inside that was. It's Mike Danhauer who's gotten through there on the inside of turn 9. Wow, that was quite a dramatic switchback on the way up the hill there. But I was just about to say, the floodgates really were open there for Agustin Fernandez, and they were broken open by Luca Wunsch a lap or so ago. And once that had happened, I think in hindsight, then they were all going to come through. They all believe that they're quicker than Fernandez at the moment. They're probably right. And they've all gotten through as quickly as possible. That was nice and efficient, actually, from everybody in the group, and nobody did anything too dangerous to actually get the moves done. So that was pretty efficiently done.
Chance of rain is slowly increasing. In about an hour's time, it's 4% chance of rain. Doesn't really sound like much, but just 15 minutes after that, it's up to 8% chance. So we'll keep you updated on forecast news. Watkins Glen in the summer is known for some hot, humid days, sometimes for some sprinkles as well. And for some of the leading cars, that gap that they have currently got in their back pockets, not necessarily all that comfortable. Elias Riker still feeling the heat from Roman Pascucci in that SDR Sim Racing 577. You're not going to miss the black and pink BMW. To be fair, you're not missing the split-liveried BS Turner car either.
No. Big fans of these two teams as commentators because of that reason. You're never going to miss them either. And you're never going to misidentify them with, especially the iconic BS Turner livery on number 96. Over the top of the hill here, it does seem like these two are working together, Riker and Pascucci, rather than the grip. Well, I'll say that. Pascucci looks to the inside here, and maybe that working together is over. I thought he would just bump draft him down the back straight here, but no. And Riker doesn't fight him, understands the scenario here that fight would be supremely unhelpful.
Discretion, the better part of valor. 10 minutes to go until the halfway mark. Ooh, a little bit wide as you bobble back onto track there. Elias Riker hoping to sit back into the draft and the tyre tracks with remaining LMP2 contenders sweeping through. Quick update then with LMP2 pit cycles, not quite complete, but getting there. We'll start at either side of them. Start with the GTPs, where Jake Dennehan leads the race, but Patrick Wolf is 30 seconds back on a very, very different strategy. Chance of rain might make things interesting, might bring that 30-second gap down, but it's also keeping Darius Andre in the hunt in third spot, the second of the Grid and Go machines. Alexander Spetz has jumped into the Blue Mercury Esport at number 32, the sole surviving Blue Mercury GTP. after two of their contenders ran 1 and 2 for the first 50 minutes of the race. Fiercely forward, Movano Aurora and Sim RC. Remaining field, 8 GTP cars with less than half the race left on track. In the GTDs, still Grid and Go leading by 6.5 seconds from Nova Leggio with BS Plus competition in third. Grid and Go, Blue Mercure, and the Falcon Sim Racing team then 10 seconds covering the top 6 and a bit more of a gap to SDR Sim Racing, BS Plus Turner, Grid and Go, and Sheza Esports Norby Kish behind the wheel of the number 2. Into pit lane though comes the leading LMP2 as we get ready to sequence through the final couple of LMP2 takers. Blue Mercury Esports have a comfortable lead over the rest of their class. Net second is Grid and Go, but waiting for Nexus Talk Lab and WSR Esports to pit before them. Just 8 of those LMP2 cars left on track as well. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary in our RaceBot broadcast booth. And a race that has had a lot of its drama, Ewan, play out in the first hour or so of the race.
Yeah, it has. Certainly the first two. The first third of this race always happens here at Watkins Glen, where incidents and accidents really define the day, especially in traffic. And I mentioned it at the very beginning. I actually thought the first run through traffic, GTPs passing GT3s on the first occasion, was one of the best in recent years. Oh dear, that's contact meantime. Oh, where's that Ferrari gone? I hope that Grid and Go for... Oh no, he's... sorry, it's not Grid and Go at all. It's Blue Mercure actually in one of their Ferraris. Thankfully, they haven't gone on to hit the wall, but that's just a flavour of the sort of traffic accidents that we've been having so far. As I say, that first run through traffic was fine, I thought, as far as what I was expecting. But after that, from that point onwards, it has been very, very busy with incidents, and it leaves us with just 8 competitive GTPs, 8 competitive LMP2s, and the GT3 leader already in the overall positions that they won from in last year's race. Just shows you how much attrition we've seen in the first half of this one compared to last year, for example.
That was lucky, but unfortunate as well for Thibaut Prévost. Big moment through the penultimate corner, and that is as committed as it gets for the GT3 cars. You're trying to keep your foot planted to the floor as soon as you can get back onto the throttle after a slight dab of the brakes. The LMP2 car just lunges up the inside, and small contact. A good save from Thibaut to hang on as well. Tristan Cabrera, by the way, has been able to enter pit lane, leave pit lane, and still be in the lead of the race. Such is the margin that Blue Mercure have over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and don't forget, last time round, Tom Katsadonis was able to pass Cabrera because of the difference in weight, because of their fuel. And this time round, he's nearly 9 seconds, away from doing that. And so that just shows you how quickly Cabrera's going at the moment. Charlie Puya went 1 lap longer than Cabrera last time round, although they did pit on the same lap the time before. He's coming 1 lap later at pit stop number 4, but Nexus Talk Lab are some way behind. The real gap, as you mentioned in the rundown, is back to Grid and Go, and yes, it's Telkala, who is 9 seconds behind at the moment. That seems lower actually, doesn't it, than the 12 seconds it was when Delachas Automotive crashed, but it is still a large gap.
Telkala's been out on track a little bit longer. Maybe that's helping him out in this couple of laps as full fuel load for class leader. Sven Haase into pit lane in GT3 and out of the car, handing the keys, not literally of course, over to Jarno Koch, the leading contender. Now going to see if its 6.5 second gap can hold, or if driver 2 is going to be at a slight disadvantage. Back down into the boot these drivers will drop. Of course, NASCAR makes its turn a little bit harder to the right through the outer loop. And, you know, we were talking about all the different cars running up through the S's. And I've just had a thought, which is that probably the wildest ride around Watkins Glen is in one of the NASCAR machines. Probably the Xfinity car, since it's got 900 horsepower or whatever. But that, if a supercar seems uncomfortable, similar sort of story for NASCAR.
Well, and of course they do actually race there, unlike the V8 supercars who we don't in the real world. But in the real world, the NASCARs do. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, this is the sort of well, for me anyway, watching NASCAR when I started to about just over 10 years ago, this is the road course. That has very much gone away because there are so many on the schedule these days, but it's a classic place for NASCAR racing, although of course they don't use this layout. Although the NASCAR schedule going the way they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they did one day.
Yeah, they should and they could. It would lead to some different racing, that's for sure, but it would be... I mean, Shane Van Gisbergen's still going to win. You know, that doesn't change. But
well, yeah.
Other than that, the last time MX5 came here was back in 2023. So the reason why I'm looking at that is Nathan Nicholson. He would have been racing here in the trucks a couple of weeks ago. So I might send him a text message and say, what's it like? I don't know if he's raced an MX5 around here, but compare a Miata versus a NASCAR truck around Watkins Glen. Another pit lane visit, B.S. Turner and the Grid and Go 008, David Bosga in that 008. Just waiting still for Ellis Jr. and BS Plus at the front of the queue to head down to pit lane. But their goal, remember, is to get to the top of the hour. They're trying to shave potentially some time off their pit stops, or potentially, depending on what Sven Haase, Jarno Koch have worked on strategy, an extra pit stop, a splash and dash at the end of this race. But time will tell. Working back out to the line is the 005. Only now 7/10 back from Tom Katsadonis, but remember, Katsadonis owes us a pit stop, so on board. I suspect that Katsadonis is doing the big lift and coast, saving a lot of time by just trying to cut out a pit stop from this race based on the body language of the car.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would put him right in the conversation for a podium, so it might not be the worst idea at all for WSR Esports to do this. We'll just make a note of how much further than the likes of Tokler and Cabrera he's actually been able to go at the end of this stint here, because this is quite a good marking point really at 3 hours to go, considering we're at the exact halfway stage of this race, and it is in GT3 as well, as some more stops happen here. Canales Jr. into the pit lane as well, and he's led a few more down pit lane, but still not quite making the top of the hour there in GT3, whereas a lot of teams are. Anybody able to make it to the end of lap 102 this time round, for example, is making it to the 3 hour mark, and so got firstly a good idea of how long this race is going to be, but also a good idea as to whether you're going to make it or not. Yeah,
BS competition, that red asymmetric entry, that did go 1 lap long with Cody Deef has as well. So there are a couple sitting pretty in terms of strategy. Where is Ellis Jr. going to drop relative to Jarno Koch? Of course, Jarno's already now been on track for a couple of laps, so his tyres are going to be up to temperature. Back out up into the S's comes Ellis Jr. I want to say the gap might have actually come down, but we'll wait for it to stabilise in a lap or two's time, and we'll check back in. Meanwhile, Ryan van der Grip still very close to Luca Vanch. They have been almost magnetised together for the last hour or so.
Yeah, certainly since I've been here, they've been pretty much locked together, even when stuck behind other people, as we saw earlier on as well. We're in a bigger group before, but now it is just the two of them for 6th position, running nose to tail. And as I said earlier, the scope for fuel saving when you're behind somebody like this does increase fairly dramatically, so you can see that very much playing a role in these battles that just are seemingly immovable, as the overall race leader comes in now, by the way, and Sean Campbell gets in for the first time. That might be the last we see of Jake Dennehan today. Might
be the last I get to chat with Sean Campbell as well, because he has been
he takes and drives.
True, but I'm not going to bug him. I've been happily buzzing him with questions. We were talking about setups and all sorts of things, including the fact that if we do end up with some rain, these GTPs already relatively softly sprung in the dry, so their adaptability in the rain is pretty good, so not expecting much drama there. Back onto track and in clear air once again. And they've done a good job of that through the course of the day. Might not be important given how other players have fallen away, but if the race was to keep close, it could have been a lot more interesting. What has happened to both Daniel Pastor and to Tristan Cabrera, because they have lost bucket loads of time, and this might open the door for the LMP2 lead to be challenged once again. Down to 5 seconds, through the penultimate corner, another, wasteful lunge up the inside. It was never going to work, and Tristan Cabrera has put Daniel Pastor off into the gravel and cost himself some time and surely done damage to the right front of the car.
He's done loads of damage. Jesse Telkala is cruising towards the race lead here. The gap down to 4 seconds now. It was 1 second. It was 5 seconds rather when we started watching those replays. Came down by a second during those replays. Now that might just be, that's a very small sample size, and maybe that's just because of traffic, of which there's still a lot for those LMP2s. But he's absolutely done damage to that car. I'll be sure of it, especially considering the damage that was done to the GT3. He made it clear what he was doing there, but the GT3 is entitled to turn in one day. And Cabrera might just have given up a really good chance to win here this afternoon for Blue Mercure, the only class they've really got a chance of winning from here. He is a long way back, and you always have to remember, I always think prototype drivers forget about this sometimes, you've got to remember they don't have as much downforce as you. It's
not just lack of downforce, it's the commitment. It's a slight dab on the brake, turn it in, and hope it sticks. It's the GT car cannot delay its turning anymore at that point. And again, it's another leader from Blue Mercure who has made a decision that might now end up costing them the race. Lap times equalised a little bit more, Ewan, so I'm going to try and avoid being doom and gloom. Only lost 2/10 last time by. Question is all about the right front. How much damage have they got?
Yes, exactly. And this is a place where you don't want front-end damage. The importance of the downforce in these LMP2s around this place is perhaps more than any other VCO Grand Slam over the course of this season. It's a massive place for the downforce on these LMP2s and the GTPs for that matter. You can't afford the damage that Cabrera might have just picked up there. And Jesse Telkala has got a big chance now to really close in for GridandGo.com Esports. It's going to be a fascinating next few moments as this battle continues post the incident. And here's Cabrera getting towards the back of another Grid and Go Ferrari, by the way. He'll be getting flashbacks.
Now, flashbacks indeed, yes. I'm just, again, looking. He's gotten about as lucky as you can get there. I would have expected a bit more damage on the right front of that car. I talk about this with real drivers as well sometimes, that there is a benefit of of having raced in a prototype and a GT car. You're aware of what the other can and can't do. Sometimes it makes you a better driver in traffic. The reality is, you only learn from experience. There's no classroom you can sit in to master traffic. The classroom is the racetrack. Daniel Pastor, it's been a lengthy trip down pit lane for him. I am not sure they will be heading back out anytime soon. Maniti joins them for what is a scheduled pit stop after 35 laps. Blasting past the GT cars. They hold the inside at least though, and look at the train. Prototypes mixed up. GTPs and the LMP2s. Elliot Naren directly behind Balash Ramaniuk. And taking advantage, the GTPs, one of them blows right past.
Well, yeah, and one of them tried to get past on the grass there and realised very quickly that wouldn't have been a very good idea. But it doesn't get any easier to watch, does it, over the top of the S's there when you see all three classes together like that. The speed difference is quite something to behold. Thankfully, on that occasion, the GT3s were very aware about what was happening behind them, and therefore they could let that go on. But yeah, that was a clenching moment for me anyway, watching that over the top of the S's. We follow the LMP2 battle though, as finally that Movano Ferrari does indeed get past. That was past, by the way, that we saw there for Darius Andre on Andrea Barilaro. He chose the wrong line, Barilaro, really. I guess he thought the inside would open up and it just didn't, and it actually cost him a place there in the end.
Barilaro is going to be into pit lane in a handful of laps as well. We are, by the way, halfway through the 2026 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO. Third of our VCO Grand Slams in 2026. And another one of our iRacing special events as we continue to clock through the endurance races. Beginning to look forward to some of the different events. Dirt Oval, Dirt Road, Brandon Championship coming up at the end of August. Lots to look forward to. No doubt about that. In that LMP2 fight, does look like a wash. Christian Cabrera and Jesse Telkala, 4.5 seconds still between the two of them. Then behind them, Balas Remeniuk and Elliot Naren in their fight for third. Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim, the white and purple. Blue Mercure, second one of their cars.
Sorry for giggling. I can't believe, by the way, Cabrera's got away with that without damage. I cannot believe it. I really can't. I thought that would have been for sure front-end damage. And as I say, that would be catastrophic here, but he seems to have gotten away with it. His lap times look absolutely fine again.
Yeah, the racing gods have smiled on him. There is no question about that. We'll find out if he does have any small repairs to make in pit lane, but clearly has been able to minimize the impact. Meanwhile, BS Plus Competition jump in front of Nova Leggio Racing courtesy of the pit stop sequence, but they're now 7.8 seconds back from Jarno Koch and Grid and Go. So that gap's opened up slightly, Ewan.
Yeah, it has. It's going the wrong way as far as these guys are concerned now. And I wonder whether Rainer Tauvar getting out front here and pushing on indeed is maybe a bit of a reaction to that. Does he believe that he's quicker than Kevin Ellis Jr. right now and might be able to, if not get away from him, then at least drag this group onto a bit of a quicker pace here in chase of Jarno Koch in front? Not sure whether he's going to be able to manage that or not, because that gap hasn't come down. Indeed, it's grown, and we've only lost time in this race. As I say, we're in the second half of this race now, and it's 7.5 seconds. But we do have a new driver in second place, at least a different driver from the previous hour, and that might well turn the tide in GT3. Maybe it won't. Grid and Go looking in control at the moment, but it's their strategy that's the biggest question mark for me hanging over their race at the moment. They pitted 3 laps further ago than Tauvar and 2 further ago than Kevin Ellis Jr., which it's making me a bit concerned about what that means for the end of their race, really.
What we do know, though, is while BMW is the dominant choice, Ferrari is very evenly matched. In fact, you know, I think it's really hard to say one is better than the other, as Marcus Hamilton makes his way into pit lane. Oh, I had thought that iRacing had updated this car to be the Evo, but there was a livery that really confused me at the start of the day when we were watching them. No, welcome to the Nose Job Club, BMW M Hybrid V8.
You make it sound like you've had one.
No, I haven't.
I'm not saying you need one either, by the way. That wasn't a comment.
You reinforce my internal...
That wasn't a comment. That may have come across badly. I was looking, by the way, earlier at the Blue Mercury Sport Ferraris when they were at the front. I was thinking, well, their livery's making the Ferrari look a bit weird as well. So I was all at sea a little bit earlier on, but as you say, the new BMW, which to be honest, think it looks better. Although I like the old one as well.
You know, actually both look good to me. I'm not going to talk about that. What I will say is, you know, the reality is that these are substantial upgrades to the car in the real world, which has been quoted as being part of the reason for why Acura is pulling out the arms race, as they called it, between the manufacturers. But the updated Evo trades a bit of one-lap pace for a bit more consistency over the stint, so wonder if that's something that some of the drivers have felt as well, if the car is now maybe a little bit less quick on one lap, of course not accounting for the BOP, a bit more drivable over the course of the stint. Let's not forget, that car added to the sim before it was technically homologated for the real world. We got it 3 months early here on iRacing.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and BMW have been very good at this. We've got the M4 GT3 even earlier than that. I can't remember how early. But,
6 months or something, yeah.
Yeah, it was maybe even more. It was fantastic. So as I say, BMW have been great at this for some time, actually getting their new car, whatever it is, into iRacing, actually before it's in the real world. Just it increases the excitement about people seeing it in the real world, because they get the flavour of it on iRacing as well, and it's great. I hate to use the term great marketing because racing is so much more than that, but it is great marketing as well.
No, 100% is. The fact that you can say, drive this race car before it's actually raced, or as it's debuting, right? It is 100% a big thing. And a lot of the manufacturers, when IMSA Esports started, were amazed with the reception that they were getting. And so it's been great to see what the manufacturers have started to recognize the value of sim racing. Into pit lane for Alexander Spetz and Blue Mercure. So that's going to give the lead back to Sean Campbell in the Grid and Go 001. There sits the Ferrari, sharing with Ante Kauppinen, who was really on a mission at the start of the day. Could still have a podium after an eventful race so far. Meanwhile, as BS Plus Turner Elias Riker back on the tail of SDR Sim Racing, this time with Fabrizio Belziti at the wheel. Still close between Elliot Naren and Balas Reminiak. I think that's the fight for all three steps in LMP2 are going to be close, because Blue Mercure are now only 3.5 seconds clear in the lead of LMP2.
Yeah, hard to tell what's going on there in the lead battle, as in, is that coming down because there's damage going on there, or just circumstance that Tokala might have been able to catch up by a second or so anyway, had that incident not happened or not. Very hard to know which of those is actually true, but the facts are that the gap comes down to 3.5 seconds between Tokala and Cabrera, and that LMP2 story, I think, has quite a few more lines in its book, as it were. There's quite a few more things to happen there. So, and as you say, the other step on the podium, the bottom step, is still close between Reminick and Noren, and they're, by the way, within 15 seconds of the LMP2 lead. If we see an insane battle for the lead, then it won't be too long before they're hanging around that sort of position as well.
Script writers aren't quite done. The multiple time slots, by the way, of the iRacing special events do allow drivers to race a bit earlier. I was looking on social media. Rob McGuinness, who will be racing next week in the 6 hours of the Glen with Triotti competition, also racing Pilot Challenge with Random Vandals Racing. He won his split in, I believe it was the GT class. If you were racing in one of the previous time slots, let us know how your race went. Did you survive? It is always question number one. We will acknowledge the reality. Did you survive? If the answer is yes, then tell us the rest of the story. If the answer was no, I'm sorry. Hopefully you get another chance.
Yes.
And that's the benefit of these 6-hour races, at least, Ewan, is you can do one Friday, do another Saturday.
Exactly, and you don't get to do that every weekend here on iRacing in the special events, as in some of the races are just too long for that. I mean, the only special event I've done, as you know, was the 24 Hours of Spa, and we all agreed at the beginning, if we crash out on lap 1, we're not doing the split in 4 hours time, because we'll effectively have been driving for 28 hours, and that's ludicrous. So we made that agreement before, and thankfully we avoided a humongous crash at the beginning. Thanks to Enzo Fazzi, thanks for that. Yeah, but these are the things, aren't they, about the 6-hour events, as you say. Even if you get to the end, to be honest, and complete one, you can do it again. Why not?
Including if you weren't going to do it solo. I was just thinking, that's the next challenge for a Matt Malone, who likes to do all sorts of races solo, including the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Do 2 of these back to back. In some ways, that's probably more draining than a Bathurst race.
I think it is.
That does not sound easy. Just outside the top 10, mono competition. 21 spots already. Ways down the road from Cheza Esports, but what a fight it's been. Gabriel Ivanov in that negative delta by SimGear, 81 behind. Well, very different strategies, to be fair. They are 5 laps separated in fuel window. And as much, Ewan, as you and I, we prefer when you do tyres and fuel separately. It incentivizes a bit more difference in terms of strategy. We have seen some different calls in terms of fuel loads and levels through the field.
Yes, that has been very encouraging. That's one of my favourite things about this race, actually, that it does provide that, I like the long circuits, like even as long as the Nordschleife or whatever, or Spa that we're going to go to in the GT3s. They're long circuits, and that means that the amount of laps you can pit on are reduced. because of the reduced amount of times you pass the pit lane compared to a place like this, where in the top class the lap times are in the 1:32s at the very best, and so you're coming past the pit lane a lot more often. It's not only that, but it's also the amount of traffic here that really creates a motivation for people to go on completely different strategies. And look at the top two at the moment. Sean Campbell only just out the pit lane 10 laps ago. Aidan Mattes 29 laps into his stint right now for Fiercely Forward Red, who for now are second, but HS Racing Donko might well move up into that second place because they're only 3 laps into their stint. Next team 14 laps in, Grid and Go. Next team 30 laps in. You get the idea. It's a really, really mixed up field because of all of those factors, and it's a Watkins Glen thing. It's not particularly a thing with this setup of classes, really. It's a Watkins Glen thing. It's a thing about this race which I really enjoy.
60 starters down to 44 running, so definitely been a lot of attrition, but still plenty of competition on the track. Outside of this fight, 13 seconds down the road from them, Falcon Sim Racing. They're still leading from Maniti and a second Maniti car in the fight for 14th position. Outside of that, it has started to separate out. That includes BS Plus competition and Nova Legio Racing, who for second and third have been almost joined at the hip for so long. Always difficult to stay joined at the hip when there are lunges in traffic like that by John Aylen in the Sim RC Cadillac. Squeaks through, didn't make it easy, and now the LMP2 car has to wait, be patient, and go to the outside as they come over the crest of the S's. Oh, nervy times.
That was contact there between the Ferrari as well. It's just... Oh, no, there's more contact here. The Ferrari didn't realise it wasn't clearing towards the bus stop, and there's contact with the mono competition BMW. That was a complete misunderstanding of where he was in the straight there, where the cars around him were, and he just goes straight into the side of the BMW, which looks, unfortunately, like it has a bit of damage.
And so here Paolo Rapucci sweeps through in another Maniti entry. But Tom Wallstrop, I think, slightly faultless in that situation. The Ferrari had already had a moment on the grass coming over the top. And then, yeah, I think, unfortunately, just totally unsighted. But that is, again, unfortunately, Gabriel Ivanov just not realising where he was. And that's a pretty bad one.
Sorry, not only that, but the 13 broke early to allow the LMP2s in, and the Ferrari just didn't realise that. And, well, because you wouldn't, as you say, that it was unsighted by the 2 prototypes coming past. So the whole scenario there, basically, where lots of different conditions working against them, of course, an incident that I can forgive them for that one. You know, some of the incidents through traffic have been a little bit difficult to look at. You can absolutely see how that one would have happened.
Yeah, I can kind of see it from how you're describing. Unfortunately, it doesn't really help. BMW was doing the right thing. Wrong place, wrong time. Benefit of the sim world, at least, though, is there's no damage bill to be paid, which in the real world can be totally faultless and still end up with a massive bill to go back racing the next time around. The interesting thing about Watkins is it just feels like this race started about 20 minutes ago in some ways, but we have finished 3 hours and 20 minutes, and we have effectively got a regular IMSA race left. 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go. Unfortunately, about 16 competitors now waiting in the paddock with damaged race cars, and will not see the checkered flag. It's a busy track here in upstate New York still. On board with the 178, just behind his teammate. And then Luca Bunch just down the road. The car they're chasing down. Got some traffic between them. Just look how much you're fighting the rear end as you start climbing. Slightly off-camber corner. Rolling the power down, trying to avoid getting into the traction control.
Yeah, indeed. I heard quite a lot of things since the recent week 13, by the way, about how to manage the traction control in a new way in the GT3 since the update. It's always the thing, isn't it, after week 13? Lots of drivers discussing how to drive the GT3s since the updates, and whatever has been changed has happened. And and everybody has to spend the week or so just figuring out how to get used to it all again. And not long after that, we've got one of the big special events here at Watkins Glen, and yeah, it sadly has produced just the BMW and Ferrari that people have had to learn here, because that's pretty much all we've got in this race. But I'm hoping we'll have more variety in a couple of weekends' time at Spa, which always does produce lots of different GT3s. Sadly, no more Ford, but we do have lots of different. Oh no!
Whoa, okay, that is not Sean Campbell. It's Darius Andre, but another jump scare. Not the first time today that Darius has been involved in moments down the entry into turn 9, and I get the sneaking suspicion that is just jinking through traffic. It's with Reina Talvar, second place. And this is where the GT3 cars are going to have more speed mid-corner, especially if the GTP is slightly offline and struggling to put the power down.
I mean, you don't often say this, but that's down on the GT3, isn't it? I mean, you can say the prototype. And meanwhile, by the way, I'll go back to that. Kevin S. Jr. coming down the inside is going to retake second place. So for the first time in 25 minutes, when they last made their pit stop and they changed around, Kevin Ennis Jr. gets back to second place through the bus stop chicane.
Important to make the move because they'd lost already enough time. Gap now up to 8.5 seconds to your leader. I see what you're saying, by the way. I don't think I would say that's another one of those kind of racing incident sort of moments, right, where the GTP has made the choice to make the move up the inside, and we've said it on multiple occasions, throttle goes in both ways for Reina Talvar. Probably could have just backed out of that and avoided it. But again, remember, those GTPs, they are so heavy and so much less actually nimble through some of the corners than the GT3 car, because the GTPs are reliant on the downforce rather than the mechanical grip. An odd one to say the least, though, and now the gap opens back up. Darius Andre had been hunting down Sven Noller. That gap now is opened up, and Blue Mercure now comfortably sit on the podium with their number 32 as a result of that.
Yeah, indeed. As you mentioned, it's not the first time we've seen that Grin and Go car into trouble. The 001, pretty much the only one out of theirs who hasn't had trouble so far in a prototype capacity anyway. Another 006 is leading in GT3 ever more comfortably now because of that incident, indeed. There's just conspiracy theory for you at home, if you want one. But yeah, it's unfortunately been a difficult day for those in prototype, in Grin and Go, who are not in the 001, who have actually extended their lead since we were really last talking about them. Nearly 40 seconds now for Sean Campbell, 4 seconds of which is coming the last pit stop, by the way, which is only 35 seconds. They've gone back to the short stops a little bit again.
Yeah, they had some margin to play with. He had told me. I was trying to avoid talking about that until it became a bit more apparent. Good call there, good spot. Down into the boot. Once again, the chance of rain. Ewan, it's starting to climb. We're up to 19% chance of rain in the next 90 minutes. So that would leave the final hour. The call, if it comes right around the time of the final pit stop for the GTs, the call of tyre compounds could be so fun.
I mean, well, that's just put a thought into my head, actually. Some of these teams, to me, are continuing on in the first half of this race with a complete disregard as to whether they're actually going to make it on 5 stops or 6 in GT3. Are some of these teams just expecting it to sort of rain later and that will sort them out with a late tyre change that they'll need or something? That would seem mental to me, but so far some of these teams have shown almost no care to whether they're getting to the hour or not, and are just sort of continuing smashing on anyway. Not least the leaders, by the way, the 006, who have consistently not made the hour. Are they banking on rain even to come in the final hour here? Maybe it's suddenly all making sense.
I had that thought, but I think what happened is Sven Haase just built up a gap initially, came in 5 minutes early, and since then they've been doing 1 hour stints. So I'm not sure here. I'm not confident. 19% chance also tells me it's less likely than it is to rain.
Yes.
So,
Well, to a factor of 2.5. Yeah.
well, so it's also the chance of rain thing is always weird because it's a chance of rain in a certain area. I don't understand chance of rain. I'm not going to even try and explain it other than
We've
to
got
say
time.
it doesn't mean what it reads on the label. It's confusing. I don't like it. But as someone in chat does say, it is showing a rain icon. We'll know about 30 minutes before if there's going to be rain.
Yeah.
So we're keeping our eye on it.
Yeah. I don't immediately assume with that rain icon either. I don't know if this was only in England, but there was a story recently about weather forecasts stopping doing that when there's such a small chance of rain because it makes people think it's going to rain even when it doesn't eventually rain. If you see what I mean. If you put a rain symbol, if it's only a 5% chance, you see what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. No. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Thank you.
I'm keeping an eye on the percentages. It went from 5% to 19%. So we are increasingly seeing the climb. The change is what makes it interesting, right? I don't care if it's 100% rain. I just want to be a phase where everyone has got to make the decision. Pit lane decision, by the way, for Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sims. They're in a bit earlier than Blue Mercure in that fight for the final step on the podium. And in LMP2, quick update on the lead. It's down to less than 2 seconds. Jesse Telkula on the hunt. Tristan Cabrera, well, his target's been acquired.
And just in time for a pit stop as well. So this is a gap now which could very much flip over the course of a pit stop cycle. We've seen gaps be created and extend by this amount over the course of this race so far. Maybe it's going to go the way of Telkula and he's going to be able to get past in this pit stop cycle. Obviously, we'd rather see them fight on the racetrack, but it might just happen because of circumstance here throughout the pit stops. Last time around, Telkula came in 3 laps earlier than Cabrera, so expect to see him in first, likely in the next lap or 2 or 3.
Waiting for pit crew to get busy. These LMP2 pit crew, by the way, in the real world, the Daytona 24, they've got their car coming back down to pit lane every 35 minutes. That is a lack of sleep, kind of accentuated, at least the GTDs, and even the GTPs to some degree, in about every hour or so. So a bit more wiggle room to play with. GTP pit stops, by the way, are going to begin to trickle through as well as a fight up into the bus stop. Ivano Rosso on grid and go. Closed up courtesy of the mistake from Andre. A bit of a moment from Rabier as he bounces over the curbs and bobbles out wide. But still holds on to 5th position and doesn't drop too much time on the road. Here comes our LMP2 pit stops though.
Yeah, Telkula has come in, so this is the big moment. These are the laps now for Cabrera that are going to decide whether he keeps this lead or he doesn't. One thing on the pit stops, by the way, just before we get serious with this LMP2 lead in the next couple of laps, big news as Alex No gets out of the pit lane 103 laps down in the 004.
Let's go. Endurance spirit. That's nice to see.
I knew you'd like that.
They join, of course, the Altitude Freem Esports guys in being laps down, although the Altitude team have been at it since the start of the race, so full credit to them. And Elliot Barron, who's at the wheel right now. Darius Andre under fire. Is he pulling to pit? Yes, he is. Off to pit lane. So tight. I really did wish that this was a bit more... Well, if iRacing forced you to do what they did in the real world, you just have cars who are super slow on the apex of the corners because they've got to be 4 wheels inside of that yellow line, effectively. I think I kind of prefer what we have here, as much as it's a bit sketchy every now and then.
But don't you think, because it's slightly... Well, maybe you can tell me with a bit more experience whether this is nonsense or not. It feels to me like in iRacing, the teams have much more chance to communicate with each other that they are coming into pit lane, and therefore they can use that wider line to come in and not get smashed into, whereas in the real world that might be harder to communicate.
You know, I'm going to actually disagree with you there.
Okay.
Because if you wanted to in the real world, you just either your spotter goes over to the other team's spotter, or your engineer walks down the pit lane and says, we're coming in X laps, don't hit us please. Whereas here, you can say it over the public radio, but you could be like me and have the public radio turned off. I think Cody Deep has got the public radio turned off and instead is just listening to the tune of Go, Go, Go. Up the inside, slips through, and that's a move for third. BS Plus have dropped back quite considerably.
Yeah, Talvar's in big trouble here. Yeah, I mean, in terms of traffic, that might be harder to communicate. Is my only fear with that. If there's somebody slow that you've only just passed, might be a little bit difficult. But I'd see what you're saying. It might be fine. How cruel would it be, by the way, that Talvar ends up with more damage than Cabrera after all of this?
That would be cool. Go back, by the way, to my original discussion with Paul. Indicators, please. That would make pit entry a lot easier.
Well, that is true. Although the BMWs will forget to use them, of course. Cheap gag. There you go. Hope you enjoyed.
You made up for your ex-racing driver comment with Kevin Ellis Jr., who, again, in 45 minutes, we're bringing him into the broadcast booth and we're telling him, did you know that Ewan called you an ex-sim racer?
He doesn't know who I am. No, he does. Although, last time I saw him, he was in the toilet. A bit of a weird story, but it is true.
We'll leave that one for the after-dark conversation. Up the inside comes the traffic. Is that Tristan Cabrera as well? Slips through. No, that's the other Blue Mercure machine. So Elliot Naren, 14 seconds off the leader. Still waiting for both of those Blue Mercure entries to head down to pit lane. And once they do, I am going to be so curious how close Jesse Telkula is going to be. Because he is now fully loaded with fuel, but starting to attack once again and has got some clean air to enjoy relative to his competition. Good run up the hill. Thibaut Prevost might make a move on Reina Talvar sooner rather than later. And look how quickly Cody Deeth has dropped Reina Talvar.
Yeah, this is big trouble for Reina Talvar. There's nothing obvious that I can see. I mean, the livery's quite dark, so sometimes it's hard to see, but I don't see any obvious signs of damage there. There has to be some. There just has to be. There's nearly 3 seconds now between him and Kevin Ellis Jr., who himself is losing a bit of time to Jarno Kok. So the gap from Talvar to Kok now is getting way larger than what it was previous to that incident, as he just pulls in front of the Movado car there. So there has to be some front-end damage on that BMW. And the fact that it's happened sort of halfway through a stint is just the cruelest of twists of fate there for him, because he can't exactly come in and sort of save his stint. It's not possible. So he's just got to sit there and suffer with it, and it's potentially going to cost them certainly a chance at a race win, maybe even a podium in this race.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get word. They're not far away from a pit stop though, so if they can survive another 20 minutes, we'll potentially see that car return to some sort of performance. But at this point, I think Jarno Kok is just hoping the rain either does or doesn't arrive, depending on which way the gamble to pit slightly earlier will help them. It's a 10-second lead for Grid and Go at the front of GT3. They lead in both GTP and the GTD classes right now, with secure spots into the IMSA Esports Global Championship later this year. And we have already announced the dates that we're going to be racing on, so that's often step number one to announcing a championship. So kicks off September the 27th, and a slight change, that is the day after the iRacing Petit Le Mans, so should be exciting to kind of close the gap between the real world and the sim schedule. October 11th, October 25th, November 8th, and November 22nd. We've added an extra race in, Ewan. We managed to do it.
Yeah, great to, and I'm glad it's so further towards the season as well. IMSA does end quite early in the real world, and obviously there'll be a million reasons for that, but I'm glad that it's moved a little bit earlier into the calendar. By the way, we've got the finale on my birthday, so I'll be looking forward to watching that. Just not working because it's my birthday. So there you go. Thanks for that. I'm sure you were thinking of me when you scheduled that.
Absolutely, that was always a plan. Although, to be honest, I'd be a bit shocked. I'd hope that you'd had better things to do than sit and listen to me on your birthday.
No, of course I don't. No, I mean I'm here now.
Oh, it's okay. I tell you what, if England do go on and win the World Cup, you'll still be celebrating by the end of this year. So
that's the truth.
It's coming home. I have to believe it's coming home. 24 minutes to go till the top of the hour. That's the magic number for these GT3 cars. Let's not forget Reina Talvar. It's not lost as much time to Thibaut Prévost, but this maybe is where the car is at its weakest. Climbing up, little draft to be enjoyed as well the further away you get from the car in front of you, and what started as 7/10 of a second at the line is almost 8/10 of a second as they head up into the bus stop. Driver change, by the way, Jentel van Dielen back into the 032.
And is that the last driver change of the day potentially? We'll wait and see, but this rejoin going to be very, very important. You'd expect the 032 to be in front initially, but then the cold tyres are going to be a big factor. Oh, that's a grid and go prototype of GTP. Thought it was an LMP2 for a moment. It's one of their Ferraris just ripping past on the outside. So Telkel is still in that 005, and he's come out 4 seconds behind for now, but watch that close now as the cold tyres get warmed up.
Yeah, and that will also, I think, have been partly the heavier fuel load for a handful of laps that Telkel has been dealing with. Fight for 13th in GT3 mono competition are back in it. Unfortunately now, over their shoulder, 3 strong cars. Watkins Sim Racing, Maniti. Luca Wunsch trying to pick himself up after that team dropped down slightly from where they qualified. And we know the car's got speed. Watkins Sim Racing running 3rd in the sister car as well. Fly through. 3rd car in line. The first of the Maniti is not the best of runs for Ryan van der Grip. He's able to gather it up and through the outer loop close that deficit once again. Wunsch pops to the inside as they drop down into the middle sector of the lap, sweeps through, and now here comes van der Grip as well. He's left on the outside as they head up to the toe. Will he try and cut back underneath? The benefit, his teammates behind him. Doesn't have to worry about the aggression from the teammate. And indeed, cuts back underneath, puts the power down nicely. Luca Wunsch goes to help him, gives him a little bit of the draft to ensure they're side by side. And van der Grip's going to hold on to 14th spot and now hope that Dan Hauer, his teammate, can follow suit. And he'll do so up the inside.
Yeah, indeed. As happened before with a similar battle about an hour ago, once the floodgates are opened in a group like that, then you've had it really. And especially when, and I'm not sure why really, Luca Wunsch decided to try and help the Maniti cars with a little bit of slipstream down there. Not that it would have been a massive help, but certainly when you've got somebody up front who's willing to help the drivers trying to overtake you there, you've got no chance. So unfortunately for mono competition there, well, it still is the biggest move forward of the race, but it's down from the 20 positions that they had earlier, and indeed the 19 positions that they had only a lap ago.
You know, I think the only thing I can kind of think of is that maybe Luca is enjoying working with the Maniti duo. You know, maybe they trust each other, can run pretty close, swap around the draft occasionally as well. But you can't discount the value of being around people you trust when you're closing on large gaps in front of you. And the top 10 will still be the target for those in front. No question. Drop back down. And into the boot once again. Only the BMW and the Ferrari represented in the field, but of course, so many different GT3 cars in this GTD class. The Corvettes, Aston Martin, Ford Mustang as well. I've seen lots of people in chat talking about Mustangs in general. Lots of diversity in the class, that's for sure. As Matt Emery into pit lane, and just trying to figure out, is that one of the cars that's been sitting in pit lane for quite a while?
No, that's the top 10. That's the top 10 car. I think he was 9th maybe, Matt Emery, when he was coming into pit lane there, and indeed he's driver changing, so it won't be Matt Emery taking it out for Team Bennick. I must admit though, I haven't seen him all day actually, and now that he's got out for Remy Gilbert, who I did see earlier, but yeah, I haven't seen much of Matt Emery all day. He's been running in the top 10 very quietly.
Confused myself, I was looking at the blue and thinking it must be an LMP2 car and thinking we don't have 10 of them still running. A good call. You can see the ripped bodywork off the back of Luca Wunsch. Turns out you don't need that rear bodywork. He's still got the diffuser though, so the important part of the aerodynamic element at the back. Are we going to see the coordination here Ryan van der Grip up the inside, and yeah, I think this is probably why he fed the draft to him slightly earlier.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's probably a good call that Vunks wanted to work with the Maniti guys to push on in this race, and I guess an outside chance of a top 10 is probably what these guys can hope for at the moment. I say outside chance, they're only 11th, but that's down to some pit stops that have just happened. So yeah, probably does want to work with these guys, and they're working well together in towards the bus stop there to make that as undramatic as possible as the overall race leader comes in. Sean Campbell bringing it in for the first time.
And it won't be a driver change, remember. We're expecting him to get to the end of the race in that 001. But I guess the question is going to be, will it be a slightly shorter pit stop? 41 or so seconds is a full service in the car. They have been doing just a little bit less. Don't need the full tank of fuel if you're not going to do 32 odd laps per stint. That was only 26 laps last time around for Campbell. Is it going to be a similarly short fill? Sven Noller cycles back to the lead of the race for HS Racing Donker. Make it 35 seconds, and we should see Campbell off and away. There we go.
But don't you think the fact that he's just shaving off some of the... I mean, maybe this is actually fine anyway, but maybe he's making 45 minutes per time, but because he's just shaving off, excuse me, the top end of that tank there each time, he's surely making himself do an extra stop here, isn't he? Surely if he was doing 45 minutes per stint, it'd be 2 stops from here after the one he's just made, but he might end up doing a third with a splash and dash if he keeps giving up fuel in the tank like that.
Yeah. I won't pretend to always understand what's happening strategy-wise. It's always helpful when the teams and drivers actually let us know what's happening, and the problem is Sean is now behind the wheel, so can't quite clarify exactly what the plan is. Maybe Jake Dennehan might answer the message. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. They've emerged 20 seconds back from Sven Noller, and I think that tells us a lot. They are in utter control of this race right now. They've come out in front of Blue Mercury Esports, a full pit stop ahead of one of the stronger teams in the field.
Yeah, so maybe it doesn't actually really matter in terms of their seemingly short stints that they're employing at the moment for Sean Campbell, because as I say, he's come out in second place. He's 20 seconds behind HS Racing Donker. With no disrespect to Sven Noller, I do feel like that gap has really ballooned since Patrick Wolf got out of the car. And to be fair, Noller's not going too slowly. I mean, last time round he set the fastest lap of his race, that car's race, for the 32.5. However, it does feel to me like Sean Campbell has got the measure of him at the moment, and Patrick Wolf might be the only one in that team who could really do something about this at the moment.
I think for them, after starting down in 10th, they are just going to be thrilled with how much of this race they have ended up leading. Pace has been pretty decent as well. Their fastest lap is only a couple of tenths off of what Campbell has been able to put together. Fight still outside of the top 10 as Falcon Sim Racing have lost out a little bit here. Luca Vanch has not been able to take advantage of the tow from Van der Grip in the way that he would have wanted to. Bottom of the screen, ATR Argentos also starting to use that draft to their advantage as they try and make their way past 07 Racing.
Yeah, indeed, another one of these fights down the field in GT3, of which there are so many. At least the group with Vunch that we've just been watching, but yeah, the one I can't see still on the top of the screen, but this one down the bottom end as well. Again, involving some teams we don't normally see, and some teams we do. SimRC will probably be disappointed at the back of this group, running in 18th place. Karen Tanguine a lot further down than he's used to being in this race.
Both the GTP and GTD effort for SimRC kind of out of position relative to the norm. The car has been involved in the wars as well. Didn't qualify well, and that put them on the back foot instantly. No chance to really step into the fight. Tell you what, we took a Race Spot fan immersion a couple of hours ago, drank in the sights and sounds of Watkins Glen with the prototype machinery. This time, let's do it with some GT cars. We've been keeping our eye on this fight. Let's ride on board with, I tell you what, let's go on board with Mono Competition. What a great effort from them so far. Let's see what Tom Walstra is doing behind the wheel of the BMW. watching the 2026 iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO, the third of our VCO Grand Slams in 2026. Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth as we near yet another hour complete. And for some teams and drivers, that beckons one final driver change and the blast to the end. New York state of mind here, that's for sure, in Chamber of Commerce weather. But on the horizon, an inkling of rain and potentially hopes at our race leads being under pressure. GTP Ewan is looking like it could still be dominated by one team, but LMP2 and GTD are looking very, very close.
They certainly are, and in LMP2's case, getting closer. Having said that, the most recent pit stops have got the gap out to 3.5 seconds rather than 1.5, which it was just before the pit stops. And in GT3, just as we were going to that bit of fan immersion there, that bit of onboard, the gap suddenly, quite suddenly, came down to 6 seconds for Jan Cock in front of Nova Leggio Racing. Kevin Nels Jr. really putting the work in to close there. Obviously no Rainer Talvar anymore. He's still slipping back and now 15 seconds off of Jan Cock, but yeah, 6.5 seconds in the GT3 lead, and maybe that is just coming down by enough at this stage to just start to be a problem for the 032.
We'll keep our eye on it. This race is not over. ATR Argentos, Agustin Fernandez. It's Argentine National Flag Day, and they carry the flags of the colours of the Argentine flag on them. Gold wheels to really complete the look as well, kind of making it look like Lionel Messi, Diego Maradona running around the track as they described it slightly earlier on. Bit of gap back to Sim RC, and another bit of a slight hesitation there as the Nexus Torque Lab 78, Esteban Rodriguez, one way then the other. Two minds as to which way to go. But Ewan, as we near the next couple of hours and the sprint to the end, we'll welcome Paul Smith back in, and you'll get to catch up with the remainder of the race as we head to the checkered flag. What are we expecting, though? That chance of rain, it's still a low chance. So let's say it does not come. It's still the same sprint to the end that we've been seeing for the previous 4 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I do feel like it might still change some things, though, especially in GT3 with regards to, I spoke about it earlier on, the lack of real looking at making it to the hour for a lot of these GT3 teams is going to start to really happen if it becomes clear that the rain is not going to arrive. We don't know that it isn't going to arrive yet. We're still hearing that there are increases in the chance of weather still coming, and we're expecting another update very, very soon. But if it doesn't arrive, I do feel like some of these GT3s are in trouble. But yeah, for the most part, it would really create a sprint to the finish. I'm kind of conflicted because it always makes it more interesting, doesn't it, Rain? Pretty much always. But I'm quite enjoying the LMP2 battle the way that it is, and quite interested to see how it would pan out even in the dry conditions. So on the fence about rain at the moment.
Yeah, that's back down to 2.5 seconds. So LMP2 battle, at one point we thought with the incident for defending race winners, Delatraz Automotive, that the lead was effectively handed on a golden platter to Blue Mercury Esports, but no, it's been a lot more competitive. Jesse Telkola is only 2.5 seconds adrift, and as they work through traffic, that gap goes back and forth, back and forth. Just watch here, you'll see the pop of yellow. That's Grid and Go in the background. A gap that at one point was 10 full seconds now swings down to under 3. And Jentel Van Thielen back in the car after Tristan Cabrera took the middle part of the race over. Van Thielen's got a decent shift to the end of the race as well. He got in with 2 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, indeed, and we're in the stage of the race now with that sort of time remaining that might well be the final driver change of the day. We'll wait and see whether that comes true or not. We already know the overall race leaders, who are about to retake the lead, by the way. Sean Campbell and Jake Dennehan have made their one driver change for the day, and Sean Campbell is probably in to the end, but they're given that lead because Sven Noller is in, and there is the HS Racing Donker Ferrari down onto pit lane, up on the jacks for some tyre change, for a tyre change, and no driver change, but a full tank of fuel and 4 tyres for the 29 again.
Well, our weather forecast is just updated, and 90 minutes from now, it's a 30% chance of rain. So that last hour, slowly increasing, but by the same token, not increasing fast enough to get worried. So we will see.
Still, yeah, 1 in 3 chance to put it another way. So difficult to know whether it is going to arrive or not. Still the chances of it not raining higher than it actually raining. However, it is increasing at the moment to 28%. Roughly 1 in 3 is 28%. I don't know what it actually is. Is 28 in 100? Don't know. 14 in 50.
Jarno Koch, 41.3. So that is a regular pit stop. Now, and it's right on the money. So right about 5 minutes before the top of the hour. No surprise. I was just trying to double check. So that means Kevin Ellis Jr. should be in 2 laps. In 2 laps time, and Falcon Sim Racing might get an extra lap beyond them because of how Cody Deeth has cycled through relative to Ellis Jr. Deeth's teammate, Luka Vunch, still with Maniti Racing behind him. A little bit of traffic that helps him with a bit of a draft heading up to the bus stop. These drivers have now lost 4 seconds to Ryan van der Grip, who sent it up the road.
Absolutely has. That is a gap, a pass we didn't see happening very long ago at all. But that gap has increased very, very quickly indeed as these guys wind down towards the end of another stint here. Excuse me. They're pretty low on fuel now, all of these guys, and so really getting the fast times in towards the end. Jarno Koch is right around these, nearly 5 seconds in front of Ryan van der Grip, so still... and is that... That's not him, is it?
That was a car wide, though.
Yeah.
I see Tom Wallstra's been
goodness,
off the track. So mono competition losing spots. Yeah, that is a big, big smash for Nicholas Matteo, who was already a good 40-something laps adrift.
Wasn't
Went
he,
back out
by
there
the way,
to try and get something.
Sorry to interrupt. Wasn't he just running right in front of Jarno Koch there? That was a teammate who was right behind him there. Really, really dangerous to... he didn't choose to crash, obviously, but really, really dangerous moment for the race leaders. And here's a bit of miscommunication for you. If you're counting at home, I hope it's not a drinking game, because there's another one.
Yeah, unfortunate. They've lost a couple of spots as a result of that. 07 Racing, ATR, SimRC, and Team Benick all pick up a spot as a result of that. I think Tom Wallstra is due for a trip to pit lane as well, so he's coming to the end of his fuel load. Right again as we hit the top of the hour. Ellis Jr. 1.5 seconds in front of Cody Deeth. So there's really not much that covers second and third right now. We're watching the fight outside of the top 10. Where did Jarno Koch end up dropping into, though? That's kind of the crucial question. Clean air. He's in front of Ryan van der Grip, actually.
Yes, he is just about... He's in a small pocket of clean air. Pierpaolo Repucci is for Maniti Racing Red, is just under 3 seconds in front, and he wasn't totally in clean air before that grid and go-kart crash. I'm pretty sure that was right in front of Jarno Koch there, so now he is absolutely in clean air, and before it was only his teammate anyway, so that wouldn't have interrupted him too much at all. But still worried about the fact they can't make it to the hour. And even the teams that have come in now. Kevin Ellis Jr. comes in to hand over to Johan Harp here. Yannick Steinhoff into the PS Turner car. And Vasilis Belziotis for Blue Mercury Esports is going to be making his way out very, very soon as well. But this guy is not making it to the hour either with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, especially given that as the temperature will continue to cool off, just gives you more grip, more opportunity to attack and run full throttle. Another issue for RPM Racing, lazy loss of the rear end all by themselves coming out through turn 8. But they run 27th and down towards the tail end of the field. So as we close in on 4 hours complete and into the final couple of hours, it is grid and go from Blue Mercury. Looks like a 3-second gap. Blue Mercury Esports owe us a pit stop inside of the next couple of laps. And they're not going to get to the end with just that pit stop and one more. It will be an additional trip as well. Strategy still holding to be quite fun. Ewan O'Leary, thanks for joining us here for the 2026 6 hours of Glen, powered by VCO. Time for us to do another change in the booth, and welcome back Paul Smith. Paul, we had some chaos, but maybe a bit less chaos than those first 2 hours.
Yes, don't worry, I'm back now, so the chaos will resume. Remember, I am the commentator with the strongest strain of commentators' curse that there is out there in sim racing commentary land. So, it's been interesting to watch this one. That race for in both GTP and in LMP2 has been fun to watch in the last couple of hours, as has I've been acting as resident meteorologist, easy word for me to say, keep an eye on the weather. If that rain does come, we'll be only, about 30 minutes from the end? That'd spice things up, wouldn't it?
Still not sure, though, if...
I don't think it will.
Yeah, I don't get the sense. And sometimes you just trust your gut. If it's a dry race, we've still got some intrigue, that is for sure. Blue Mercure and Grid and Go going back and forth for LMP2. Curious to see, now that Johan Harth is back into the Nova Leggio 98, ended up about 6 seconds back from Grid and Go still, so that gap's held constant through the pit stop sequence. But can Cody Deeth really bridge the gap here? Because on a mission right now, much like Ate Kalpinen was in the GTP class to open the race up, Cody Deeth is now within 4 seconds of your race leader, the closest anyone has been since about the first 90 minutes of the race.
Oh, dearie me, and that's just black traffic coming through. Yeah, certainly getting a bit closer, fighting for positions, and I'm looking forward to how this one pans out. We have had a change of driver, by the way. BS Plus competition, Daniel Lafuente jumping into the car from the lead of GTD.
He's in pit lane right now, so we'll see where he emerges. Remember that they had been dropping pretty quickly about midway through that last stint. Not sure if it was too much damage that they're hopefully going to get picked up and repaired here, or if there was something a bit more insidious going on behind the scenes. Off and away after another full service. 41 seconds on the money for the BS Plus competition pit crew, as behind them, here comes Luca Vuncin to pit lane. Where is BS Plus going to merge into? That's really important. Is Lafuente going to be well down the running order, far from where Harth and the rest of the podium sitters are? Clean air is important. But more importantly, the gap in front of him as he drops in directly alongside of SDR Sim Racing's 577. The gap up to Johan Harth is closer to about 10 seconds, so Lafuente's got some work to do. He can be a hard charger of his own.
Certainly can, and getting that fresh driver in behind the wheel now, just getting things up to speed. You can lose a little bit of time like that whilst the driver gets himself back acclimatised to the race. So, yeah, change of driver can work out in some ways, can be disadvantageous in other ways here, but you can tell he's dealing with those cold tyres. By the way, the two in front are just pulling away through the corners. Straight bits, it's all right. It's through the corners where he's really struggling, but once he gets them up to temperature and pressure, should be all good for him. I will say that there'll be one or two drivers from today's race should be in front of Sim Racers Court with some of their behaviour, or otherwise known as Jimmy Broadbent's videos on Sim Racing stewarding. He could make a whole video out of just this race, I think.
Just got word from Reina Talvar that they had some steering damage and the balance of the car not quite put together, so that maybe explains why they were slow. What's not being explained to me right now is why Cody Deeth is struggling so much at the start of this stint, has dropped behind Johan Harth, and not just behind, almost a second behind as they put the power down, climbed up through the 100 feet of elevation gain, the left, the right, over the top of the S's, and now up towards the bus stop. It's allowed Jarno Koch to establish another 5.5 second advantage after it dropped down to under 4 seconds for the first time in quite a while. Wonder if Cody Deeth's car a bit better as we get later on into the stint, as compared to the rest of the class, which is rocketing off with fresh tyres.
Could be how they've set up the car, could be the conditions as well. Could work in their favour. Don't forget as well, Cody Deeth pitted a lap later than Johan Harth, so having to get those tyres up to temperature so it all balances out there in terms of Johan having that issue the lap before, so that could be why he's just initially pulled away. But now things are nice and settled for Cody. Should be okay. Just looking at the lap times, last lap Cody Death was just over a tenth of a second slower.
Yeah, just maybe started the stint where the Novalegio car is at its strongest. Work out of terrible turn 9, as I like to you in dubbing it as well. Through the penultimate corner. This final sector, as is in fact the entire lap, so committed in these GT3 cars, you're really hoping that you're not caught out by a prototype catching you late and at the last minute. I did note that Rob McGuinness, I mentioned he won his split of the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen last night, Paul, but he did it in an LMP2 car. He's going to be racing in a GTD car next week in the real world. Well, no excuses now. He knows exactly where the prototypes are going to want to place themselves.
They want to place themselves everywhere. it's what they want to do. Yeah, I mean, talk about a way to get yourself set up for the full metal racing there in a week's time. And to be honest, I've heard so many drivers say that they're using iRacing to help with their racecraft and with learning how the lie of the track is in terms of if you're doing multi-class racing, for example. So I've heard many a driver say that they've used it as a tool to improve themselves and to just prepare themselves for the real world event.
You know, I'm in a couple of Discords where I see those drivers jump into an iRacing session and then go and have fun. And fun is important because you can't take all of it super seriously. But when I say fun, it's practicing starts, restarts, how to race at certain parts of the lap, what happens when you're side by side and you deal with traffic, all those little nuances that you don't have time on a real race weekend to go and figure out. Very limited in practice, let's not forget. On most usual real race weekends, you want to use that time to ensure your car is performing at its optimal. Johan Harth is also on a tear right now. That's a couple of consecutive laps where he's eaten into the lead of Jarno Koch. It's under 5 seconds now. Frenchman's working hard. And I think Cody Death won't be too unhappy then if Johan is pulling his weight. Sit behind and could be 3 in contention. Vasilius Belitsiotis, he was quicker than Johan last lap around, but he's 2.5 seconds adrift, Paul, so he's a bit out of the mix right now.
For now, yes, but if he keeps up that pace, then he's going to be looking good. I'm just waiting for these drivers to have completed enough clean laps on fully warmed up rubber to be able to give you a bit of a 5-lap average, because right now they're still affected by pit stops. But once we get that my timing software caught up and get those laps under the belt, then we can be looking at that 5-lap average pace and see where people stand right now.
Some LMP2 pit stops alongside of some GTP pit stops. Mia Rose in and out. Aidan Matisse in and out as well. Alex Snowgate just in. Unfortunately, 106 laps down, but I'm not sure if there's endurance spirit that they're trying to dig into there. We're not going to complain about the effort. Back onto track for one of the LMP2 machines. I believe that was Mia Rose in the Effect Simulations car. Oh, goodness. Sven Noller jinks in between of Florian Durkop and of Dennis Menzi in the Maniti BMW. It was close. He got away with it.
Can I say, as a driver who is always in the slower class car, I hate when drivers do that, when they just cut between the two of you, because as we saw earlier with the Bleu Mercure GTP cars, it just takes them timing that jink from one side of the track to the other wrong, and they're turning themselves across your nose, and you ended up in an accident. By the way, we have had, the second's a little bit tight there, we have had an update on the weather. It's 32% chance at 6:15.
But at that point, we are into the last 15 minutes of the race.
I just don't think it's going to.
And if it does, is it going to be heavy enough to make a difference? Because what we sometimes see is that the dry tyre is a lot more viable for a lot longer than sometimes you expect. Into pit lane for Telkula. It's a 24-lap stint based on my timing screen for him. I didn't quite catch the gap to Jentel van Thielen. But those two at the front of LMP2 are pushing each other. If the rain comes, they are the ones that will be hoping it stays away because they are right on the edge right now.
Yeah, it was a 25-lap stint, so yeah, you were screaming just one lap out there. But yes, it was just at the end of a lap there as he crossed the line to get into his pit stall. Jan then is jumping into that car, the Grid and Go Esports, see how they get on, and the 115 is showing as a yellow flag to me. That is the Solpec Precision Racing LMP2 car. It's got back up and running now, so that was down the back straight, so something's happened to them. Maybe technical issues.
It's been a race in which we've seen a couple of those technical issues as well. It's not been a trouble-free race. Very weird moment with Benjamin Frigerio, where just pulled straight at the bus stop into the cutoff, and then his wheel hooked hard left. The engine revved to maximum, and the car ended up needing to reset back to pit lane.
They've taken a tour.
So it happened.
Oh.
It's not quite deja vu, but he's gone straight through the cutout. Brakes are working. Saw the brake lights come on, Paul.
That is something not quite. Have they run out of fuel?
Possible.
They were on lap 26. That was lap 26 of their stint.
Right. You can hear him trying to pedal it, but the problem is from this point, if he's got no fuel, significant uphill elevation that you've still got to work through. You can't roll your speed through, and you can't take the cutout either because you'll get a significant penalty. That's probably actually worth just taking the tow and doing exactly what he did.
Yeah, no, that's the right decision. Not like me and a teammate once at Spa, who teammate got stuck on pit limiter, did the entire lap around Spa. 8 minutes 12, by the way, if you're wondering. Yes, don't do that, take the tour. And I think they've done the right decision there. So Boris Evander having to have the embarrassment of the old Jean Alesi from Formula 1 back in 1996, where he looked rather sheepish when he ran out of fuel.
Oh, we're coming back to the history books for some of our F1 moments. Already talked about the most misquoted line in all of motorsports. There's another car that's just pulled to the side and taken a tow, but that car I don't think was close on fuel. But those are things that you can make mistakes on. These two, by the way, just chewing away at the lead of Jarno Koch. 5 seconds 10 minutes ago. It's now down to 3.5 seconds. This was the car I mentioned, by the way, that's taken a tow. Let's see if we can figure out.
I think they've just decided that's enough. They've had a few issues out there of RPM. They got involved in issues earlier on as well. And yeah, I think they've decided that that's possibly... Oh no, are they? No, they are out, yeah. So, sad to see, but yeah, not great. I can tell you, by the way, because I know you're dying to ask me, 5 lap average lap times. For Grid and Go, Jarno Koch, he is doing 1:43.952. Johan Half 1:43.724.
There you go.
Cody Deeth 1:43.658, and the Blue Mercure car behind 1:43.662. And do you know what? SDR, best of the lot in 5th place, 1:43.508.
You know, we've only got the chance to see one of their cars, but they had 2 in this top split. And the 577 has been one to watch, has been very, very good to see. Heartbreak, by the way, for one of the LMP2 cars, Daniel Ferguson. his PC has just shut off on him, and so they have been removed from the race quite suddenly and unexpectedly. So commiserations.
When it rains, it pours. Just not in this race. As we carry on looking at this one, to be honest, I think right now Cody Deeth is doing the best thing, which is not fighting Johan Hart, because they just slow each other down. Work together, get yourselves towards it. You can see that they're both getting closer to the grid and go car of Jan Koch. So I think really you play the long game. You think, all right, we're both catching up, no point fighting, let's work together, and then we can have a bit of a dust-up.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here, Paul, looking at the forecast for next weekend in Watkins Glen, where it says occasional rain and a thunderstorm in the morning, followed by a couple of thunderstorms in the afternoon. That's Friday, by the way, practice day.
I hope you take the waterproofs.
Well, the real issue, and I learnt this at Watkins Glen last year. It was the second IMSA race that I did on pit lane. For the first one, I printed out a big book, like we all like to do. Went okay at Laguna, especially when there was no service. Race 2 at Watkins, we had a bit of rain, and suddenly this book that I had, X-Team, can you keep this dry for me? Because otherwise it's going to get ruined. I went to an iPad pretty quickly after that, and I'm just hoping that it's going to be waterproof. Fingers crossed.
I'm sure you can get some sort of cover or something like that.
Oh yeah, no, it's in a proper drop-resistant case. I stole the idea from the NBC pit reporters. If I'm being honest, it's a great idea, but it hasn't been rain tested, so we might get some testing.
The only time I've been on pit road was in stupidly hot conditions at Monza, where the track temperature was 52 degrees Celsius. I had my safety flat cap on that day.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't have to be in a fire suit for that one.
Yes, well, I was fortunate that the refueling was done way down at the other end of the pit road, so I could just be around in polo shirt and flat cap.
Meanwhile, I'm not complaining about the very nice suit that IMSA had made for me, which says IMSA broadcast. It makes me look very official. But yeah, it's going to be hot. It will be hot next week. There's no doubt about that. The rain that I am talking about, just for the record, if anyone's just tuning in, that's next weekend. For the real Watkins Glen 6 hours. We are, fingers crossed, still hoping for some rain. Here's a little bit of fighting. Beniti squeezed through by Solpec Precision Racing and Florian Dirtkop. That's a move you'll make in the dry, not a move you'd want to make in the wet.
If it does happen to rain, you will start seeing people taking different lines, and especially with that racing line now really rubbered up around this track with a 30 degrees temperature track temp. You really will be avoiding that racing line. It will be like ice. Don't ask me how I found out. But certainly it is such a skill. Anybody who can race and be really quick in the rain, I want to take what you're taking, because I just cannot cope with the rain at all.
It's why I'm always, whenever anybody wants to talk about Max Verstappen, I just point to him in the rain and go, look at the skill. And it's why I also say, Paul, and I will stand by this point as our race leader in LMP2 is into pit lane, but Lance Stroll in the rain before his crash at Mugello, where he broke his hand and came back too quickly, Lance Stroll in the rain was properly good too.
Did I ever tell you about my one and only time running in the wet in karting, in rental karts?
No.
So I was on track at the Milton Keynes Daytona karting venue, and we were doing a bit of practice, getting ready for a 24-hour karting race, and it was slick. It was damp. It wasn't raining,
Paul?
but it was damp. Yeah.
Come back to that in a sec, because LMP2, Jentel van Vielen has dropped directly out in front of Johan Royer. They did a slight underfill in the Grid and Go Cap last time around for this express intent to get into the draft and to put the pressure on.
Wow, this is business, as good old JR used to say, business has picked up here. And I tell you what, hot tyres versus cold tyres, I know which one wins in this case.
It should be easy. Cut back underneath through the toe of the boot. But Van Vielen has led almost every single lap of this race, does not want to concede the lead just yet. Squeeze to the left side of the track under the brakes. A little bit dangerous, but you get away with that. You don't get away with sliding in front on cold tyres. Very lucky that Grid and Go didn't drive straight into the rear wing. Contact, argy-bargy, hip and shoulder, and a squeeze off the corner as well. Temper starting to flare.
Yeah, that's not needed. Yeah, there was a little bit of contact there between the two of them, but there's no need to then start bumping and barging in retaliation. Always looks worse on the retaliator in that sort of situation, and Jentel van Vielen would have been better off just saying, all right, okay, that happened. I'll keep that in the memory bank for when I make a move on Johan Royer later on, because he'll be confident in trying to make that.
I wonder as well if there was an element of them getting stuck together and trying to give them a bit of the discretion being the better part of valor. I'm trying to be nice, Paul, but now his tyres are up to temperature and we will really see how nice he wants to be. No question now, as we enter traffic once again, 60 starters down to 43 running. So quieter track. Have we found that sweet spot of clean air to drop into? Wiggle down through on the entry into the boot. Almost either side of the traffic they went. And got nervous up through the toe, sweeping that momentum through. Royer holds on, but we shouldn't forget, Paul, he's at a disadvantage now when we talk strategy.
Yeah, 5 laps difference between the pit stops. So if you look at Jentel van Vielen, you do your count back, and they'll be there saying, well, it should be in theory a shorter final pit stop compared to that Grid and Go car in front. What the Grid and Go car needs to do now is pull away if he can. Try and get a gap, get as much of a gap as possible to be able to then take into their extra pit stops. But right now, if you are Jentel van Vielen, you're not doing any lifting and coasting. You're wanting to stay on the gearbox of that car in front.
It just feels as though you're not going to break the toe if you don't get lucky with traffic. Quite closely matched in terms of raw speed. Jentel van Vielen on the offense for the first time today. Qualified on pole, but only by thousandths of a second. Their main competitor watches from the sidelines after defending race winner Delatraz Automotive, who started in second, tangled up in an incident and leaving the class wide open. Delatraz had been the form team in LMP2. It's 2026, the slow shifting of the guard as Blue Mercure continue to get quicker and quicker. Good runs at Daytona, good runs in Sebring. Bit early to send the dive down at turn 8. More contact off the corner. Use the GT car as a pick, but Grid and Go having none of that. Shoved back from Johan Royer. Paul, they're starting to heat up a little bit more as Van Vielen opens the steering, forces Royer out wide.
That's a little naughty, is that, but robust is one word that I used earlier on, and that's exactly what it was. If you're the Grid and Go car now, you're there in the back of your head going, all right, we're playing to those rules. Yeah, it's going to get tasty as this one, and if I'm Blue Mercure Esports in the 033 right now, I'm getting my spotter or my teammate talking in my ear, and they'll be saying to me, these two might have each other off here, we could yet win this one.
A race that seemingly in the prototype classes no one wants to win. In GT, it's not that Jarno Koch doesn't want to win. He's only 2 seconds clear of the hunting Johan Harth. Harth paired back up with Ellis Jr. and boy have they found some magic once again. in and out of pit lane. Jake Dennehan gets back behind the wheel of the Grid and Go 001. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting to see that change of driver again. I thought we were going to see Sean Campbell until the end.
He's just messaged me, which is always a good sign that it's not terrible news. Hardware failure, so they at least recognised it and able to adjust on the fly.
And of course, Sean will have done his fair share as well, so there's no worries about that either. So, yeah, all good for them, even if it was unplanned.
So, see if we can chat to Sean Campbell, maybe. Be curious to get his take on this race. And I think he's kind of on our side of the equation, Paul, when it comes to the discussion of to finish first. First you must finish. So he's probably got some opinions about stint 1, but also curious just to talk about strategy. They went with the short fill, the early pit stop in that first hour, and might not have gotten a chance to see how it's paid off relative to strongest competitors, but the strategy definitely has given them the opportunity. Here come the hunting, by the way, GT3 cars. Johan Harth, Cody Deeth, it's now 1.5 seconds, and it does look as though Grid and Go have played the team game here. We saw this at Daytona a couple of years ago, but Nicholas Mateo's out front of Jarno Koch, effectively slipstreaming and helping some fuel to be saved.
Yeah, that's what you need to do, really. If you've got somebody who's not in contention to win the race, but they're a teammate and you're helping out your teammate, well, you do everything that you can in your favour. The next thing that will happen is, if these two do eventually get caught right up to them, is that they'll want to get that teammate between first and second to act a bit as a buffer and to try and play that blocker play like you would see in the NFL with your blockers trying to help your halfback or fullback through.
Down to the chicane. I say down, it's really up to the chicane. Highest point on the track if you look at the elevation profile, and what a part of the track the elevation really is. Similar to the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, which is the next venue that the IMSA Championships visit in the real world, but old school in nature, unforgiving, and flowing in a way that we don't really have in modern racetracks. It's a gem. It's a gem as Watkins Glen. The only problem really, Paul, is that you kind of have got to drive to it. There's no bones about it. You fly to Syracuse, Rochester. It's about a 2-hour drive from there. If you want to drive from New York City, you're looking at closer to like a 4-hour drive.
Well, or in my case, I would be getting somebody to do the driving for me. But yes, no. That's generally a problem with most motorsport venues, isn't it? That they're out of city centres, and so you've not really got any form of public transport or things like that. Well, I mean, we've been seeing with the FIFA World Cup about public transport in America, but that's totally separate thing. But even over here, motorsport in the UK, there's only really 1, maybe 2 tracks in the UK that you can catch public transport to, and even then, it's a bit of a walk from those stops.
I was not prepared for how out of the way Silverstone was when I went there a couple of years ago. It is not accessible, I would argue, on a race weekend for someone to go with public transport. You've got to find other ways there. And then through the meandering back roads. Here we go, though, Paul. 3 at the front, separated by 0.7 of a second. And I think now Nicholas Mateo might end up... it will be interesting. How does he decide to play this? Because does Johan Harth sit and wait? Does he make a move on Jarno Koch? There's lots of different ways this could go.
I think Mateo can't do anything now because they've left it too late to get him behind Jarno Koch. I think they've left it to the point where if he moves over to let Koch through, Johan Harth is just going to be there. So they can't do anything that way. I think they've left that too late to do the switch now. Mateo, I mean, he's keeping a pace, but the question is for me, is he actually slowing down Jarno now at this stage by being so close to the front of the car? Yes, it helps with the fuel-saving element of it, but, you know, it's a bit of a distraction. It's a bit of aero wash as well, which with these GT3 cars you do feel.
Let's catch up with one of the drivers watching and invested in this battle. Great to see Kevin Ellis Jr. paired back up with Johan Harth. He's with Paul Smith.
Oh, Kevin, great to speak to you. Thank you for joining us after your great stint there in your Nova Leggio racing car. Yourself and Johan currently find yourselves in second place, but battling for first place. How was your stint, first of all? How was that for you?
It's a little bit nervy to start, that's for sure. It's been a hot minute since I've been in one of these races, so it took a little bit to shake the rust off and sort of remember how it used to be sort of 4 years ago. But yeah, like the first 5 laps or so was a little bit nervy. I lost quite a bit of time, but then I managed to kind of settle in quite nicely, and the pace was quite good in chunks. You know, we had a couple of little close calls with some prototypes and some interesting things going on with the tyres that I was sort of not really used to. So yeah, sorry, this it's all kicking off at the front here.
Yeah, it is. Your teammate Johan Harth trying to go around the outside into the boot. You've got a effect simulation prototype there as well. We'll come back to you in a moment here, Kevin. Round the outside, that's an audacious move by Johan. He can get on the power sooner on corner exit, but then he's got the long way round. Oh, and here comes the LMP2. Oh, backs out of it. I think that's a sensible play right there. As a teammate, while you're watching your teammate there, are you sort of holding your breath on edge here in this sort of situation right now?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, I trust Johan in 100%, but you know, there's quite a lot going on right now. Like the lap count and the fuel numbers looking a bit interesting. I think Red and Gold have only just realised the length of the race, so they've sort of had to completely change strategy, and now we've got a car pulling the leaders around 31 laps down, which is interesting. So yeah, there's it's an interesting race, that's for sure. It's definitely spiced up a little bit, and yeah, I'm not enjoying watching this, I'll say that much.
Well, we're enjoying this in the commentary booth, that is for sure. But Nicholas Matteo now out of the way and last here in this fight, and it's first through to fourth because Volker Sim Racing up towards the back of this group, as well as the Blue Mercure car. So first to fourth all together here. This is all rather exciting here, but you talked about prototypes, as we'll keep an eye on what Johan's doing here, because he's doing everything he can to try and get past here. But the prototypes, that traffic, you said about a few sketchy moments for you as a team. It's pretty much been sketchy all race long, hasn't it?
Yeah, we knew it would be, and we fully expected it to be. It's, you know, it's not the widest of tracks, and it's not very big either. You've got sort of 60 odd cars crammed into this place. It's yeah, it's always one of those races that's tricky to manage, and 9 times out of 10 it is decided by traffic. You know, where you catch it over the course of the race, and where you can maximise and minimise the damage in terms of time loss. And of course, just getting to the end itself is pretty difficult. You know, we've seen a lot of casualties so far, and the track is actually fairly empty. It's emptier than we were expecting, so yeah, it's a super tricky race to manage. It's one that is great to win. You can get it all done in a day as well. I like the 6-hour length. It's not a full 24-hour race. It makes for more exciting racing like this that you're seeing now. But yeah, it's just a really tricky track to manage. You know, the places that the GT3s are slow compared to the GTPs is quite tricky. Like a lot of the fast corners, the GTPs want to send it because they can carry that higher speed, and then you've got the LMP2s that are really slow off the corner. So like when they try and make moves, it feels very clumsy for us because it just takes forever for them to get it done. The GTPs are quite quick. They can sort of send it in or get it done around the outside easily, but the P2s are a bit trickier to manage.
And just finally, before we'll let you get off, Kevin, Johan, to the end now, you get to be the worried, expecting parent in this sort of situation now.
Yeah, I've got experience of being an expecting parent, and yeah, this feels very similar, I will be honest. I'm just hoping that the race goes the distance that we want it to go, but yeah, right now Jarno's defended really hard. I've lost track of how many 0x's we've had over the last 3 laps or so that we've been chatting, so yeah, I'm just hoping it doesn't end in tears. Thankfully everyone else behind is sort of chilling and watching. I think they're actually battling behind now, so yeah, this will be an interesting last hour and a half, that's for sure.
Well, we'll let you get off, Kevin. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best for the rest of the race.
Yep, thank you very much, appreciate it.
And
Arjun, I've been holding my breath all the way through this, by the way.
Yeah, through all of that, Vasilius Belitsiotis has passed Cody Deeth, and we are neck and neck up through the S's. Which way will HS Racing Donker go? Leaders in GTP had to lift off, coming over the top of the climb, and Cody Deeth has got some traffic making its way through as well. This has been intense as one word, brewing, building. Jarno Koch eventually gives up the ghost, slots back into second. I loved what Kevin said. Grid and Go finally figured out the length of the race.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, the pace of this race has been absolutely sensational, hasn't it? All the way through. So definitely, Grid and Go maybe getting their fuel calculations wrong a little bit. We're still not expecting that rain, even though it's showing 34% chance at 6:30 in the evening, which, to be honest, would just take us towards the very end of the race. So I think we're staying dry, or at least dry enough, all the way through this race now to stay out in slicks.
It took a while for Nicholas Matteo to get out of the way. A lot of urgency being shown on a couple of counts right now. Jentel Van Thielen has been bullied out of the way on the bottom of your screen by Johan Royer for the LMP2 lead. SDR Sim Racing are in the queue as well for GTDs. 5 cars at play, and I think that Jarno Koch is at a serious deficit fuel-wise. Johan Harth has not broken the toe, though, and so Grid and Go will sit in. 22 minutes to the top of the hour. That's the magic number they're thinking of.
BS Competition, by the way, have been matching pace in 6th place as well. So Daniel Lafuente, he's on it as well. We could have a 6-car race for the lead here.
All predicated on us staying green and uninterrupted by the rain. All those people that were saying we need rain, we need safety cars and special events, well, we're being proven wrong. Slide through from Belitsiotis on Jarno Koch. Tell you that Grid and Go car, it's struggling to hit the fuel number.
Yeah, you can tell they're definitely having to work to a number now and really having to just ease out of the throttle a bit more than they normally would do. So, you kind of feel to a degree when that happens, but also these drivers at the front, the rest of them that have been fighting them, are just doing such a superb job. And Johan Harth is trying to get away like a stabbed rat right now at the front, trying to use a bit of the GTP traffic to help him out.
So, of the 60 starters, down again to 42 running competitors. Most of those retirements being prototypes, decimated. The GTP and the LMP2 classes still have a strong 26-car contingent in the GTD class out there and running. But with the 5 at the front now starting to get stretched out once again, bit of clean air around them. Next prototype just coming onto the main straight as they drop down into the 90. Included in the mix as well is one of the lapped cars, so picking their way through that Ferrari without tripping over negative delta by Sim Gear, and Gabriel Ivanov is the goal for everyone else. But they've got fresh tyres, do Gabriel Ivanov, and it's an advantage around a high-energy track like this. Through the bus stop, different lines on display, a little bit wide for Jarno Koch on the entry, costs him on the exit.
Does do that indeed. I could tell you, by the way, that Jentel Van Thielen is back ahead of Johan Royer In fact, the 005 has had a yellow flag and it's got a black flag out there. Johan Royer, black flag.
My goodness, so that will be for hitting the incident limit, which we didn't think was going to be an issue, but the more worrying thing, Paul, is the gap in front. And like you said, there's a meatball, there's damage to the left front clearly. That is, again, clumsy. Sums up the day.
He's not alongside when the BMW is turning in.
And he's going to say I'm entitled to turn him because I had my headlights flashing or something like that.
Doesn't matter. The headlights mean nothing. And the sooner that some of these prototype drivers, or not just prototype drivers, but higher class drivers realise that they mean nothing, the better.
And can we stay on this for a sec, Hugo? Don't cut away from it because.
What's the rejoin like?
Yeah, Connery Maddox not in the booth, but I know they would be triggered by this.
That's a Solpec Precision Racing car that he's just cut right across the front of. That's naughty.
It's not ideal. Again, clumsy is about the only way I can describe this race. That's a podium loss for Grid and Go, by the way. It does mean that Blue Mercure sit 1 and 2 in LMP2. Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim will inherit the podium spot, and Mia Rose might even jump up into 4th as a result of all of that. An hour and 20 to go. What a mad race. Still with these 5 at the front of GTD, but Vasilius Belitsiotis, what a charge it's been in the last hour for them. I've got to hope, Paul, they're good on the fuel number.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. By the way, the weather forecast has updated again, and it has changed because now at 6 p.m. it's now 11% chance with the rain cloud showing. 6:15, 32%. 6:30 is 55%.
Ooh,
that has changed.
So it's coming. It's just arriving a bit late, is what we're seeing. So, last 5 or 10 minutes might be interesting, but still an hour and 17 minutes to keep us occupied. While the GT3s hopefully settle down, not sure how long that's going to last, with Belitsiotis right on the gearbox of our leader, Johan Harth, coming out of the 90 once again, climbing up with some draft punched in front of them by one of those LMP2 machines. Let's catch up with Sean Campbell from the Grid and Go 001 camp that leads the race. But Sean, we were expecting to see you into the end of the race, but a bit surprised to be sat here talking to you. Tell us, what's happening?
Well, I think I messed up my steering wheel a little bit. And I'm pretty sure it's my fault. Like, this was possible. But for some reason, whenever I turn right, in some of the corners, it depends. The bus stop it happened, the last corner happened, and the toe. My wheel would turn off and take 10 seconds to come back on, like it would do its boot up sequence and stuff, and none of the buttons would work until it was back. So that's a problem. A slight issue.
It's not fun. Does not sound easy. Move, by the way, for the lead in GT3 is Belitsiotis. Bit of a hip and shoulder argy-bargy moment down into turn 8. Sees things swap around. And let's talk about argy-bargy very quickly, Sean, because I know you've got to get back and focus on the race and fixing your wheel as well. It's been crazy. Attrition has been a big part of things, and I know you're someone that subscribes to the philosophy of to finish first you must finish. But what have you seen in the race itself?
Yeah, it's been wild. It's been Watkins Glen 6 hour, basically, right? This track has pretty aggressive attrition most of the time, but yeah, it's been a little crazy. I've had a couple cars go off in front of me, but just trying to keep it out of trouble, basically, right? This track is ultra important. I want to say arguably more important than like Daytona. Even though Daytona is so much longer and so much stuff can happen, Watkins Glen is so like in your face, basically, right? It's like you get 6 hours, you gotta go for it. And so it ends up being a lot more treacherous, I think.
one thing that I did note, at least as a positive, Sean, is that the line through the bus stop chicane, it seems to be a bit more normal now. So all the incidents that we've had in prior years, at least that's one trouble spot that's not an issue anymore.
Yeah, I genuinely, this is my opinion, but I think that Watkins Glen is literally in the best state it's been in since like 2009. It's like raceable. It's not RNG. It's fantastic. I'm really glad they changed this, because it is a phenomenal track, but having to take that line was horrific.
Glad to hear. Sean, thanks for coming to chat with us. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks.
Well, Sean Campbell there. Not the easiest time to slot in a couple of chats with Ellis Jr. and Campbell, but appreciate their time and the insights that they bring to a race such as this. But Paul, the last 20 minutes or so in GT3, edge of your seat sort of racing. It's not the type of racing that needs rain to spice it up, but the gap has built up slowly but surely. These top two have got some separation to Cody Deeth, to Jarno Koch, to Fabrizio Belziti. It could be Beliziotis versus Hart to the end.
Did you see Beliziotis then, by the way, going into the 90, moved over on the prototype and went, no, you're not. Oh my goodness, that was so close to a massive accident, and us again so close to another one here. Up the back stretch we're going, and where on earth are they going? Here comes the GTP in all of this. Oh my goodness, how do the drivers survive this without having some sort of coronary disease or something like that? Because this is heart-stopping stuff that we're seeing pretty much lap by lap. But yeah, you saw it, Beliziotis just moving to the inside to the prototype to go, no, you're not going past on the entry into the 90.
Intense. Traffic as well, going to be less of a factor than it might have been in the early stages, given the reduction in prototype numbers that we have. Johan Royer has not headed back out on to track, so we are down to 6 LMP2 cars and 8 GTPs, and only 4 of those left on the leading lap with an hour and 12 minutes to go. And I'm pretty sure Jake Dennehan with just one singular pit stop left to the end of the race. That's still the open question mark, though, about these GTDs, especially for Grid and Go. Back in 4th spot and now a full 3 seconds away from the lead. They were trying to play the team game of using Nicholas Matteo, the car, a couple of laps down, to feed some draft and save some fuel. It's not going to work out with the pace that Beliziotis, Hart, even Cody Deeth have been able to put together. Back out of the 90 they go. Bit of separation between them. Any fuel saving from the top 2 seems to be thrown out the window.
I tell you what, watching this, particularly this GT3 battle, has been like watching the circus. Intense. As these guys are fighting it out through here, I think, to be honest, Johan Hart right now is not going to fight too hard right now. There's still a pit stop to go in this one yet. So we've got what an hour and just under 12 minutes remaining in this race. We've got the potential of the wet stuff falling from the sky towards the end of the race as well. This isn't over. This is not over, not yet by a long shot.
I'm not counting any chickens just yet, and that includes Jake Dennehan and Sean Campbell, as much as they are in control of GTP. By no means can you relax at a place like Watkins Glen. I would also say, kind of feels like from Johan Hart and Kevin Ellis Jr., a bit of a rebirth. Kevin said he was nervous for an iRacing special event with relatively little on the line, but it goes to show that they've spent the last couple of years off in Rengeport R1 competition a lot of the time, where there is high stakes, don't get me wrong. There's a different feeling, Paul. There's a different set of nerves. And coming back here into iRacing, where we saw them for so many of years growing as a pair, growing alongside of the Apex Racing team, I'm just hoping it's the start of a good rest of 2026 for the both of them.
It bodes well if they can keep this partnership up and do these special events like this. I mean, it'd be a perfect way to come back together as a team and to come together as a pair in your own sort of sort of shape and form, and to come and win would be great. It has been pointed out, by the way, and I've just noticed it, there is some very light blue on the radar. So that's not the stuff that's rains hard enough to make it wet enough to change to wet, but it's going to start getting a little bit wetter potentially. We're not there yet.
No. However, it means we are within 30 minutes of some moisture, which is a definite guarantee. There's no question now. We'll get some moisture, not likely to be heavy enough, at least from what we see, to be a factor. Nikolai Pedersen in the Falcon number 1 that's been missing the rear bumper for the majority of this race, still tucked up behind the 178 Miniti. These two effectively been on a string for the last 3 or 4 hours. Comment in chat for Johan and Kevin, start of a new empire. I like the team name and the others in the program, but we need to know more about Nova Leggio, and that was the only issue, Paul, with the timing of the talk with Kevin Ellis. Johan decided to go for the lead right as we brought him into the booth, and so we couldn't sit here and ask him all of these interesting questions. Instead, we got treated to what was a pretty great fight between the two. So we still got some questions to answer about exactly what Nova Leggio is.
Yes, we certainly do. I think it was very much about the intense racing that was going on at that time. So yeah, we'll speak to them in the future. I mean, Kevin's works with us here at Race Spot, so I don't see why we can't sort of find out what it's all about. And to be honest, I did see somebody in the YouTube chat who was commenting saying about Apex is shut. No, just the sim racing element of the esports side of Apex Racing Team has closed down. There's still very much a set-up shop, and there's still very much coaching, driver coaching, and have their facilities still down at Corby, which you can hire. So they're still going. It's just their esports side of things they've shuttered.
And shout out to Alex Simpson, long-time operation was the Apex Racing Team. And glad to see that things still continuing behind the scenes. There is the forecast. There is the sprinkling of moisture that we are eagerly looking forward to. Although, there is a bit of a weird note. IMSA Otis has been in and out of pit lane. I think they are gambling that no one's going to make it to the end, A, and B, they're covering off any potential rain by leaving a final pit stop still on the cards.
It's a good way to go. I think now that they've seen that on the radar, appear on the radar, it's right, we can pull the pin now. There were only 22 seconds in that pit stop, so you could just about do a full tyre set in 22 seconds, can't you? So I think they've got onto fresh rubber now, and it gives them wiggle room. But that's a bit of a gamble, potentially.
I'm just going back to double check. Was it tyres? It was. So I think that is probably 4 tyres. Now, next week, let me pull up the schedule that I've actually got next to me for the real Watkins Glen 6 hours. GTP teams are allotted 7 sets between qualifying and race. Obviously, they stop about 45, 50 minutes in the real world. Same for LMP2, so they are going to need to do a couple of double stints. For GTD, they're given 9 sets, but that includes a couple of practice sessions as well, Paul. So, I guess that is technically enough tyres to get through the race without needing to double stint, which at Watkins is important because it is so warm. However, I would have been very interested with the cool conditions that we have seen relative today. It seemed like a double stint would have been an interesting tyre gambit. The 2 cars now up front. Johan Harth, Cody Deeth, 1:43.6 last time by. Let's get a lap time from Belchiotis at the line to see if there's going to be any difference, if those leaders are able to pull out a bit of an advantage.
They should be able to, in theory, because of being on warmer tyres, lighter fuel load as well. Now, what's happened here? This is through the S's.
It's not a nice place to catch up with the replay, is it?
No. Oh, no, it's negative delta. Having a bit of a moment down at the turn. on that previous lap. So the 81 having issues, and that was actually with our fourth place car as well.
Just drove into the back. Yeah, trying to avoid Navano maybe opening the door a bit too much, but that was very much, I would say, a negative delta. Swap for the lead. Johan Harth back to second. Cody Deeth to the lead.
Here we go. Moves are being made. This is interesting. A little bit of village notices, parish notices, by the way. SimRC got a black flag on pit exit, so they are having to serve a drive-through penalty. And Johan Royer, grid and go, the 005 LMP2, they come back out onto the track.
Almost into the final hour. This race has flown through. And I think Sean alluded to it. Compared to Daytona, it's a short race, but so much happens during it. It's a difficult one. No Verstappen sim racing, of course. Team Redline not defending their wins from last year in the GTP class. No Drago Racing in GTD either, of course, with the team closing their doors earlier this year. And defending LMP2 winners, Delatraz Automotive, already have had their issue and have retired from the race. We are guaranteed new race winners. Really, the question is in GT3, which way will it go? I think at this point I'm confident in saying Grid and Go, that 006, is out of contention. Alongside of Fabrizio Belziti, unless there's a big swing with the rain, they are now 5 seconds adrift from Deeth and Harth, as once more traffic passes them and gives them a wide berth. Lap time from Belziotis, Paul. Very competitive, trading time back and forth.
Okay. Interesting. Business is definitely picking up then in terms of your GTD, GT3 teams. I'm looking at the radar, by the way. It looks a very short shower so far, is what's appearing on the screen right now. So I think taking a gamble and taking a pit stop now might not have been the best idea, potentially.
Maybe called pit stop based on that first front, but didn't wait long enough. The forecast basically just after the checkered flag is now for 84% rain, so I would expect that there is some sort of weather pattern moving in, likely not early enough. These drivers have got one more lap really to do. 2 more laps, and then I would say they are going to feel comfortable about getting to the checkered flag without that extra trip down pit lane and effectively breaking the ankles, to use the basketball parlance. Nixon 5, Blue Mercure, might be out of contention.
Gotta keep on bringing that up, aren't you, about the Knicks?
I mean, it's so cool. I mean,
to be fair, since 1973, wasn't it? So
it's so cool,
play.
Paul. Seeing the parade and everything. Oh, that's why sports are great. Now, the stuff that happened after the parade and stuff, I don't condone.
Yeah.
But, you know, for the most part, it's what makes sports so cool.
Yeah, well, enough said about that, the better. Somebody has asked, by the way, a quick question, how would someone get involved in races like this? Well, interesting you should ask, because if you've got an iRacing subscription and you are of a sufficient license level in iRacing, and you can get some teammates together, you can form a team and enter these special event races. Not all of them are team events, some of them are solo events as well, so do go and check out the iRacing special event calendar for more details on that on iRacing.com.
Jarno Koch into pit lane 60 seconds before the top of the hour. I worry. They're in on the same lap as Fabrizio Belziti. That seems to be flying a bit too close to the sun. Only time will tell. Deeth and Harth, 1 extra lap. And remember, we're watching top split of this iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. As I look now online, there are 23 other splits going on. 24 splits rather, 25 in total. So many different races. If you do the math, if they're all 60 car fields, there are currently, just in this one time slot, 1,500 teams racing in the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO. Magic mark, 60 minutes to go. About to be hit as the seconds tick away. Cody Deeth into the box first. Johan Harth a bit more tentative hitting his marks, but did not want to slide through and have to back up. Was very, very intentional about that. And now, final hour of this race begins.
Okay. Gloves off, guys. That was the 557. That was the 577.
Speaking of gloves off, Paul.
So that'll be Grid and Go and the SDR car both getting together potentially down at the toe. We'll have to have a look in a second, but yeah, high drama in your GT3 field.
And maybe drama here as well, because Cody Deeth is able to shoot out of his box about 0.8 of a second shorter. Here's the gloves off moment from Jarno Koch, down in towards the toe of the boot.
Oh,
that's just a little clumsy once. That's my favourite word today, apparently.
Come on. I'm going to quote a certain Seb Vettel here. What are we doing here? Seriously.
I think that's a good one to quote actually right now, because we could use a Seb and his sort of attitude to calm, but fully so. Effect Simulation's able to pick the pocket of one, but not all three of these cars passed in one fell swoop. Sweep down as the sun now begins to set here. What a wonderful event this really is. A unique round of the Michelin Endurance Cup in the real world, and these drivers are getting their taste of it as well. Cody Deeth is having to fight here with drivers who will owe us a pit stop. Ryan van der Grip roars around the outside. Now lap traffic tucked in behind as well. Deeth got to be very, very careful as World Sim Racing shoved their nose down low.
Ryan van der Grip showing that he has all the grip there. You can pay me later. Yeah, definitely trying to get involved in all of this. And why wouldn't you? If you're that Maniti car, okay, you're going to come onto pit road and get your final pit stop done, but you don't want to be losing time, do you? On your in-lap especially. Is he going in? No, he's going for another lap. Oh, a little bit wide through the final turn there for Van der Grip.
Let's wait for Daniel Lafuente now to leave pit lane next in the GT3 set of pit stops. Tristan Cabrera back into the Blue Mercure leading car and pitting in unison with the sister car behind. It should be a 1-2 for Blue Mercure if things hold as they are. Where is Lafuente though? In the red BS competition car. I would assume he's not far away from Fabrizio Belziti now that Jarno Koch and Belziti have had their moment. And indeed, timing screen indicates Lafuente has dropped directly behind that pink BMW. Climb up with lap traffic behind them. Again, remember, these cars we're watching right now, a couple of them owe us pit stops. The Maniti machines, the green BMWs, the menacing black and green BMWs. They'll be down to the lane, if not this time by, then next time by. And all the while, Vasilius Belitsiotis is building up his buffer out front, Paul.
Certainly is, and that's exactly what he wants. So he, right now, remember, it was a short stop for him, so he owes us another stop yet. What do you think? We've got the time down pit road. You're looking at, what, about 26, 27 seconds cone to cone? Then however much fuel he needs to add to that car. I definitely think that we'll be sticking on slick tyres, but it will get a little bit greasy out there for the drivers when this rain does come. Although we've been saying when this rain comes, we've got 55 minutes left. I would say it's still
20 minutes?
About 15, 20 minutes later.
Yeah, somewhere in that threshold. And now the initial front that we're seeing is being followed by a bit more. So there's some pockets of no rain, but there is going to be some moisture through a checkered flag, we would assume, into pit lane for Maniti. Now that releases Cody Deeth and Johan Harth into clean air, and that's important now because they've got to still save a bit of fuel, you'd assume. They're still trying to work to a fuel number. But if there's no rain here, if they're not forced to return to pit lane, they are fighting for the win of this race. No question in my mind.
and they're only, 22, 23 seconds behind, respectively, of your GT3 race leader. By the way, folks, there are 2 other classes out there. It's just that it's been so intense in this GT3 field that we've been focusing so much on it. But quite frankly, there's not a lot happening really in the other classes, is there? Because it's 50 seconds, call it. 49 seconds, actually, to call it correctly, between the 2 GTP leaders, and 15 seconds covering the front 2 LMP2 cars.
So there is the overall leader coming up through the S's. Jake Dennehan, the Irishman, jumping in after technical issues for Sean Campbell. Still diagnosing them from the last update we heard. 50 seconds their advantage in LMP2. The gap a little less big, but still as definite right now. Blue Mercure 1-2, and it's 30 seconds between the leader and the next best in class. Last lap, Vasilius Belitsiotis was 1.6 seconds quicker than Cody Deeth. Not so much this lap. It's down to just 0.6 of a second improvement. It's still quicker up front. We're watching what is now the second of the Grid and Go cars. It was Rotel behind Yannick Steinhoff. This is for 7th position. Grid and Go car pitting a couple of laps later. Probably has now burned through the excess fuel that it started this stint off with and is now evenly matched with the BS Turner car. Is he too close, too early? Coming over the crest of the S's. Steinhoff pulls to the left side of the track, allows the Ferrari to look up the inside, and effectively the move coordinated between the two. Not really much hope, I would think, Paul, for them to close on anyone. They're 7 seconds back from the car in front, 9 seconds clear of those behind. Might just be these two fighting to the checkered at this point.
Yeah, Jarno Koch, it's been, I would say, a little bit disappointing for the Grid and Go car, because if they don't want to meet another pit stop in their fate for a splash and dash, then they really do need to be fuel saving, because they came in with about an hour and 1 minute remaining in the race, whereas Cody Deeth and Johan Haaf, they came in bang on the hour. I mean, we've been saying that those two are going to be having to work to fuel numbers still, but that Grid and Go car, I just think it's a step too far, personally.
Yeah, Jarno is still standing 4th. Niels does seem to have some damage on the right front from cursory visual inspection. Doesn't seem to slow him down too much. Already now 7/10 clear of Yannick Steinhoff, who's now probably more worried about Norby Kishbach in 9th position, former BS Plus driver. Won a couple of digital Nürburgring championships with the team. And Norby in his own fight with Matt Emery in that Team Bennett Ferrari. Remy Gilbert, the other driver, alongside of Matt Emery for the Bennett crew. Like you said, the lack of us talking about prototypes, because they were too busy knocking 7 bells out of one another at the start of the race and having incidents. Oftentimes we find ourselves focused more on the prototypes than we do on the GTs, so not necessarily unhappy that we get to shine the attention back in this direction. Outside of this battle, by the way, keeping an eye on Cody Deeth and Johan Haaf. Those two is very closely matched, Paul. Like I said, that is effectively the lead of this race that they are fighting for right now.
They are, and it is still rather close. I think Johan is playing it smart right now, just sitting there behind, although Cody Deeth's average lap times, we've still got a pit stop effect in those average lap times, so I'll hold off on that. But last lap, Deeth was a little bit quicker than Haaf. This time, Haaf has caught up a good chunk of 0.2 of a second on Cody Deeth. So it keeps on ebbing and flowing, does that gap between the Falcon Sim Racing team and Nova Leggio Racing there. So those two continuing their fight right now. But Blue Mercure, we'll have to wait and see. But I do think that maybe potentially they've got that strategy call a little bit wrong.
So track temperature is dropped, so balance of the car is now important as well. Seen track temperatures fall to 27 degrees Celsius from about a high of 33. Yeah, I think Belliciotis just gambled. They saw the first front of rain and instantly went, you know, let's come in and try it. Unfortunately, unless the forecast, and it can update, by no means are we guaranteed this level of intensity. We'll have to wait and see. Have to also wonder if they were on a bit of a fuel deficit like Jarno Koch, so maybe just deciding that instead of slowing the pace down and sipping on fuel at maximum attack, try and do something else. Just seen penalty has come through for Grinningo's 003, so sat in 5th place. I don't think they're going to lose the position to Fiercely Forward, but did mention that we weren't expecting the incident limit to be a factor, Paul. A couple of drivers have found it to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, the instant limit for this race is only 35. So, you know, it's relatively low instant limit for a 6-hour race. Well, I say relatively low. That's actually, yeah, it's not too bad for a 6-hour race. And then it's every 20 incidents after that, you would get another drive-through penalty. By the way, there is a disqualification at 100, but quite frankly, if you're reaching 100 instant points around this track, you're doing something drastically wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been in some races where drivers look to intentionally pick up track limit violations. 17th and 18th spot, Nikolai Peterson and Juan Gomez are fighting. It's close there. I'm keeping an eye on the lead, though, because Johan Hart is now within 0.2 of a second of Cody Deeth. And I think, based on what we saw, when Johan Hart gets into that draft and thinks he's faster, he's not one to sit patient. Up through the toe of the boot they go, and the Australian Cody Deeth looking over his shoulder.
And as we mentioned, Johan Hart knows what it takes to compete at the very highest level, where even hundredths of a second can be the difference between winning and losing. So he knows that intensity. He knows, oh, that's contact. There was a little touch between the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car and the Blue Mercure car. And the Blue Mercure car, I'm sorry, you're weaving in front of them. It's up to you to get around them safely. I know there's an element of cooperation goes on, but it's up to you to make that move safely at the end of the day.
Yeah. And again, at this level, the instructions of drivers hold your line doesn't always hold true. Sometimes you'll defensively run a line into a corner, just trying to indicate to another competitor it's not worth making the move. All those little micro body language adjustments mean so much. Swap here as Gomez gets in front, but again, this is outside of the top 15. The focus on some of those fights further forward will remain, and that includes BS Plus competition and SDR Sim Racing. I mentioned that Daniel Lafuente had come out directly behind Belziti. Well, finally has got a good run out of the 90. Pulls way to the right side of the track, wants to avoid any inklings of the side draft being played. And then very fortunate that he gets Movano as a bit of a helping hand to slow the roll of Belziti.
It's not often that you see Movano and BS Plus competition helping each other out, but there you go, there's an example of it. Jake Dennehan, by the way, onto pit road out of the overall race lead at 46 minutes remaining.
Comfortable.
Is it comfortable with the GTP with no draft?
Yes. Easily, yeah, because they can do what, 30, 32 if they really want to, which is, I think, closer to 50 minutes.
Yeah, we're under the 30 lap count, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be good to the end for them. And they did say that they had kind of worked it so that they knew how many laps they could underfill through the race and didn't expect that to be an issue. Lafuente now 1.2 seconds clear of Belziti. How quickly that traffic has blown the advantage up. But just as quickly, it can come down as well. And I think that's about to be what happens for the leaders in class, because Cody Deeth And Johan Harth now once again with no traffic in front of them. Great opportunity to sit in that draft and close. Kevin Ellis Jr. has just let me know. Nova Legio means New Empire in Latin.
Oh.
Explains that message we got slightly earlier in the chat.
There you go. Interesting. Things are going down, as the kids... No, the kids wouldn't say that, let's be honest. Your 5-lap averages, by the way, for Bleu Mercure in the lead of GT3. 42.956 is averaging right now, compared to Cody D for 43.8 and Johan Harth for 43.6. But of course, that Bleu Mercure car, significantly less fuel on board of that car as well. It's on lap 14 of its stint right now. So as the rain gets closer, I just still don't think it's quite working out for them. They've got a 28-second lead though.
At this point, I'm a bit more looking back to Jarno Koch in the Grid and Go car, because he seems to be trying to balance the fuel saving with the need to close the gap. It's under 5 seconds to these two. If they decide to fight, Paul.
Jarno Koch is matching Johan Harth's 5-lap average pace, so he's working the same as Johan right now.
Again, just now balancing the fuel equation. If Johan does start to push things here, that gap will start to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, not just Jarno, maybe Lafuente, Belziti, it could be back to 5 in the mix at the front sooner rather than later. Might not be the 6 though, unfortunately, with Bleu Mercure. Vasilius Belizziota staring down another pit stop. They've just punched in the fastest lap of the race in class, a 1:42.741. You're not going to gain the needed 30 seconds to minimize the impact of the pit stop waiting for them. Sun continues to set. It's gotten dark at this point of the track. Lots of grip on offer as an LMP2 car goes the long way around. Drop down into the boots. Johan Harth, Kevin Ellis Jr. up against Cody Deeth, who's shouldered the majority of this latter part of the responsibilities. James Baume alongside. Two very capable lineups. And now just left in control of one single driver. This is the joys of racing, team racing, whether it's real with the inclusion of mechanics and the crew that put the car out there, or Paul, the people behind the scenes, the strategists, the engineers, and the other teammates that work to get to this point in the weekend.
Yeah, and if anybody ever says that motorsport is just a one-person sport, that tells me you've never watched motorsport. It is a team effort, right from the person who does the catering, right through to the person behind the wheel of the car. And right now, Johan Harth's body language is telling me he's trying to hurry up this car in front right now. He's closed that gap up once again to the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car of Cody Deeth. I will say, if this Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car does end up getting the race win here in GT3, I'd be more than made up for newbie to the team of James Baume. He's a fantastic driver. Had a little bit of bad luck in some of the special events earlier on this year, but it seems to be falling into their hands right now. But they're under some serious pressure from former IRX World Champion and also Porsche Esports Super Cup contender back in the day. He was also in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series as Johan as well. So a very, very experienced driver.
It would be a first win for Falcon Sim Racing in an iRacing special event if memory serves. Memory serves, it's also the first win in this sort of iRacing special event for Door Esports, so lots on the line. Great camera angle. Riding off the nose. The BMW M4 GT3 Evo. You can see the camber of the track as you come through the final corner. can see the lack of runoff on the left side as you sweep down into another lap around the Watkins Glen International circuit, through the 90, clip the curb on the inside. Be careful, you can run. Run wide, but keep your right side wheels on the curbing. That's the track limit, so you then climb up into the S's. 100 feet you climb, almost a vertical wall before it begins to plateau. Slowly but surely, still finding a bit more elevation as into the bus stop chicane. No longer a random entry. Just be very careful about how much curb you dare use on either side. Right, left, left, right, and then sweep through the outer loop. Once more, careful with how much of the track you use on the left side. And now drop down to the very bottom part of the track. We've seen drama here so far today on a multitude of occasions. No drama for these two. Bit of a wide arc through the corner for Cody Deeth. Get away with that. Put the power down as the track falls away. Cambers off on the left side. And now just 3 corners that look simple, but anything but. You used to be able to swing all the way to the left. Can't do that anymore. Be careful as you straddle the curb. Position the car for terrible turn 9. Always so awkward to get the car turned in and rotated without any understeer. And then commitment, dab of the brake, not even down a gear, back on power as you roar through the penultimate corner. No gear change again through the final corner, stay in 4th gear, keep the speed high. And a lap at Watkins Glen International done. As the stopwatch says, in a 1:43.6. They make it look so simple, Paul.
I was paying attention to Johan Harth and what he was doing, and you can hear that he's lifting off the throttle, letting the car roll into the corner, as you pointed out earlier on in the race, Arjuna. So he's really doing that to great effect. He's carrying the speed. What that does also do as well, you don't put as much force through your brakes. You're not producing as much heat through the brakes. You're not putting as much force through those front tyres as well. So it just helps you look after your tyres that little bit as well, which may count towards the end of the race. Although with that track temperature getting cooler all the way through this race, that won't be quite as significant as it would have been earlier on in the race. But Johan Harth is just keeping the pressure on. He's sitting there on the back bumper of that Falcon Racing Team Blue car and putting all the pressure that he can do on. I remember speaking to Sebastian Job years ago with the Porsche Esports coverage that we were doing, and he was saying that he doesn't really feel the pressure from others. It's the pressure that he puts on himself that he feels. So whether other drivers are like that, I don't know. It's all an individual thing.
Should be like that. If you can try and get yourself mentally attuned to the pressures, try and dial out the external, not succumb to the internal, but just let it drive you that bit further. HS Racing might be the last laps that Paddy Wolf leads today. But now Grid and Go sweep back to the lead with final pit stops almost now finished for all of our GTP runners. 15 started, now just 8 left out on the track. This is the closest, by the way, that Johan Harth has been. Great exit out of turn 1. Does he want to go for the move just yet? Slinks back and forth, back and forth. We've seen Johan in the iRacing Indy 500 a couple of times. He knows how to play the draft to his favor, but no move offered just yet. All of this data download to make the move later on.
I think he's saving a little bit of fuel still. I think he's still hitting that number. I think he's trying to save just that little bit more than he needs, so that when it comes to actually making the move, he knows that he can just push on and give it full throttle when it's needed. So maybe just having something just a little bit extra litre or two in the bank there to be able to push on towards the end. By the way, your race lead in GT3 is now 32 seconds clear of this fight for second place. So he has been able to eke out that gap a bit more.
Just keeping an eye on our times. We're only 10 minutes away at most, I think, from the first bit of the rain reaching us, and there's a bit more of an insidious, larger front. It's the same weak rain, not likely to be a big factor, but it will be present and constant to the end of the race based on what we are seeing right now. Down to pit lane for Lucas Antunes in that Effect Simulations car. He should still hold on to a spot inside of the top 5 by the end of this race, and after qualifying down in 13th position, they'll be quite happy to survive all the madness and to come out on the other side with a decent result. Let's keep an eye here, Paul. Will there be another lift off the throttle as Johan now saves a bit more fuel?
I think so. I genuinely do think that's what he's doing. He's just getting himself in a good position, and he's also keeping the pressure on in front as well. And if you're keeping that pressure on the car in front, you're forcing them to maybe use just that little bit more fuel than they would like to. So that, and by also not giving them a slipstream by you making them overtake on them, it's making them, again, use that little bit more fuel. It just means that if you do make that move, they've not quite got as much to retaliate with when you do make that move. So this time, there is another side to this, though, is that you can get a little bit hypnotised by the car in front as well.
Well, it's Ciotis in, Paul, so I think he has realised that the gamble wasn't going to pay off. It's not going to be a full service, let's not forget that. But as these two unwind out of turn 9, 2 corners to go before they power down on the main straight. It's a long way away, is Ciotis from the end of pit lane, so still waiting to drop and roll. We knew it wasn't going to work in his favour. Question is, how far is he going to drop as a result? It's been 26 seconds, 27 seconds make that. Leaders blow past, so Cody Deeth back in the overall lead of this class, no longer a theoretical lead. And Ciotis already behind Grid and Go, about to be behind BS Plus Competition, and about to be behind SDR's pink BMW as well.
I think they've had to make that pit stop now to have any chance of getting temperature into their tyres, and they're going to come out of pit road side by side. Meanwhile, side by side for the race leading GT3, Half is just showing.
Oh, he's overshot!
They're both overshot.
Well, that's why I said Jarno Cox not out of this, and Paul, he's cut the gap in half. 2.5 seconds back to Grid and Go. One small mistake, and I'd love to see that on board with Johan, because I think he just delayed his turn in a little bit there because he was not trying to go for the move, and that caught himself slightly out of touch.
He's still having to serve a slowdown penalty, and he served it now. But yeah, just to go back to what I was saying, I think that the Blue Mercure car had to pit now to have a chance of putting temperature in their tyres before that rain comes in. Here's another look then.
So on the outside, Paul. Watching that, I don't feel like Johan was as conservative into the corner as it looks from the off-board shot.
He was putting the pressure on, and he's also seeing if it can force the other car into a mistake. Well, the problem is for Johan is that he forced himself into a mistake as well with that one. But look at him, he's right back in the wheel tracks. He's right getting there with the car in front. Now, has he seen that Grid and Go car in his relative box and his engineer in his ear, or Kevin, Kevin's acting as engineer, going, Johan, we need to start making some moves now because Grid and Go are coming.
He's definitely going to see him in the relative, no question about that. I don't think they have an engineer. Kevin said they've got Craig Bobroy as kind of team manager, but it's a loose environment. It's not like the Apex Racing team where, you know, it was quite structured and whatnot. This is just vibes. I think that's what the kids might actually say nowadays. Gap opened up slightly through the traffic, but it's going to close just as quickly. Cody Deeth tried to turn in a bit too aggressively, almost chopped the nose of Alexander Spets down. But breathe, get through that safely. And 30 seconds away from the final 30 minutes of this race. Take a breath, sit down, breathe. Because you might not get a chance for the next 30 minutes or so based on what we saw an hour ago when Ellis Jr. was with us in the booth watching as his teammate pushed the pace on Jarno Koch. And Paul, you could hear the tension as well from Kevin.
Well, that's why I said, it's almost like you're got the anxiety of being an expecting father. It did sound like that to him. He was nervous. I love to see somebody like that nervous. And Craig Bobfroy, by the way, in the YouTube chat saying they have an engineer and knowledge and vibes. It's important to have vibes.
Down to turn 1. Jarno Koch last lap. Lost a bit of time to the leaders, so bit back between the teeth. Johan Harth punched in the fastest lap of the car last time around, a 1:43.257, but remember, fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.7. Beliziotis on lighter fuel, about half a second quicker. That does not look like it's under threat. The leader's under threat, but not on this lap up to the bus stop, and that is I think, best of the passing opportunities in so many ways, Paul, because out of the 90, great opportunity to set up a slingshot, carry some momentum, and then through the rest of the lap, you're not really braking hard enough. So unless you surprise someone at the toe, surprise someone at the heel, or get lucky with traffic, it's a difficult place to make your move.
And what didn't help Johan Harth was the grid and go 003 getting in the way there. Isaac Phelps just getting between himself and the others. Maybe that was a little bit of a tactic with the grid and go. 006, Jarno Koch catching up 3 seconds off of the race lead now. He's certainly picking up here is this effort. By the way, that rain that is coming in is going to hit the toe and the boot first before it then hits the last corner. So drivers, in fact, we're getting it now. So the first little touch of the front.
Remember, this will be very light rain, as light as you get on the intensity scale. But Paul, it's the first time that these drivers have had a slight change in conditions.
Yeah, so it's how do you cope with that? For me, you don't change how you're driving at the moment because it's not raining hard enough to make it wet enough to affect things, but it will have an effect if it gets heavier. I just don't see it happening, getting heavier at all in time for the end of the race. I think they'll be on slicks to the end.
And that's why, like you said, Beliziotis had to come in because getting temperature into the tyres can be a bit more difficult when you come out into these cooler conditions that surely now will start to seep into the track itself. Keep an eye on any potential mistakes as well. There was a moment for Cody Deeth, 2 wheels off the track momentarily, helped out by the traffic as our race leader in LMP2, Tristan Cabrera, puts himself between Deeth and Harth. But again, only momentarily. And the yellow and blue Ferrari in the back of shot. Its headlights are there and menacing as well. 3 in play. 26 minutes to go. Daniel Lafuente is trying. He was the quickest car in the front 4 last time by. The only car in class quicker was Vasilius Beliziotis. 1 mistake. And the game is wide open.
Never say never in a race like this. And it can even come down to the final lap of the race. This has been an enthralling edition of the 6 hours of Watkins Glen here on iRacing, powered by VCO, and certainly one that I've been enjoying. Okay, it's not been enthralling in your prototypes, but here in GT3 it has been sensational stuff here, and yeah, this one's not over yet. Jarno Koch, he's loitering, he's lurking with intent, although not quite as quick on that last lap.
There's a look at the zoomed-in forecast. The rain now envelops half of the track, and already you can see the drops of rain towards the bus stop. It's effectively covering the entirety of the facility. Remember that these drivers aren't too worried, though. It should be slicks, even in these sort of moist conditions. Just avoid spinning up the rear tires, putting yourself off the track at any point. One car is taking a gamble, though. Team Bennick, Matt Emery in pit lane. They're throwing some wets on.
Oh, it's a change of driver as well. Remy Gilbert jumping on. I'm sorry, no.
They were due for a pit stop, Paul. They were effectively had just run a full 34 laps, to be fair.
I know, but no, I wouldn't be putting wets on here. I mean, one of the problem with the wets here, apart from it not being wet enough to run them, because officially there is 0% wetness on track right now, so it's still not wet enough officially in sim. Oh no, that's just jumped up now. It's 17%, so the track is mostly dry. That's still not wet weather tyres weather, but also the radius of the wet weather tyres is slightly greater, which means that you've got a lower top speed. You're effectively gearing the car differently by putting those wet weather tyres on. So when you're running around in the dry here, compared to everyone else on slicks, you're going to be down a few kilometres an hour top speed as well.
Little factors to be aware of, and it's why I do like the fact that we get these sort of conditions where rain is there but not a factor. Going to keep an eye on Remy Gilbert, though. I think they've gone out just as a bit of an experiment. We're already outside of the top 10. Might as well give it a go. No fighting in prototype. Some fighting in GTs as SDR Sim Racing. Fabrizio Belziti dropped behind the second of the Grid and Go cars, the 008. Niels Rotel slips through. Not quite a spot inside of the top 5, but they'll take it. Jarno Koch, though, has dropped a little bit further back than these two. It's now 3.5 seconds between second and third spots. 23 minutes left to go. A couple of LMP2 pit stops, including from the leading class, Tristan Cabrera in and out. For the first time, the rain has arrived and put some doubt into the mind of some.
You're starting to just see little licks of spray if they come off of line, but it's not enough to be worried about yet. So still plenty of time for drivers out there on these slick tyres, but there comes a point when the track gets wet enough that you have to start avoiding white lines, you have to avoid curbs, and all of that, just any painted surface to keep yourself going.
Bit of a risk taken there from Cody Deeth to stay on the curb for quite a while, but just leaving a wide berth, arcing his way in towards the corner. I've got to say that the introduction of rain really did mix things up in special events, but probably because we had turned the rain intensity up a little bit more than some of the drivers had warranted. That first iRacing Sebring 12 hours, where we saw so many making mistakes. Followed through then into a Watkins Glen race, interrupted with rain as well. This race has been unperturbed until now. And just looking at the forecast, if the race had been going for another hour or so, it might have been a different case, Paul. It might have been a bit more of a question as to slicks.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Arjuna. I think you would have been thinking differently there. By the way, I can understand why Team Bennick have done what they've done to chuck on the wets, because they're so far back that basically it's a case of they just had to try something different to get maybe 1 or 2 places up. So yeah, it's I can understand that that way of taking that risk, but the rain's not raining intense enough really, and the track isn't getting wet enough out there for wets to be warranted. And by the way, I did notice 1 or 2 people commenting about the traction control setting on the dashboard of 1 or 2 of these cars. We only get certain elements of the telemetry as a broadcaster here, so we don't get the full suite of dashboard displays that you would get if you're actually racing the car.
To be fair, most drivers would like to avoid traction control in general. However, race traction control in the real world is actually quite decent. Talk to David Perel, some of the other GT3 drivers, and they'll all say that. Typically in iRacing, you've wanted to avoid losing that traction. Effectively cuts your rear wheel, the power to the rear wheels when it feels any slip angle, but not always a bad thing. Here comes final pit stop for the second Blue Mercure LMP2. Pedro Valencia is in and out, and it's with a comfortable 30-second gap back to Josh Ladd. So Blue Mercure 1-2 in LMP2. As much as they won't finish well at the front of GTP. Although having said that, Alexander Spetz is still 8 seconds clear of Patrick Wolf for second place, so there's a decent finish there. Drag race out of turn 1 between the Maniti Racing counterparts. The 79 gets the run off the corner and slips in front of Abel Salin.
Yeah, nice stuff here. And good to see further down in your field as well. Track now officially very lightly wet. So it is getting wetter out there. Where is the cutoff? Where is that lap time delta for the drivers? I mean, Jake Dennehan, 37.3 last time, compared to Alexander Spetz with a 34.2. Up at the front.
You've just been called out, by the way, by Matt Emery for your comments. Matt, by the way, I'm pretty sure I said something similar of, you were just on the edge of the top 10, so maybe it's worth a gamble. So, I said the same silly thing as Paul said, allegedly. The allegedly being that it was silly. The sun has popped itself out from beneath those clouds. This is what it felt like last year, by the way, at Watkins Glen. You had the yellow sun still shining down on you, but you had this bit of rain, humidity. It was a really interesting experience. It was also one of the physically toughest races for the drivers. Did you see the pictures of Romain Grosjean getting out of the Lamborghini SC63? Yeah, now, his car didn't have air conditioning, so slightly exacerbated. But Paul, I'm not joking. That was quite a few of the drivers up and down pit lane getting out of the car after a stint like this.
Yeah, I do remember watching that race, actually. I did mess it. Well, I watched most of it. There was quite a bit of it run under caution as well, wasn't there, in that race? Could you imagine if they went green all the way through in that race, though, with how the conditions were out there that time last year? So, it would have been a lot more difficult. But I'm looking at the lap times of the wet shod Team Bennett car. Because they're there saying about how they were 10th and that they were pushing. Yeah, they're currently lapping, what's that? 7 seconds slower than Maniti Racing Green, that's the next car up.
I'm just trying to figure out, because we've lost some speed. There's no question now.
Oh, yeah.
Seconds have been lost by the dry tyres, but we're not quite at that crossover point. So, again, I go back to, if this race was 30 minutes an hour longer, you might actually want to be thinking about the gamble on wet tyres at some point. Matt Emery says, all joking aside, they'd run out of fuel, thought it was worth a shot, just hasn't rained hard enough. And look here, Paul, this part of the track, we're getting a bit of a pocket where not so much moisture at this part of the track. It's about to come back in a couple of moments' time. There it is.
Yeah, we're right on the edge of a little pocket of rain, as you pointed out, but then we're going to get a little bit more, and then there's another pocket behind that. That's why I was saying it slicks to the end for me, but it is getting a bit closer. The problem is, if you're one of those drivers at the front, you don't want to be going on to wets, because you want to try and hold it out there and use your track position. I will say that Falcon Sim Racing have pulled out a slight gap on you on half with traffic getting involved with them, but you can see the rain falling down on track, unless of course you're just listening to us, in which case I'm describing that the rain is falling down on the track.
It's one of the fun things about our IMSA coverage in the real world, is it's both radio and TV, which is a fun thing to do as a commentator. Antonio Regia in the Sim RC number 76, the Bumblebee, up out of pit lane, up the S's, and he is on wet tyres as well. About 9 seconds slower are the GTPs on the slicks right now, so I wonder if that is part of the gamble. Fiercely Forward will owe us a pit stop in 2 laps time as well, so they're just in front of the Cadillac. Let's just come out of pit lane, maybe seeing that. They decide to put the wets on as well. Gap between Deeth and Harth, 1.3 seconds. Johan might be regretting not going for the move slightly earlier, Paul.
I think what you're seeing right now is people will be looking at those first couple of cars that have gone out onto wet tyres. They'll be using them as a barometer as to whether to go onto wet tyres or not. And yes, that is a weather term as well, barometer. Managed to get a pun in there.
Oh, look at that, punny.
Yeah, how punny indeed. I mean, for me, they're now 5 seconds a lap slower than the Team Racing, Maniti Racing green car. So they are getting closer, but it's more the Maniti car getting slower rather than the Team Bennett car getting quicker in your GT3s.
It's not looking too wet again. Reminder, even though there's the sprinkling of rain, slick tyres still seem to be the quickest. 1.4 seconds between these two. It's just stabilizing. Cody Deeth doing just enough at the front of the field. And for both teams, there's something to fight for here, which is not having to do the first phase of qualifiers for the IMSA Esports Global Championship for Falcon Sim Racing, aka DOOR Esports. That's the name they'll end up competing in under in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, courtesy of the Michelin partnership they have. But Nova Leggio as well. First special event for them, Paul. What a way to debut on the scene and to kind of punch your ticket to a championship later on this year.
And such a highly competitive championship as well at that, which is run at an extremely high level. Yeah, definitely would be a great way to make your mark in one of these special events. Another, now an LMP2 onto wet tyres. That's Nexus onto wet tyres. Esteban Rodriguez behind the wheel. And car 14.
By the way, Paul, I think Johan is struggling right now because Jarno Koch is all over the gearbox now. And just look at that, the Ferrari is closed. And part of that is Johan has just lost time to our leader. Cody is now 2.5 seconds in the clear. They're having to be a bit more careful, not always on the regular racing line like you were talking about before.
Yeah, they're definitely taking a wetter. Well, Johan's taking a wetter line, whereas Jarno Koch wasn't then through the boot, through the tour. Into the boot, what lines are they going to take here? Johan goes to the apex this time, so feeling that it's grippy enough on the apex, but it gets to a point where that racing line, because it's been polished up through years of use, as well as the rubber that's been laid down from this race, it makes that racing line very slick. So you do start seeing people taking the wet line, and
well, one thing, Paul, that Kevin Ellis Jr. has just told me is that now in the wet, their fuel usage has gone up. So the margin that they had to the checkered flag might just have evaporated.
You would have thought, though, with the lap times being slower, though, we maybe lose a lap, perhaps?
That's probably the hope, but probably using a lot more fuel as well to power yourself around the lap. On board with Jarno as the rooster tail is kicked up. Now, just listening. I mean, it's still pretty committed into the bus stop chicane. I mean, look at how the BMW all over the curb on the exit of the chicane. That's a risk you're taking in these conditions. Shortcutting the track as much as possible. Body language of the BMW, defensive, vulnerable, very, very uncomfortable, dropping down into the boot.
Yeah, comfortable using the exit curbs on most corners, although through the outer loop wasn't. Oh, big twitch there from Johan Haaf on the apex, and Jarno Koch then on the power, back end not cooperating, not enough grip there. Oh, this is getting tight and tense as Fiercely Forward have got a black flag in prototypes. Look at that move.
Shoves it up the inside, does not want to wait any longer. He drifts off the corner though, robs himself of some momentum, and through terrible turn 9, Haaf hugs the inside. Oh, Jarno Koch seesaws his way off the corner. It looks great. It's not the fastest way through, I think Fiercely Forward might have picked up a penalty entering pit lane for being a bit too aggressive. Very easy to be caught out speeding. Look how slow Johan is. Middle of the apex. Contact between the two. And here comes Jarno. After leading so much of this race, putting it on pole position did Sven Haase. Drove to a 5-second advantage inside of the first hour of the race. The rain has not been their friend. The end of the race has not been their friend. But back up to second, go Grid and Go.
There's currently no rain right now, so it's not going to get any wetter at the moment, although that will change again because there is another pocket of rain coming forward in the next couple of minutes or so. So the track's not getting any wetter, but it won't be getting dry either because the track temperature has plummeted down to 20.6 degrees Celsius. So, a bit of a slide there from the Grid and Go car. Oh my goodness, he pushing it to the extreme.
He's dancing on the edge. He's looking for the grip. Still searching for 3.5 seconds. Into the final 9 minutes of the race. Jake Dennehan in control of this field. Grid and Go have held on after the rest of their competitors fell by the wayside, one by one. First it was the Blue Mercure pair, then BMW M Team BS Plus competition, then a couple of the Grid and Go counterparts in GTP before last but not least, Mahler Racing Team. 7 retirements in the class. Quite crazy tale for them. In LMP2, another similar story. Defending race winners, one of our 4 retirements. And GTs, strength in numbers for them, only a handful of retirements. The earliest of them, Kawanda Esports, their only entry in this 6-hour affair. Dropping back down into the 90 with a 4-second deficit. Cody Deeth is well and truly now clear at the front of the field. Question is he comfortable on fuel? And based on lap times, Paul, I've got to assume no question in their mind as Dor and Falcon drive off towards the checkered flag.
Tell you what, if they do end up taking the checkered flag, they'll be dancing in the streets of Dua Esports, that is for sure. They will be loving life right now. But it's not over until it's over, and it's far from over yet. As big wiggle there from the Grid and Go car. Jarno Koch pushing it to the limit and then some. Johan Half must be seeing that and thinking, I've got chances yet.
Still plenty of opportunities. It is getting tough for some late in the stint. Tyres wearing out, cool conditions for them as well. Jarno just covering the inside, coming up through the toe. Their gap back to Vasilius Belitsiotis is only 2 seconds, so the gamble might still pay out a podium spot here as Johan Hart looks up the inside. You can see Belitsiotis in the back. He's bringing with him Daniel Lafuente as well. 7 minutes to go.
And he's on fresher tyres, remember, as well. So he can really push on, and he's got the grip, he's got the confidence underneath him. Last lap was a 50.1. Compare that to Cody Deeth doing a 50.7. So Vasilius Belitsiotis, should I say, he's got a chance of a podium yet.
He's there. He is right there. One more car between him. That's the Solpec BMW GT3. And then direct sight line to the target. 49.6 from Belitsiotis. He's full 2 seconds quicker than the drivers he's hunting down right now. He is flying. Now, Grid and Go, the 008, drive-through penalty, I believe, for them for hitting the incident limit. That's going to give a couple of teams a free position, including STR Sim Racing, BS Plus Turner, Sheza Esports. Norby Kish out there on track right now. High arc through the corner for Belitsiotis. Look at the momentum he carries through. Look how he shrinks the gap in just one corner. Jarno Koch all the way to the outside of the track. I love seeing the drivers actually challenge to try and figure out what they're doing.
Oh, yellow flag for the number 16. That's one of the LMP2s. That's the Altitude 3M sports car. No, on its recovery from the very start of the race, has had issues out there.
Well, we mentioned them a couple of times. Spirit of endurance racing. Oh, putting the power down, easy to do. Spin up the rear tyres, no traction control in these P2s.
That's brutal. Look at the dive to the inside of tricky turn 9. Terrible turn 9, as we've coined it. I tell you what, we're on for second place here. If not a race win, well, maybe not a race win with this pace, because he's got to get past these two yet.
Yeah, 4.5 seconds the gap between first and second. Oh, Belliciotis is going to drive straight past Johan Harth. Makes it look easy. Former Mercedes counterparts, one with Williams, one with Apex, back when they both had partnerships with the Mercedes GT3 program as customer teams. Now, next target in line, put the power down and climb the hill. And put a wide berth to the inside where there will be a pool of water at the bottom of the track. Being so intentional with every decision you make right now. Up towards the bus stop for what will be the ante-penultimate time, potentially, all depending on where the leader is. Belliciotis a little bit more worried about where Johan Harth is, who's stuck right to the rear end of that Ferrari.
One thing I noticed when we were on board, when the move was being made, I'll forget about that. Look at that dive to the inside. Not quite there, but we'll get it on corner exit. Better grip, better traction, and he's on the right side of the track if he wants to make a move. No, dive to the inside. This is Johan Harth's chance now.
Both get through, only momentarily though. Good exit off the corner. Jarno Koch once again lights the rear end up, and this time he can't save it. A little bit of contact with the Solpec BMW might have ripped some of the bodywork off the car. But now as they drop down to the end of the sector, Jarno Koch still spinning himself back around. He'll have to won't actually have to head back to pit lane, because he'll had 3 laps to serve that black flag, and we've got less than 3 laps remaining. It was the contact with Harth that ripped the bodywork off the car, and now Harth's got to get the bit between his teeth and focus in the fight for second.
But you do end up with a harsher penalty if you don't go down pit road.
Have to wait and see. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Cody D smiling. Rest of the Falcon and Door team smiling as well. Where is the race leader? Jake Dennehan has just dropped in between of Belliciotis and Harth. So they are going to be starting the penultimate lap of the race. There goes Dennehan, being very, very careful as Jarno Koch is very gingerly entering pit lane.
Yeah, missing that rear end as well will not be fun in these conditions. It was bad enough when you've got the full aero package attached to your car, but one person who has been out for a nice Saturday afternoon drive is your overall race leader, Jake Dennehan, and the whole Grid and Go team at the front. The 001 showing why they are position 1.
Minimal repairs on that Ferrari, by the way. Still not fully intact at the rear end.
Oh, Josh Ladd! Josh Ladd's taken a tour from 3rd place in LMP2!
It's not the only moment he has had, by the way. It's been a difficult last 30 minutes or so. And from 13th on the grid, Effect Simulations are going to inherit the podium spot. Mia Rose, Lucas Diaz-Antunes. It was just on that 3rd part of the curve. The rear end instantly snaps around on him. And that car's going nowhere.
This has been brutal. This has been a brutal end to the race here. Excitement aplenty. Still plenty going on. Those that tried the wet weather tyres, it's not worked out for them. But here's your race leader about to take the white flag.
One more trip around Watkins Glen International for Jake Dennehan, for Sean Campbell. Grid and Go have seen special event victories, but these two have been waiting for the taste of success. 1 lap to go, and it's not a guarantee, because Tristan Cabrera, LMP2 leader, has spun coming through the outer loop. All sorts of drama. Now, 10 seconds, make it 7 seconds to his teammate. Where is Pedro Valencia? The LMP2 lead might change hands on what could be the last lap of the race.
He's got a meatball. He's got the mechanical meatball flag. He's got to hope that the overall leader can somehow overtake him. The 287 has stopped in the S's as well, so drama for them further down in the GT3 field.
It's never over until it's over. Look at that. Paul, one moment, one mistake, and Tristan Cabrera, Pedro Valencia see the gap shrink, but maybe by not enough. Still 7.5 seconds between the two.
This is tense. This is tight. It's exciting to watch. Sure is. I'm sure it's not exciting for those drivers that are busy throwing the cars at the scenery, but your overall race leader, just 3 more turns to go.
And behind them, the GTD leader as well. It's only LMP2 that will get an additional lap around. Watkins Glen International, the third of our VCO Grand Slams. Forecasted as dry with a sprinkling of rain at the end, and boy, what a sprinkling of chaos we have had. It started though in hour 1. Attrition has played its part, but strategy helped. Grid and go, Jake Dennehan and Sean Campbell to leapfrog to the front of the 2026 6 Hours, the Glen Powered by VCO. Dennehan and Campbell earned that victory, the first major win for them in a special event. And a similar story for Cody Deeth for Falcon Sim Racing alongside of James Baume crossed the line as winners in the GTD class and tickets punched to the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Now the wait, the long wait, because it's not over. Not over by any means. Down to 5 seconds. Tristan Cabrera, Pedro Valencia, teammates still fighting for the win in LMP2.
And Pedro Valencia will be there saying to his engineer, if I catch him, can I make the move? Because they won't want to take each other out, that is for sure, because Effect Simulation are on the same lap of them, even though they are quite significantly far back. But I just think there is just enough pace in that Blue Mercure 032 to hold on to the lead in LMP2 here.
It's been a good race as well, LMP2. At one point, the 032 and Delatraz Automotive could not be split. Once the incident, though, for Corrington Milleroo and for Delatraz, the defending race winners, dropped from contention, it was all left in the hands of Blue Mercure. And not just a win, a 1-2. Might not have gone all their way in the GTP class, but double podiums and a 1-2 in LMP2. Blue Mercure Esports on top in upstate New York. Second as well for Belitsiotis in GTD. Can't be too disappointed with that. Some debrief to be done in the GTP part of the program. Rest of the cars, in some cases, stumbling to the line, but Paul, 6 hours. What a race. Chaos from moment to moment, never really far away. And now we look forward to the next one of these special events, not far away.
Yeah, once we dropped about 15 or so of the field, it all sort of calmed down, really, didn't it? But quite rightly, doing the burnouts against the pit wall, and why wouldn't you celebrate this one? It has been a race of attrition, but also a race of pace, and no one has shown better pace than the 001 Grid-and-Go car.
Well, no license to kill, license to finish. Number 1. For Jake Dennehan, for Sean Campbell, burning it down and avoiding all the bowling. 15 seconds that gap back to Blue Mercure and to Alexander Spetsanate Kalpanen, but a race that could have been. Only 3 cars on the lead lap. Paddy Wolf, Sven Noller, HS Racing Donker, and donked their way onto a podium, while Movano Rosso, 11 spots gained for them, up into 4th. And before I read the rest of the points and results, 13 spots gained for Dennehan and Campbell. Strategy call is what put them up front. Grid and Go 5th for the 003, fiercely forward, then second best of the BMWs in 6th, with the second Movano car 7th, and Sim RC 8th. Used car lot, Owen Carroll, Marla Racing Team. Grid and Go, the 002, and Matt Farrow. These are big names making mistakes. Grid and Go, BS Plus competition, Blue Mercure and Solpec Precision. A race to look back on and reflect on what should have been. For LMP2, just 2 cars technically scored on the lead lap. Effect simulations, though, I think had to pull to the side of the road coming to the end of the race. 1-2 for the Team Blue Mercure. Effects grabbed that podium spot in front of Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. Josh Ladd will be a little bit frustrated that he drops to 5th behind Nexus Torque Lab in the official results. Solpec Precision then 6th, GridandGo.com 7th. And then Altitude Freem Esports, WSR, and Delatraz Automotive, your top 10. Effect, Metamorphosis, and Sheza round out LMP2. And then the monster field that is GTD. Let's ratchet through this. Celebrate the win for Falcon Sim Racing and Door Esports. Cody Deeth, James Baume earned that one just in front of Blue Mercure and the charging Silius Belliziotis. What could it be with strategy? Nova Leggio, a new empire for Johan North and Kevin Ellis Jr. established with a 3rd place result. BS Plus Competition 4th, with SDR Sim Racing then 5th. BS Turner, Sheza Esports, Grid and Go, Maniti. That's your top 10. 2 of those Maniti cars bookending the top 10. The 11th for Grid and Go, 12th for Maniti, 13th for Falcon Sim Racing. And then a great effort from Mono Competition to be plus 18, the biggest of our movers today. Negative delta by SimGear, Solpec Precision, Maniti Racing, ATR, Argenta, SimRC, and Team Benick. That's the top 20. And Paul, as we scroll through the rest of the names, getting down to those that unfortunately did not see the end of this 6-hour event, let's reflect on some well-earned first-time special event winners, as well as some well-earned repeat winners as well. I think across the board today, when we look at the 25 splits that we had in this one-time slot alone, 1,500 teams, another huge VCO Grand Slam getting ready to be in the books.
It's been a sensational event, has this one, and it's given us drama aplenty, it's given us controversial moments, it's given us spectacular moments as well, but my hat goes, little tip to the hat to me for the winners of each class, because they have seen it all, done it all, had to force their way through as well in some cases. Brilliant stuff here from this Watkins Glen 6-hour.
And the special event train rolls on. It's technically straddling the months of June and July, but the Firecracker 400 is up next before the iRacing Spa 24, the final of the traditional 24-hour races on iRacing wraps up. We still have the Britcar 24, but a slightly different 24-hour race. Glad to have your company and can't wait now for Grid and Go and for Door Esports to make their way to the 2026 IMSA Esports Global Championship. For our team behind the scene, Paul Smith, Ewan O'Leary, myself, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside of our producer, Hugo Louise. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on the iRacing Esports Network.